Welcome in, SMITE fans, to day number 2 of the SMITE World Championship. You've got Frog, you've got Trelly, you've got Hazer on the desk to start things off today. We're going to be going through the matchups that we have ahead of us, some exciting semifinals coming up after some pretty exciting matches that we had just yesterday. But now we're into best of 5s for the day. We've got our top 4 seeds still in the tournament. We can take a look at the schedule for today. And Trelly, give me your initial thoughts. I mean, how you feeling for today?
I couldn't have asked for a better semifinal Saturday, Frog. I'm going to be honest with you. These matchups, the quarterfinals, we knew some of them might be a bit one-sided, but once you get down to the semifinals matchups, I mean, it looks like we're going to have a banger of a Saturday.
Styx Ferrymen versus Jade Dragons to start us off, and then a little bit of a cosplay showcase in the middle there. Excited for that one. Followed by the Atlantis Leviathans going up against the Oni Warriors. Hazer, how are you feeling on the day, especially after yesterday's match? Is this the semifinals that you expected?
Yeah, I mean, I think the favorites won the games, you know. It went kind of as we expected going in, but we got some banger matches, and now we get into the best of 5s. We get a bit more of that draft back and forth, a bit of a meta emerging in sets, which I'm really excited to see. Ferrymen versus Dragons to start us off, and then I think Leviathans versus Warriors should be our set of the day. An absolute banger.
We see our bracket yesterday, of course, a couple of 2-0s, couple of 1-2-1 yesterday, 1-3 game set with the Atlantis Leviathans Hex Mambo. Just starting on the top there, Hazer, though, semifinal Styx Ferrymen versus Jade Dragons specifically. Both of them coming out with those 2-0s, but I think very different 2-0s when you consider how they actually made it there. More back and forth maybe for the Dragons, but both ending up here. I mean, they are, how does the momentum feel for these teams both coming off those wins?
I think both will feel pretty good going into it. I don't think either of them showed everything they had. They didn't have to go too deep into God pools. I think that both will have gained a lot of confidence from the wins they got yesterday. Ferrymen playing towards that late game, looking to really go late and just exploit their team fighting advantage over other teams. And then I think the Dragons just look powerful across the board. Dardez is the key for that team, and he looked hot yesterday.
Absolutely. I think in particular, though, this second matchup of the day, we're looking at the Atlantis Leviathans, Trelly, going up against the Oni Warriors. This is one that we've seen before, right? Of course, regular season, these teams have played. I think the last time that they played, it was a very back and forth matchup. Who do you, well, actually, we'll get to predictions later. Yeah, we can't jump ahead, can't jump ahead that far. But I mean, especially once again, they're coming off the momentum. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. Yep. One of these was a 2-0 for the Oni Warriors, and then the 2-1 against the Hex Mambo. Do you think that gives a little bit more of a momentum boost to the Leviathans going into this?
I think they found their confidence, right? It was more so, like, hey, wait, Mambo came out swinging in game number 1, so it was a bit slow. But once we saw the Leviathans heat up, it looked a lot better for them. So I think, especially getting to talk to Shinto after the interview, my man was confident, right? And that's kind of what you need. If he's playing like he was, if Panic fires up like he did, the Leviathan's going to be a scary team to face.
Some potential here, I think, especially for these matches. And I think we want to go team by team, how we are going back and forth. And we'll start from the end of the day, right? So the Oni Warriors, we just talked a little bit about them. Yesterday, they faced off in this 2-0 against the Camelot Kings. Gort, you're just joining us on the desk. Welcome to the desk very much. From that 2-0 that you saw yesterday, what are we taking away from the Oni Warriors specifically? How are they looking? And maybe what strengths are they trying to pile on here into against the Leviathans here for a second?
So Pagon is still him.
Oh, yeah.
And if anyone was wondering, like that has been proven irrevocably true still. And I do think that that's part of what gave the Warriors a lot of essence. When we watched highlights yesterday, especially of the second game, we got to see Netroid, first off on Shibalanke, who we hadn't seen in a long time. But he was just sitting so far back. No worries in the world. His health bar barely dipped down, like nothing was concerning him. And it's because you've got genetics, you've got Sot, who are absolutely jumping in, diving into the back line, creating a lot of aggression. And then Panatom and Pagon, who seem to have no regard for their own life because it does not matter. They know they're just going to out-mechanic you. It's the same thing, the same kind of energy that we got from them in that very first phase. And so that's more or less what I'm expecting. It feels like they've got some eclectic picks that they're bringing out to this event, and that gave some spice and revitalized their life.
Yeah, and one thing I wanted to note as well with this team is they didn't repeat a single pick in that set. They played 2 games and they played 10 gods. They're showing the depth of their god pools and the depth of their strategy, which I think will serve them well going into a best of 5.
Like these teams, only 2 games to watch if you're the Leviathans on like how the Oni Warriors are going to play. Of course, you have the entirety of the regular season. Trelly, is that uniqueness something that you expect them to keep up? In 10 unique gods across 2 games, now we're going to get at least 3 games out of them today. Do you expect them to find a little bit more of an identity, that they stick to some picks that they are prioritizing in the draft, or do you think that uniqueness is what makes them strong as a team?
I mean, I wouldn't doubt that most teams took what they learned yesterday, watched all those quarterfinals. It was a long quarterfinals Friday, and yeah, put some new gods in the arsenal, figure out how to counter some of those picks, all of that. Because if you're not adapting in a tournament like this, if you're not learning what everyone else is doing, you're just going to stay stagnant and everyone's going to pass you up. Like, this is just who is best on the day, right? You don't have to be the best team in the world for 365 days. You have to be the best team in the world for 3 days, 1 weekend. And I think any one of these 4 teams could do it.
No question. Their matchup against the Atlantis Leviathans, definitely going to be a tough one. I think especially after we saw the Leviathans play yesterday. Maybe a little bit shaky to start there, Gore, but against Hex Mambo, after that first game, looked like the Leviathans turned it on. Then obviously that game 3 really putting out a statement to get the momentum coming into day 2.
Yeah, and again, paraphrasing what we heard in the post-game interview, but they expected to stomp that set. That was like their expectations going into it. And so for them to lose game 1, and maybe kind of, again, a nice little reality check, right? And that's why it's not a best of 1 as well, right? You need to be able to find some of that adaptation. Of course, Hex Mambo is an incredibly strong team. And the thing is even in game 3, I was a little timid because it started the same way that game 1 did. Hex Mambo and a lot of the European teams in general in the SEC, and we saw with the Scarabs as well, in the late game, they're really adept at turning things around. They're good at those late game fights. The Scarabs ended up foregoing an EFG, and we'll probably get into that a little bit later, but the win in game 1 for Hex Mambo was just done by really, really solid play at the 25+ minute mark, right? When you're able to hold on that long and make sure that things are okay. I mean, it was a very, very rocky road that the Leviathans found themselves on. But then by the time they get to game 3, it was a lot cleaner. You get to see adapting in full form.
Yeah, I think you mentioned they were holding on there, which I think is a very astute term to use. The Leviathans, I think, the only team we've seen so far in this tournament that really crushed early games. They have played aggressive. They've had no fear up on that stage. They're not worried about making a mistake at Gold Fury, about making a big call, about making an early gank. They're not worried about going down 0-1. They're playing really confidently, and I think that's a little bit of why they struggled and dropped the game in game 1. But in games 2 and 3, I really like the confidence coming out from that team.
Yeah, those 17-minute fire giants are definitely something to be looking out for if you want that pacing. That's our second set of the day. Our first set of the day, though, Jade Dragons going up against the Styx Ferrymen. Trelly, this is a big one, and I think a lot of focus is on the Dragons, right, especially after those games that we saw yesterday. The Ravens, they had a close one in game number 1, a 45-minute, and then just off of maybe one fight in game number 2, they end up finding this end call to take that set 2-0. And you heard it from Nika in the interview. They were just worried about the 3-0. Now that it's a best of 5, maybe even feeling more confident than yesterday.
Yeah, you have so much more leeway in a best of 5 situation, so I can see why Nika said that. But in this case, I did like what I saw from the Jade Dragons, right? We were worried, how they were going to come into a tournament like this last year. The performance of this team wasn't the best in this tournament. However, that confidence is what we needed to see, and this is a team that plays with confidence, right? And when they don't have it, they look a bit rough. When they do have it, they look almost unstoppable. And I did see that confident play. I did see some of those aggressive god picks from Mike, which can really facilitate this squad when he gets off to a great start. And of course, loved what I saw from Dardez. He has been one of the more consistent players on this squad. He plays very emotional. When he's doing good, he's doing great, but he hasn't had too many misplays yet, and I think that's something that they can really fall back on. And also, you gotta love the confidence of VaporishCoast. We've heard from him a bit throughout the entirety of this event, and for the youngest player on that team, he may be the loudest.
This team in particular has been one, Hazer, that has had a little bit more of the eclectic god pulls, not necessarily always sticking to the meta. We even saw that yesterday, the Nemesis and the Atlas coming out in that draft. Is that an identity you expect them to stick to throughout the weekend? Or now that we've gotten to see everybody play those games, do you expect them to adapt a little bit going into day 2?
I would like to see them have some of the meta picks, if only to take them away, right? I feel like it's really important to be able to deny, for example, Shinto a Thoth. If you can take a Thoth away from Shinto, you're feeling good. But if there's too many meta picks that they don't value and they don't play, having your own playstyle is all well and good, but these gods are meta for a reason, right? If you get the best gods in the game in your comp, you're going to be pretty hard to beat, even if you have some surprise picks like the Jade Dragons do.
The thing that really, again, and especially when you watch Game 2, right? They lost 90% of Game 2, and then even at the end, they're losing that defense, or I guess their siege on their end, and the Ravens are doing great. It's an oboe proc. Like, literally right as Coast dies, that it goes boom, 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 and hits the Titan to win them. If that game goes another fight, all of a sudden we are in a completely different territory. If you're like 10 steps forward when that auto goes through, it's a completely different game. So getting that win, like that energy is good, although, and we've kind of talked about it a little bit, sometimes energy can be double-sided, right? If you get a little too jumpy, you go for something maybe you shouldn't. And so watching the Dragons siege today, I think is the most crucial point of every single one of these games.
Eyes on the Dragons and eyes on their opponents as well. The Styx Ferrymen, the #1 seed coming into the World Championship here. You've got to expect that they're feeling good. They've got a 2-0 once again from yesterday. Granted, maybe looking a little bit shaky to start the tournament. Fell out in an early lead against the Solar Scarabs, but Trelly, this team has been the late game dominant, the patience all season, right? I mean, they have been able to keep those mentals going. How do you feel about their chances going here into day 2?
I mean, if you've been watching the SPL throughout the entirety of this year, you should have some confidence in the Styx Ferrymen, right? They have shown that even if they fall behind, it doesn't matter. They can play for late game. They're not they don't dominate every portion of the map, right? That's not exactly how they like to play, but their team play, when they squad up together as a unit, as a 5-man core, it is disgusting what they can accomplish. And I've learned better to count them out as well. I think they are definitely the favorite in this matchup, but they've showed they can bleed. It wasn't a clean matchup versus the Scarabs by any means, as you said. It seemed like maybe just some nervous jitters, maybe just they haven't played in quite some time because of that first seed, and they haven't, touched some competitive Smite. It's all been scrims for the past like 2 months. But they know when to heat up, right? They know when they have to play their best version of Smite, and I would not count out Paul, not in a million years. I would not count out Baskin. He's been extremely consistent. Cyno, I've loved the God pool from him. We haven't been seeing the Erlongs, the Bellonas, right? He has been going to some hard carry junglers, so this is a comp, this is a team that can play any comp, and they're going to look good doing it.
And I'm glad you mentioned the God pool specifically, because I feel like the hidden strength, because we can talk about like mechanics, these guys are all they're really good at their roles. They are good at playing the map. But the thing that I think is like a hidden strength that sometimes is maybe overlooked, I can't think of a single like weak god. Like I can't think, oh yeah, if you take that away from Paul, you're really hurting the Ferryman, or if you take this away from Cyno, like yeah, if you limit him, it hurts a little. But they all have like 5, 6 different gods that they're willing to go to, and that flexibility and variety specifically all of a sudden opens up these conversations where it's like, hey, here's this god that suddenly flew into this land meta and they're doing really well, and here's their counter that no one's played in 8 months, but for some reason I know that any of the Ferrymen at any given time can play that, and so like their drafts and that capability in their players, and knowing that they can just pick up a god just for funsies, it really does, I think, open up a door for them that most other teams are limited in.
All right, folks, it is time for the predictions to come out. We've all got our pieces of paper here with our Sharpies ready to write things down, and we're going to start with the second set of the day. Work back to front. Oni Warriors going up against...
I studied for this.
You got this. You finish my sentence. Oni Warriors going up against...
Alanis Leviathan.
There you go. There you go. No, you
I was
got
trying
it.
to figure out what you were doing.
I was like, is this a bit? Like, what is this?
Oni Warriors with Atlantis Leviathans. Give me who wins and give me a set score.
Oh man.
I really think tough about this one. Really think hard about it.
I'm doing mine in 3D.
How big do I need to write this?
Back up, camera. I don't want
Maybe give a little bit of a drawing. Maybe add some artistic element in there.
Yeah, mine's in 3D.
Are we all in 3D?
Everything's in 3D.
Wow.
Oh,
Inspiring.
that's bad. Hold up. I got to cross that out.
And remember, you have to use this sheet for your second prediction too, so you have to leave enough space.
Oh, for real? Okay.
If you can't tell, we didn't rehearse this bit.
Not only that, this was decided, this is the peek behind the curtain, very, very late last night, like on the way out of the building.
I think I spelled Leviathans wrong.
You think you spelled Leviathans wrong? How did you spell it?
Did you actually, so you wrote the whole name. Oh wow, you put, oh wow.
Okay,
Mine
okay.
looks terrible compared
Give
to
me the
there.
second part of the desk. Goran Hazer, you guys on 3 reveal your prediction.
Get your 3D glasses out now. This is the only part of the broadcast that does this. Hey, what'd you say?
We're going different
3-1?
Levi's 3-2.
I got 3-2.
Oni 3-1. So you got
You've got Oni winning.
You got Oni winning. Wow. Just feeling confident in the genetics squad.
Genetics villain arc goes on. I feel like the villain can't be put out of his misery until the final, you know?
Okay.
Okay, all right. Trelly, give me a 3, 2, 1.
Hey, that's my guy, though.
We've got the Leviathans. I like it. Did you spell it wrong?
No, I spelled it right.
Okay,
Yeah.
nice job.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate that.
I wrote Levi's and then I changed it. So.
We've got that prediction as well. Warriors, 3-0, whoever.
That's a beautiful. You're much better. Could you want to
Yeah,
get them
that
up
art.
here?
Yeah,
You gotta
wait,
get
I need a
one.
logo, please.
maybe get a logo. We'll do the second set. We're 3-1 in favor of the Levi's. We'll see how that set goes. First set of the day, though, Jade Dragons, Styx Ferrymen. We're going to write it down. Try and incorporate some art. I mean, Gore really rocked the 3D segment, Hazer. I was feeling some lackluster.
Okay.
Maybe some lackluster effort from you. So maybe trying in for the Jade Dragons for the Styx Ferrymen, trying to use their colors, you know, any of the markers we have available.
Uh-oh. I used all my talent up.
Oh. The dragons are purple, aren't they? I did Ferryman in purple.
I only have one, man. How'd you
I
get so
got
many
two.
Sharpies?
There's like another, yeah, he keeps throwing them down here.
Oh, wait, I've got gold. Do you want a gold?
I already wrote it. Forget about it. Doesn't matter anymore.
Want to take a quick moment to thank our desk sponsor, i3D, for helping out at the event. Thank you so much to i3D for supporting the event in the SMITE World Championship. This time, though, we're going to do the R side of the desk first.
I like that.
Okay, so 3, 2, 1.
It's right here.
Yours is in smaller text than mine.
Right, I wrote this too big.
I've got the dragons. I've got the
3-2
dragons. 3-2.
I respect that.
I'm feeling it, man. I'm feeling the energy from PBM,
Yep.
the aggressiveness from Coast.
I've seen all that as well.
I think they could
looks
come
so
out
good.
and I think they could come out and do it. You guys still drawing over there?
Hold on, yeah, I'm gonna steal his idea.
Wow, that's.
Yeah, Hazer went hard.
Oh, this is awful.
Hazer understood the assignment.
Did
You guys are going to be.
Did you use multiple colors?
Oh, of course.
I only got one. I don't
Wow.
know what it is. Maybe it's.
Okay,
just-
give him time to draw.
right,
what,
nah, I'm good.
What do you got with the ferryman?
What do I have with the Ferryman?
That's
You
great.
gotta give him time to draw.
I just feel like we have learned throughout this year that that's to just bet
just
on
want-
the Ferryman.
Bet on the fits.
I can count their losses if I didn't have all my fingers. Like, it is
Never-
ridiculous.
Never a bad idea to
Yeah.
bet on Paul.
Hazer, we're hanging that up on the fridge when we get back
I
there.
feel like this could be some new.
That's
some
staying
new Twitch
forever,
events or
man.
something.
All right, give it to me in 3, 2, 1.
I didn't do my drawing in 3D.
3-1.
I've ruined it.
Ferryman 3-1. Everybody has the Ferryman 3-1.
Except
Literally
you.
except me.
Yeah.
I'm the odd duck. You guys just betting on Paul?
Yeah. Hey,
I was asking.
I've
You
learned,
already said you're betting on
I've
Paul.
learned to bet on Paul, man.
I need to know from the row it down drawer himself, the dragon drawer himself. I mean, those pictures are fantastic.
Back out. You know,
Yeah,
I'll hide my. This is better than me.
Absolutely.
This is as good as it
On
gets.
your face. You're betting on Paul.
I'm betting on Cyno. I'm a Cyno believer. That breastplate, my man, he can do tank anything. I don't know how he does it. It's too clean.
I fixed it.
Oh, there we go.
It's not as good as the rest. Damn it, his boat's better than mine too, dude. Come on.
Goodness, everybody. We've got plenty of artists out in the crowd. Corey, you betting on Paul too? Betting on Cyno? What are you thinking?
Paul. I think Paul's like the easiest bet in the world. He played set yesterday, man. If anyone and that's. When was the last time we saw him play set? I should know the answer to that realistically. But this is a team that hasn't lost a set since, October 13th. They have been pushed to the limit, right? They have not necessarily gone unscathed in all of that. They've had 3-2 sets. Dragons have been one of those, right? I don't think it's going to be easy for them, but I think they're a team that is incredibly adaptable. I think that they've been in this best-of-5 realm all year. But I think that depth and their approach to this game, being able to either skyrocket, get 2 kills on a set early game, or hold you out until 40 minutes if they need to, and then just out-mechanic you at a fire giant, it just gives them a little edge.
Yeah. No, I tend to disagree because I have the Jade Dragons winning the set. Anyways, thank you so much for coming out to start the day with us. That'll do it for our beginning of the day desk segment. You're going to want to stick around, though. Right around the corner is set number 1 to start day 2 of the SMITE World Championships. Stick around.
It's 3 for CycloneSpin and the Styx Ferrymen extend the set to 4.
I mean, we started playing with each other back in season 1 on Fat Chunks, but he played solo lane back then, so we didn't dual lane. But I've just known him for a very long time. He understands like how he wants to play, and he understands how I want to play the game, and it just makes both of our lives really easy.
CycloneSpin, in my opinion, just one of the best Smite players we've ever seen. Whether that's solo lane or ADC, I think he's always played at the highest level.
Whenever I think about CycloneSpin, for some reason I still think of him as a solo laner. The gap between him and other solo laners was so massive compared to, like, he's still really top of the team, like he's top as an ADC, but everybody's kind of brought themselves up to that level. But early days in Smite, there were like kind of just, oh, this one player and then the rest of the league. Like there were a few characters, like I think Adapting was like that in Season 2 and Season 3. Cyclone, in my opinion, in solo lane was the same way.
It's like Cyclone's kind of Adapting-esque in terms of his calculations, you know. He won't really make a mistake. He will play defensive when he needs to. And he will just go and take his jungler speed if he has to as well to keep up his farm. But I also think Cyclone is a guy where if he gets his gods, you know he's got his god, because he will show you in game that he has his best god and he's confident and he will run it down, he will pop off in team fights and he will carry a game.
He doesn't make mistakes. He's kind of a robot, like when he plays. Like it's so hard. I think he's probably the hardest ADC to out farm. Somehow, magically, he finds farm. You know what I mean? I always look at replays like, is he taking the jungler speed buff? Like, what is he doing? Right? I'm about to take my jungler speed buff just to like match him in farm. So I would say that he's one of the most intelligent players I've played against. He knows his limits. And the most important thing that any dual laner can have or any carry can have is he knows how to farm, right? Everyone's just trying to farm in mid or ADC, right? And I would say that's one of his best strengths.
He is a mid-maxer player where he will also dictate other players on what they have to do, which again, that's what I've talked about with like other support players that they do. But Spin being a backliner, that does make the job of the other backliner or other people's games way easier because he will just control you on what you have to do. And that as a backliner is actually really good because you can utilize that, especially as Spin himself, where he can utilize that info that he's giving and what somebody has to do, and he'll just carry team fights off of that, or like Paul will carry team fights off that.
He's always had really good comms, like as people seen in the listen-ins. Those have improved like tenfold as well from back then. Like he was good back then, but he's like on another level now with that. And then just him, he's a player that he's gonna do his job no matter what you give him. If you don't give him a lot of farm, he's gonna find a way to have an impact on the game no matter what, which is awesome to have on a team.
These people really think I farm well. That's all I got from this. But I think that's like not that true. Like for the time, I was a better solo laner, but that's just because the gap between like a top player back then, like the average pro player, was like massive compared to now. We're feeling great. Scrims have been going fine. Yeah, scrims just been going fine.
We see the world in a cold light. It isn't much, but it's all we needed. It's all we needed. With everything in its right place, we push away 'cause it's all we needed. To conquer and turning love to dust, 'cause we know it can't change. Feeling what we lost, but we still come back for more. Running out of time, but the hands are missing. It's an uphill climb. No more, no more. I see you hide. The stars aligned, and we had everything to heal us. No fear, no fight, as we decide to put the distance back between us. Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go? Take it away
Gods and goddesses, welcome your first team for the semifinals, the Jade Dragons. And their opponents, the first seeded team, Styx Ferrymen.
We're just jumping right into it today. Welcome, SMITE fans, to day number 2 as the semifinals of the SMITE World Championships are upon us. And what a lineup we've got for you today. My name is Dolson, Trelly, Inbound, and Hazer with me to start off this fine semifinal Saturday, live from the Esports Stadium here in Arlington, Texas. Fellas, a long day of quarterfinals yesterday by hours.
Oh, yeah.
Not necessarily by games, though, Trelly. Only 1 3-game set to start off our weekend.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we expected, right? There was going to be some unseeded matchups when you got like the #1 seed taking on SEC squads, you know, things like that. It was a bit shaky. However, this is the day where we were like, okay, we're going to have some banger sets. And I mean, you can just tell by the matchups. This is exactly what we've all been waiting for.
And the way things unfolded, of course, Pitt, now the Jade Dragons and the Styx Ferrymen up against one another. Hazer, these are the two teams, I think, when everyone got their first look at the bracket, the predictions were starting to roll in. It would be a Jade Dragon Styx Ferrymen semifinal.
Yeah, I think so, although I think people maybe thought the Dragons would have a slightly harder time in that quarterfinal matchup. They managed to get through 2-0, and they looked fairly convincing, still a little bit dodgy on the sieges, but what can you expect from the Dragons apart from that? But I think, you know, Ferrymen were definitely predicted as the favorites going into this tournament, made relatively easy work of their first round matchup. But yeah, I'm excited to see these two go off against each other, Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, these are the two that we expected, as everyone said. I think I'm a little bit higher on the Ferrymen going into this matchup. The Ferrymen just had a cleaner time, as you said. Yes, the game one was not as easy, but game two was rather dominant by the Ferrymen on the opposite side. Dragons took them a little bit. Yes, they won 2-0. Yes, it was rather convincing when it got to that portion, but the sieging they still struggled with. It's been Jade Dragons' MO all year. They struggle with that. And if you go late against the Ferrymen, that's the scariest part, because that's like the best team fighting team. So it's going to be a difficult matchup for the Dragons.
So Charlie, the question is, what's your vibe check between these two teams? Do not ban Athena.
I don't think that's my draft strategy.
I think they should definitely ban
Yeah,
Athena.
so the draft. What are the odds of that, though? Realistically, we're probably going to see a lot of Athena bans today.
Yeah, I don't think Athena's going to get through. I want to see Athena play too, but no, I don't think that one's going to make it past.
It actually made headlines during, I think, Inbound. You were you were talking a bit about the Athena yesterday because, what was it? It was First Pick who was not banning Athena. Remember, there was something in the pick ban phase yesterday. It actually made it to the second wave of bans, and that was the headline, the fact that it bounced to the opposite side. I want to zoom out, though, and Charlie, talk to you a bit. Just general vibe check going into this matchup between the two teams based on what you saw from them yesterday. Obviously, the Ferrymen are your favorites. Both teams have now a set under their belt. They're into the best of fives, which, remember, very important for these players. They like the best of fives. General overall feeling about both teams and what you've seen from them so far.
I think the Jade Dragons are going to come out swinging. I wouldn't be surprised if they take game one just by, nature of the crowd under their feet. They're a team that can play with that confidence, but I think the Ferrymen are a team that can adapt quickly. They've got plenty of sets to do so, and that's why they come into this set. I mean, this whole tournament top seed, right? They have that ability to just take a team and dissect them, and that's going to be their MO, right? You don't want to lose game one, but I don't think they'll be too upset if it happens.
And the other interesting part is the last time we saw these two teams play, it went 5. The Dragons had an opportunity, every opportunity to win it, but again, they struggled with sieging, and that's the problem. Are the Dragons going to be able to siege against such a strong 5-man comp with the Ferrymen?
Hayes, do you think those fans are getting their wish today? Are we seeing Paul Scylla live on the world stage?
I've been very, very wrong about Scylla before in Worlds, but I don't know. I just don't see how she competes with gods like Kukulkan, who we're not even seeing valued that highly.
That's a round of applause if I've ever seen one. Hey, the fans are filling up this stadium. Everyone is amped and ready to get things going here on semi-final Saturday. We are as well. One of the matchups I want to zoom in on is kind of what we mentioned a moment ago with PolarBearMike. And Inbound, as a competitor, we remember what happened between Mike and the core of this Ferryman's roster last year during semifinals, a 5-game set. And I mentioned it yesterday, Mike, at the end of that game 5, it's on me, guys. You see him on the stage kind of consoling the team, bears a lot of weight. Is that something as a competitor you think is in Mike's brain going into the semifinal today?
I mean, it's got to be. That's something that he really experienced last year. It's going to be weighing on him. It's going to be in the front of his mind. But I don't think Mike's a player that's going to let it bother him. He'll just use it as fuel. I think he's a very competitive, very passionate player. And when he gets to that game, starts loading in, I don't think I'm worried about Mike and his mental playing against this Ferryman's comp. Yes, or this Ferryman's team. Yes, he struggled with him last year, but it's a new year. It's a new Jade Dragons comp. They don't play the same as they did last year. This is like a new Dragons team.
Another veteran support will be on the opposite side of the lane from Mike, a matchup we've seen many times, Aror for the Styx Ferrymen in the support role. We've talked a bit about Mike, a bit about Aror. Let's talk to them. Kelly's standing by with both on the main stage.
Thank you so much, Dolson. Everyone, give it up for PolarBearMike and Aror right here. I mean, we heard it on the desk. You guys are veterans, friends, podcast co-hosts, and now you guys are opponents on the big stage. Both of you going 2-0 yesterday. And first, I just kind of want to get a vibe check. How was the team feeling after your win yesterday?
Everyone's feeling good. We're excited to play. It's going to be a good time.
I can feel the excitement right now. Obviously, you guys are very focused in, but PolarBearMike, I got to ask the same question. Going 2-0, you guys absolutely dominated. How are you feeling?
Yeah, we feel good. I feel like the quarterfinals, just a best of 3, haven't played in a while, shaking off the rust. It's always the scariest part. This is the set that we wanted to get to, and we're excited for it.
And when I hear the desk talk about veterans, obviously I have to think about how both of you are winners from Season 4 and Season 5. Aror, what would it mean to you to bring your team to the grand finals and win once again?
Not worried about that. I just want to win today.
I feel it. Thinking about right now, that's the good mentality to have. PolarBearMike, same for you. What has the preparation been like knowing that you're going to be going up against the Ferrymen?
It's just been about playing our game. We're pretty familiar with them. Of course, I've played against these guys for a decade now at this point for a lot of them. So just understanding that it's probably going to be a long set. Either way, both of our teams like to play for late, so it should be a good time.
I'm excited to see it. And guys, one last question. Aror, is there anything that you would like to say to PolarBearMike and the rest of the team?
See you on the battleground.
PBM?
Just good luck, have fun. I also want to say, just to both of our families and all the fans, thanks everyone for supporting us. It means the world.
All right, guys, you can go to your seats. Thank you so much, and let's head back to the desk.
Two of the most supported teams that we've got, maybe all time. And Mike is right, the family's out here supporting. It's great seeing the family support, the fan support. And that energy, Trelly, really builds up. The fans, they want Mike. They're cheering for him. You saw the Jade Dragons fans painted up yesterday. And Hazer, we get a look at the God pool shared between these two. Decent grouping there in the middle, but Mike maybe a bit more eclectic in his individual picks that Aror doesn't quite play.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the two picks that I'd zoom in on either side here, you've got Mike has played Afro, Aror hasn't touched that, very popular, very meta support. And on the other side, you've got the Ganesh for Aror, probably Auror's best pick, and PBM hasn't played it a single time. So I feel like these matchups, those are the gods I'm going to be keeping an eye on. Has one of them picked it up? Has one of them managed to kind of practice that in this break they've had to take it away from the other?
And Inbound, you're a player who's played against both of these players in the support role. Play style-wise, Mike and Aror talking about on stage, they as teams maybe feel like they both want to go late, play through late. You as a fellow support player, do you feel like Aror and Mike play the game in a similar way?
Yeah, I think they play similar gods, somewhat similar styles, but they'll play the same god somewhat differently.
Sure.
Mike really does like to get involved early, and he wants to try to build a lead, but he doesn't feel like he has to force it. And I think Auror's a little bit more just playing safe, smarter. Mike, if he sees something, an opportunity, he thinks it's a good chance to give him a little lead, he'll take it. Aror, on the other hand, if there's any risk, he really won't take it unless the boys are with him to kind of back him up.
We've set the stage. Let's get into it. Picks and bans for game one between the Styx Ferrymen and the Jade Dragons, starting right now. And Trelly, we've talked plenty about the supports. Key me in on another important matchup rolling into picks and bans.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, there has been a lot of picks that have popped up so far this tournament that you do not want to let these guys get their hands on. But Mike and Aror are not the two that want to first pick supports too often, right? They don't mind sitting back. They don't mind waiting to see their matchup. I'm more so looking at the mid lane. Dardez and Paul could be exactly where both of these teams are looking to try and carry through. The duo as well. VaporishCoast loves to get aggressive. He loves to get his hands on things like the Hachiman, the On Her. He doesn't stray away from a 1v1. So there's plenty of places that both these teams could look. I think the Styx Ferrymen might have cooked up a draft or a way of playing this if they got first pick. And starting off with the Kukulkan ban, not something we've seen too much, but you just hear the boo the second the Athena ban comes through. Unfortunate, guys, but hey, get used to that. It's not going to stop.
She's got to be close to 100%, well, no, at 100% ban rate, right? And there's no way Athena hasn't been let through at all this weekend. Friendly reminder, I'm a fan of friendly reminders. These are now best of fives in the semifinal. We'll get to a best of five tomorrow in the grand final as well. Hazer, in your mind, does best of five change pick ban strategy at all? Are you waiting to reveal things? What's your mindset?
I actually think it does. I think it gives you the space to do things like experiment with perhaps leaving Athena open. I know we don't see it here, but you've got more time to try things out and you can be a little bit more risky. And as the game goes on, we'll see more and more target bans. Although, looking at the Ferrymen's bans, they've already thrown at least a couple of non-meta target bans out there, and her only really going to get banned against Coast in the top 3 in Morrigan. I think that's a Dardez special.
Who do you think the Jade Dragons are worried about with a couple of their bans? The Thoth and the Vulcan, both banned away. But you could say the same about Dardez on the flip side, getting a couple bans tossed his way by the Styx Ferrymen.
And with this Sobek first pick, it's just a really easy default god to kind of go to. As long as Ganesh isn't the insta counter, but with how much we've seen Mike not go towards it, you don't really have to worry too much about Mike actually locking in this Ganesh. I like this early Sobek.
Yeah, and I think on the other side, you see the immediate answer. What do you do against Sobek? You let him pluck you, you beads it, or he misses it, and then you blow him up. Nemesis reduces those procs with the ult, and Achilles looking for the execute. Really, really powerful top 2 for the Dragons in response.
Not to mention the Achilles has just been so dominant, right? And not so much in this tournament in particular, but in that group stages, we saw a lot of Achilles, sort of a good matchup into Nike, a good matchup into the Wukong, just to try and get those Warriors Axe procs in lane. So I don't hate this at all.
And with that Achilles lock-in, I want to see this Osiris by the Ferrymen. We've seen a dominant, lane-dominant, late-game dominant Osiris, and he just takes over the game at most points. It'll give the Ferrymen a lane to play.
Sorry, Bob, you're making an amazing point.
That was the bait and switch of the century.
He was waiting for that the entire time.
Yep.
The Chernobog also something that they've gone for. I haven't really loved it too much. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that Chernobog.
Well, it's the same duo lane that Ferrymen played both games yesterday. They're just running it back. Sobek and Chernobog and
all
Wukong.
Baskins played.
So this is 3 gods that they've played in all 3 of their games so far. And that's what the Ferrymen like to do. They kind of make a default meta. They come up with what they think is good and they stick to it. They're not messing around. They're not switching up picks and bans just for the sake of it. They like to, be predictable, and that means that they can play more consistently.
Yeah, and they don't have to worry about any of these picks, right? They know they can pilot them to perfection. Now it's just about what does Paul and Cyno want to go to. They've got plenty of time to think about their matchups. The Nemesis has already been revealed, so Cyno knows what he's going up against.
I like the Yemoja pick here, but I would have really preferred this Ganesh. Yes, we have not seen Mike play it, but it is so strong into what the Ferrymen want to do, and it's so strong into that Wukong. It forces him into beads. If he does not have the beads, it just is a really easy shutdown character, especially with the shred from Nemesis, the execute from Achilles. It's a fine Yemoja pick, but I think Mike could have done better with this Ganesh.
Styx Ferrymen, little global rotation potential as well with that Chernobog Hazer. An early Chernobog pick, CycloneSpin, one of the best in the world at this character. Does that change the Jade Dragons mindset, knowing you're going to have global pressure later in the game to deal with?
I think it just means that they have to be much more careful through the early mid game. They have to be really patient on fights around mid and around solo and not overextend at blues, because Cyclone has shown that he's willing to rotate within the first 5, 6, 7 minutes with ults and miss waves to make sure he can get the rest of his team ahead. And now we're looking at bottom 2 picks here for the Ferrymen. Paul and Cyno still to go. Last time out, they picked Maman and Set in that bottom 2, I think. So I'm interested to see.
You got to notice.
Ban at one of those.
You notice him?
Hello, I notice you.
Okay,
thank you so
there
much.
you go. Thank God. I was on pins and needles. Smite fans, y'all are something else, but you're bringing it here to the esports stadium. Last couple bans starting to roll through here as well. Remember, VaporishCoast, one of the more aggressive ADCs in the league, won't be able to play. Goodness gracious, will not.
Is that a statue? This man has not blinked.
Wasn't there a sign yesterday that said "look inward"? I think this is what that.
Oh my goodness, it is a person.
Goodness,
Those
wow.
unblinking eyes.
I forgot. I'm baffled. I forgot how to do my job. Oh yeah, VaporishCoast not going to get to play the Honor. Will not play the Chernobog. Inbound, anything stand out to you?
Yeah, the Hachiman is still available.
Yep.
Hachiman is still something available. It's, in my opinion, I mean, we'll discount Coast as like the best on-her player. Yes, on-her is the best. Hachi is, for my money, the best hunter god in this entire tournament. And it's the Ferrymen that keep going back to this Chernobog, even with that Hachi available. We've seen the Hachi with Coast. We've seen the Hachi in almost every single other game. Shame it's still available. It should be a lock-in here for the Dragons.
I think the Ferrymen are going to go to this Chernobog until it gets just completely shut down. The Jingwei is not something we expected, but it's a fantastic matchup into Sobek. You don't have to worry about the Plux. The engage is never going to be a problem, and Coast can play so safe. And even if you let this Jingwei get late game, you can just absolutely one-shot everyone with those crits. I mean, even the tankiest of targets cannot stand up to those enhanced auto attacks.
My only problem with this Jingwei is this just is not a Dragon-style comp already. They usually play to dominate this 2v2, and Jingwei Yemoja is not dominating a lane. Yes, Sobek Chernobog not that great in laning phase either, but Jingwei is mostly just farming up. I've not seen Coast on the back foot looking to farm up in most games.
Yeah, I think we saw him pick up first blood up against Zatman on the Danzaburo and then proceed to do 50k to Zatman's 19k out of lane pressure last time, going for a safe pick in the Jingwei.
How are they allowed? How are they allowed?
Why was Maman not banned? I do not understand. We've seen this exact combo from the Ferrymen previously. The Maman magical damage out of the jungle, enabling enables the set. They both have ways out of the Yemoja ult. I just don't see what the Dragons were cooking up here. They must have a plan for this, though, Trelly.
Yeah, this was a pick that we all saw coming, or at the very least had in the back of our minds, which means the Jade Dragons clocked it hours ago, and then they let it through. Maybe they were trying to bait it. Maybe they felt like the Ferrymen's late game would not be able to compare to theirs, because that's clearly where they're leaning towards. We heard Mike on the stage. They're drafting for the late game, and when you see Jing, that's exactly what they're looking towards.
I will say, yes, the Ferryman's comp is really good. It's going to be looking to dive. The Dragons, with what they've drafted so far, have a fantastic front-to-back comp. Yemoja, probably the best front-to-back character in the game. Jingwei allows it also. They get a mid laner here that can just pump out a lot of area damage. Something like maybe even a Zeus. We've seen a couple Zeus bans come through. Dardez, maybe not the biggest Zeus player.
Hera.
Something that kind of gives, I mean, even something like the Hera, just massive damage in that area.
Is he shaking his head? No, Hera. That's got to be what it is. Wait.
Oh, you're Bobby.
The Prophet.
You're kind of
the Prophet. Bobby 1 for 1 early in semifinal Saturday, and the fans are loving it as well. Hazer, Zeus locked in. How does the dynamic change for the Jade Dragons mid?
So this is super interesting draft from the Dragons. It's very, on the back foot. They want to be kind of run at and put damage onto the front line of the enemy teams. But I worry about this because I'm not sure how well this comp plays if they fall behind and if they're run at. What are they doing if Set and Maman and Wukong are able to get to the back line and the Bog's ulting in afterwards? PBM's going to have an absolutely perfect game on this Yemoja.
Yeah, falling behind, that's the problem, right? That is what they are drafting to not do. They don't want to just get rolled over, because I don't care how much damage Zeus does, if he falls behind, he will get run over. He can get out the DPS before he dies, but he's going to be the first one dead in most team fights.
And in my mind, that's where I'm looking at for the rest of this game, is this Zeus. This Zeus is the most important character on the map, because we saw the early first blood by the Ferrymen against an even safer mid laner in that Thoth. Zeus is not a Thoth, no dash. He gets a little bit of movement speed in that too. And if he gets put down early, as you said, maybe a little bit of damage, but not enough to threaten this Ferryman's comp.
So what's the mindset here, Hazer? Is it as simple as survive the early game for the Jade Dragons and then later on you're feeling good, or do you have something to say in the first half of the game?
I think they've got something to say. They can definitely fight around mid, they can fight around solo, they can look for kills, especially around level 5. But I think the problem is, once they go late, are they better? I feel like their plan is going to be kill the Sobek. The Sobek goes in, we Zeus damage him, we drop the Lightning Storm to zone out the enemy team, we blow him up with the Nemo and the Achilles ult, and then we play from there at a 5v4. But it's going to be really, really difficult. And Aror, a veteran, he knows he can pick up the Aegis on this Sobek as well, something we've seen a number of times from Aror on this pick.
Talked plenty about the Jade Dragons and maybe what they're hoping to do in game 1. Is it just the opposite inbound for the Styx Ferrymen?
I mean, not even. I mean, I think they go well late game, but they also can play fine in the mid game, and that's why I think it's just a riskier Jade Dragons comp, because they don't have this avenue to play through early, mid, and late. The Ferrymen are able to play through early, mid, and late with this comp. Let's say.
It says no.
Her name is Newt.
I didn't read it.
Come on, Hazer.
That's what that said.
On the world stage.
I talked yesterday about how well behaved our signs have been, and we're like 0 for 3.
Today's not a good day.
First thing in the morning. I love it though. Bring the energy. No comment.
We don't like this.
I'm not touching that one.
We don't like this one.
All right, so it's best of 5 semifinals here, Trelly. Plenty of arguments have been had over the years of which ones are more important. On the world stage, though, you're still sticking with game 2. Mifflin is going to be on the cast, and don't worry, he'll get his chance to disagree.
Wait.
Question is, do we see this in this set? Do you think Paul has the potential to diff Dardez right next to the Jade Dragons fans?
If I'm locking in Zeus and I look across, or maybe to the left, I suppose, if the Dardez is looking to the right, and I see Paul on set, I'm shaking a little bit, right?
Sure.
You have to position perfectly, and even that can't be enough at times. If the Kingslayer gets online, if you get a little bit ahead, there is plenty of damage to come your way. So Dardez positioning is going to have to be top tier, and even if that happens, Paul will find a way. It's going to be a scary matchup for the Zeus, but again, the Jade Dragons knew this was coming. Hazer said it best. They knew that Set and Maman were going to be an easy bottom 2 to go for, so either A, they have like a tanky Zeus build in mind, or B, they are just going to go all in on peeling for Dardez.
VaporishCoast has tried to make some plays all weekend long. Maybe the Jingwei is able to get there later into this game. Semifinal number 1 kicking off right now. Gormizer, Mifflin, it's all yours.
Thanks so much, everyone up there on the desk. It's gonna be a fantastic set. Trelly Myth. I was thinking about Trelly. I'm so sorry, man.
It's okay.
We start this off immediately, Myth, with the fact that the last time they went through this, 5 games, right? We know these teams are gonna go long. And immediately, we see them, I'm gonna say more or less prepping for late game, right? It feels kind of like maybe you could like get comfy, cozy in the chairs out there, because it does feel like a lot of these teams, and a lot of this specifically on the Dragons, wants to just play back, let it ride for a little while before they get involved.
You know, and I got a chance to speak to PBM just a few months ago, and he said, look, we've always had a stigma. All my teams have always had the stigma of only being able to only capable of playing throughout the early Ghost Gaming, Jade Dragons, early game dominant squads. He said, that's not the intention, it just happens to be the case. This screams to me, this is what we've been practicing. We want to take it late. Meet me in the 5v5. Let's dance around the fire giant. But the Styx Ferrymen don't need to play to the beat of the Jade Dragons drum. This is a composition from the Styx Ferrymen that I think can get involved pretty early on, especially in the mid.
Well, they get a good pluck onto Coast, and that damage follow-up, that's something that Coast is going to have to be worried about. Jing Wei, nice dash. We're still chasing. I don't think the cooldown's going to work. Near the blow comes through, forces the beads, and some aggression from the Ferrymen. Just a minute in. Not going to get a first blood yet, but that goes to show, Mifflin, exactly what the Ferrymen are opting for. Now they've pulled a pretty heavy amount over there in the dual lane. We were talking about the Dragons having to play passive. Now they might have to forego a lot of this lane.
Fortunately for Coast, that dash means any pluck that Aror connects now, you can still get out of the air. Don't necessarily need beats in that matchup. It's more so important once those junglers start to get involved. Mike taking a lot of poke. Keep my eyes on LASBRA. Feels like he can set a decent pace here throughout levels 1 through 6. Once level 6 hits, imagine we just see Cyno outpace in the jungle.
I'm so pumped to see this Zeus.
He's probably going to get dove a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of
dive.
Maman and Set specifically that feel like it's going to be dangerous for him.
Son Wukong, Chernobog's going to jump into his shadow. He's going to be slowed the entire time. The Jade Dragons need to king protect Dardez. I think the desk highlights it perfectly. Most important player on the map, and it's for both teams. The Styx Ferrymen are diving him, Jade Dragons protecting him.
So where's the peel come from, right? If you're protecting Dardez, like where's the protection?
See, that's where it becomes a little bit interesting. It's a decent front-to-back composition. I think PBM in particular can do a lot with Riptide as well as River's Rebuke, but otherwise the protection's going to come from initiation. LASBRA can create space with damage, and Nika can do it with his body. VaporishCoast, for the most part, likely will be hovering that backline with Dardez.
Oh, Dardez now in trouble. Cyno wants a little more. He goes under the tower, trades out his life, but he gets first blood for the Ferrymen.
I'm not sure that's even a worthwhile trade. First blood bounty, of course, slightly putting in favor of the Styx Ferrymen there, but giving a kill over to Dardez, even a return bounty, is pretty significant. Experience as it stands, probably not even going to heavily favor Paul. If they survive there, the Styx Ferrymen, absolutely happy with it. But I think early indication of what it's going to look like for Dardez throughout this game, and that didn't exactly look fun to me.
No, and a nice reminder of just how much the towers are going to be helping you out here. Zeus is not going to be able to do that much later, but he'll have his own damage, right, to help out. I have to play it carefully. 99 seconds on that blink. I have a feeling once it comes back up, we might see a little bit more. You also have to be careful anytime Paul steps up. It feels like this set pick, something Mifflin got so used to seeing, and then it just kind of disappeared, right? Mages were the topic of the conversation again. They take root, they hold still. But Paul yesterday plays it. He goes back to it first game today, and I have trouble saying it looks anything other than great.
World's Paul, he's always going to bring out that set. Hyper pressure throughout the laning phase. It gives you great scaling into the late game, allows him to become that playmaker. It almost reminds me of what you're trying to accomplish with something like the Morrigan. I want to find the enemy mage, and I want to make sure that they aren't casting their abilities.
It's going to ruin their life.
Yeah, you know, give me my 1v1. Exactly, and we've seen that from Paul, what, 2-3 times now, playing on tower line up against the Zeus. It's a lot of damage, but are you really worried about a Nemesis rotation this early? I'm not.
We've seen LASBRA. Sometimes this Nemesis can really get hands-on and change the pace of things. Maybe we'll see something from the junglers over and right. Nika forced to ult to fall back. Good little knock-up from Cyno. Not going to have the follow-up necessary to get a kill. Nika makes it back under the tower, gets to fall back with that. I mean, we're already seeing that level 6 for Cyno on this Maman. It's only going to get worse from there.
And keep your eyes on Nika's build. He's gone for a very aggressive first slot maze, so no defense. Won't even be able to be allowed to double dip on defense really at any point. Magical physical split between solo and jungle means Nika's going to be in trouble for a while. That ultimate really the only thing keeping him alive. And Cyno's got such a good ultimate to chase it out. I mean, we saw it there. You can lock him down really easily. The W key, you never really take that movement speed penalty. Maman Brigitte, so good at sticking to her targets.
We'll see. Everyone but Aror seems to have the memo. Everyone's back at camps. Everyone's just farming. And Aror is just playing nuisance towards Mike right now. And that's something we were talking about going into this. Auror's mentality for every game, every set, it really does come down to one thing, which is you could ask him about game 2 this set. You could ask him about game 3. You could say, is it going to go 4 or 5? He does not think about anything beyond what is directly in front of him. This is the only game that exists for him. And it's really interesting because I know a lot of other players on the Ferrymen have mentioned that his mentality of treat it like a best of one every game has really helped facilitate their style and their win streak over phase 2.
It's got to be exhausting, though, treating every single game like it's the most important game, but clearly a good mentality for the Styx Ferrymen and one that has worked out very well for them. On the other side, I think PBM almost perfectly exemplifies that mentality as well. I mean, this is a matchup we've seen throughout the years, Thor. These guys have been lining up against each other for a decade now, and it's always been the same. Every single game, one step at a time. It seems to me this first step might take a little while, though. Not a whole lot of action on the screen.
That actually makes me, again, really intrigued because it feels like late game there's so much that could go on. And we've seen these moves. Actually, we saw quite a few of them yesterday where sometimes you just get to a certain point, let's say 18 minutes, right? Where suddenly the last straw hits the camel's back, everything breaks open. Right now, it could be Mike. At least under eyes. Cyno's in a bad spot. LASBRA looking to chase him down. Dardez looking to help lock him up. And Mike with the walls closes him in, puts him in jail. And LASBRA puts him down into the ground. Now the chase for the Dragons. And the Zeus doing what it needs. Cyclone rotates to his doom. And the Dragons are up 4-1.
Can they get anything else off the map? Paul can defend that tier 1 tower. Talk about an ultimate, though, from PBM. Just completely locks down the Gold Fury pit. You're not going anywhere when PBM's on this pick. Dardez not worried about dive. He's the one doing the diving.
That lockup, the walls. I mean, I've never seen a better argument for Phantom Shell in my life, man. And Mike, that's the thing. We said it and saw it yesterday. A good Yemoja changes the game. Mike is one of the best Yemojas. And Myth, they've got themselves a comfortable lead. The interesting thing is that 3 kills, especially throwing them all on the Zeus. That's going to be maybe the important part to turn back to, but it hasn't really amounted a crazy gold lead yet. But one thing we haven't talked about with Zeus, you mentioned Mike's ult, but talking about Dardez's ult around objectives, that's where a lot of the burn can come through. Now Nika in a little bit of trouble under tower. The dive coming through. Cyno wants to make sure this happens. Baskin needs to hit it, but the stun, the turnaround, and the survival from Nika is what we get instead.
Jotun's giving him that just enough lifesteal on that wave, keeps him right above water. And now maybe a counter rotation. LASBRA is thinking about it. No blink, though. He's going to have to walk in the old-fashioned way.
It's going to be difficult. Again, Nemesis, hard CC. Something here left, 1-4, but Cyno goes in. Now LASBRA has the opener, uses the ult. It's going to be a little bit of a trade-off. Good dash from Cyno, gets him out of there. Nika's still low and has to play carefully. Bull form, Ox form is enough for Baskin to retreat. A lot of fire in the solo lane, but no kills.
Talk about narrow margins. If Cyno doesn't find that dash into Nika, Slice and Dice is doing, what, 50% of what he had left, and then Slow would have confirmed that kill. Aror. This is exactly where he got caught out last time around, but he doesn't seem all too concerned. Rotation from Dardez matched by Paul, so nothing to be had there.
Man, that slow was impressive.
Yeah, good luck walking away from him. Thing is, you're going to chase him down for the most part as well.
Cyno's been teetering on the edge, right? Got 2 deaths, 1, 2, and 0. It's not necessarily the most glamorous. But we also aren't usually talking this much about a Maman at 9 minutes into the game. It feels like we're waiting a little bit longer. He's gone for a similar build he did yesterday. I don't know if I got your opinion on it. Going for the tier 2 towards the Doom Orb, right? Still having some of the passive, but then immediately going towards a breastplate for some tankiness. It feels very Cyno-esque in his playstyle.
Yeah, he wants to be an initiator. He's always been that type of guy. Wants to be the first player in, last one out, or maybe first one out, but you have to send him back to base in the grayscale. this defense is going to delay his 100-0 potential, and everybody that's ever had the displeasure of playing against Maman knows that she will 100-0 you. Now you're delaying it to maybe third, fourth item. You got to be concerned now for utility pickups on the side of the Jade Dragons. In particular, I've kept my eyes on Dardez. I'd be really interested to see if he decides to go down a defensive path himself. But early CDR, I'm an OG jungler, man. It's basically just defense Jotuns.
Fair enough, and it's going to get the job done, at least so far. The kills on the Dragons, that one fight in the Gold Fury pit changes a lot. Cyno making a good rotation here up against Coast. I have to remember Jing Wei's good at getting out, has ult, uses the dash, immediately ult to make sure that you've got the distance, and Cyno going to be leaving this one with just the scraps. A little bit of experience from the minions, otherwise nothing too big. I guess the shield buff that's coming up.
Yeah, you can control all that neutral farm on the left-hand side. If you can send VaporishCoast back to base even, potential to look towards that Gold Fury. Maman does so much DPS to objectives. I would call her essentially just another hunter on the map with what she's able to do with Gold and Fire Giant. But if Coast with that passive just flies back in, it's pretty difficult to find those opportunities. Maybe you have to knock them down if you actually want to look towards the objective itself.
Right now, it seems like the Dragons, well, they are still trying to find some aggression. Maybe we'll see something. About a minute and a half till the beacon spawns. The Gold Fury, Mike's making sure they've got vision covered over on that side. And Auror's stepping up. You can see movement in the jungle. LASBRA and Dardez making their way over there. Trying to see if they can catch someone out. No CC on the Paul, and seems like they're going to call for a small retreat. Maybe just a heat check to see if they can catch a Ferryman out of position.
They've been doing a great job on the macro farm, considering how much of a fight swing we saw from the Jade Dragons. They haven't really been able to separate themselves all that well. Experience is relatively decent. A lot of it's coming from maybe the mid lane, but even there, Paul's closing up that gap pretty significantly. CycloneSpin just catches up to VaporishCoast. There's not really a clear advantage state for the Jade Dragons on the map, just about anywhere. And it seems like the longer action, or inaction rather, continues, the further the Styx Ferrymen are going to push the lead back into their favor.
The farm's been good. Paul, despite the 3-kill deficit, is kind of doing a tango right now between him and Dardez on the net worth charts. And it does, this is where that dangerous territory I had mentioned earlier enters, right? Where we're getting to 12 minutes. Grouping potentially around Beacon is going to be a big conversation here, but Myth, all I can see is every item that gets completed, whether it's for Dardez, whether it's for Paul, for Cyno, like each one of those is a step closer to a very, very dangerous place to be. A mage in front of, anything like that. Beacon, though, spawns in. Right now, Aurora and Paul have control. It's going to be a small 2v2. It doesn't look like any of the solo laners are coming over super quickly. We've got Nika making movements in the jungle as he wanders over here. It's going to be too late for the actual beacon. And he calls off the rotation immediately, so pretty simple for the Ferryman. No huge clash just yet.
I'm glad you bring up Nika. There's a slight difference in the relic selection there. Generally, we just see Blink for these warriors so they can get into that backline more easily, but if Nika's job is to keep Dardez alive, you don't really need Blink. Instead, Bell to Frenzy, get yourself a little bit of additional burst, helps out around those objectives. And it's an interesting pickup, but I wonder if that's going to sacrifice maybe some of the ease of initiation of the Jade Dragons, again, putting a little bit more pressure on Mike's back.
I see, the Frenzy, Med already there for Mike, plus the healing that he's going to have. It feels like this is, let's burn objectives, and as you had mentioned, keep Dardez alive. Just focus entirely on taking this lead, which, as you had mentioned, has been bouncing kind of back and forth between them. Ultimately, it's like 400 gold, sometimes closer to 700 gold. But nothing too crazy in favor of the Dragons. That's how you open that up, right? It's just get a Zeus in a good spot, let him drop ult, and just farm.
Doing a good job of it so far. Been playing very safe against what is legitimately a very difficult 2v2 in mid to survive against. Come on. How do you know? You look for the pool here? He's got no follow-up.
Yeah, and he has no escape right now. The walls are up. Good dash actually gets him out of there. Now Baskin rotates in to help out, and they've got Dardez dead to rights, locked down and killed off. The chase is on, and it's turned on the Dragons the way they turned their fight earlier. Ferryman with a clean rotation. Take out 2.
Aurora's just baiting them. He just walks up, says, well, you surely you're going to kill me for walking in circles in front of you. No, held on to Pluck, gets out of there, and the entirety of the Ferrymen show up in numbers. It's that global presence that Hazer was talking about. Cyno. Does he get out?
Well, right now, Coast wants to go in. One shot connects, one auto just off the mark. The movement's good, but LASBRA just a little bit stronger. Closes the gap with a blink, gets the kill, and forces Cyclone to play safe. No health, no mana. The carry cannot join this fight.
Aurora fishing for a pluck here. Can't really do it to Coast. That dash makes it so impossible to initiate on the Jing Wei. So it's going to be get out for the Jade Dragons. Great blink from LASBRA to secure that kill. Thought maybe Cyno would have got out of there with that stun. Instead, beads expended, so expensive kill for the Jade Dragons.
Strike. Pyromancer. Clean pickup for the Dragons. They walk in and they take it down, no problem. We're looking at gold again. It is going slightly in favor of the Dragons every step of the way, but 1,000 gold Mifflin, especially at the pace this game has been, it doesn't have the weight behind it that it could have a few minutes ago. Still, small lead for the Dragons, team fight. That's what I'm gonna keep focused on. And maybe Mike's ult more than anything. Halfway back, maybe halfway before we get to see anything massive from him. Also worth mentioning, I think these solo lane rotations, both Baskin and Nika having really big impacts on their team.
They have, and Baskin's having a much easier time having impact in the team fight. Again, just that blink pickup makes it so easy to find your target. And that target, clearly Dardez every single time. We saw it there from the Ferryman reinitiation off of Aror's bait. It's just jump onto Dardez, and then where does the threat come from? VaporishCoast, maybe a secondary threat, tertiary threat from LASBRA, but the team fight really is just completely contingent on this Zeus. Lightning Storm, as far as I'm concerned, is going to be the indicator of whether or not a fight is good. If there's a kill, the second that diamond goes blank, great for the Jade Dragons. If no one gets knocked down, I can see some fights where the Jade Dragons say, all right, well, we'll just back up, try it again, or try and escape, I should say, the dive potential of the Ferryman.
I want to ask about these carry builds. Because I keep looking down, I just saw Fail Not purchased for Cyno, fully finished. But on the other side, you got like the Dominance, the Chins versus XC Fail Not. You know, obviously one leaning moving more towards crit. Do you like the preference towards one for the Chernobog versus what Coast is bringing on the Jing Wei?
Well, I think for Chernobog, Fail Not's just core because you're initiating so many fights with your ultimate, getting into the back line, or even just applying the slow. Otherwise, if I had to choose between the penetration yellow numbers build or just straight up crit, it's almost always crit.
Right now, Gold Fury seems to be the option for the Dragons. They've got it locked down and secured, no problem. But Baskin and Aror go to the back line, put pressure onto Dardez as much as they can, and they've got exactly what they need because Cyclone comes in to clean up. Now, just playing safe. Do you go for a couple more kills? Oh my god, the damage he does to Mike opens up a conversation, and how the Ferrymen are starting to reconsider. Paul goes in! Paul takes out two! And the team just looks so clean. They get him out of there as well. Playing Protector and doing the job. It's 6-6.
Paul at Worlds is a different animal. What kind of person just has the eyes for that? I'm going in alone. I don't need the rest of my team. 2v1 doesn't matter. Tier 2 tower doesn't matter. Just makes it happen and lines up the collat. If he doesn't hit both, Coast maybe just returns enough damage to knock him down. Paul trusts himself. The Ferrymen trust him. And what was looking like a clean disengage from the Jade Dragons crumbles at the might of Paul.
It feels like we saw the Dragons in exactly what this draft was meant to do. Cool, we're going to throw the walls up, throw the Zeus ult down, kill a Fury, and get out. But you had mentioned the dive earlier, and we see it from Cyclone, Aror, Baskin, Cyno, and Paul, all 5 of them into the backline instantly. That's where that protection comes through. If I'm going to be honest, Dardez was not looking really well protected there.
I mean, maybe when Shell gets some upgrades, you really want Nika in that fight first. I think it's really, can Nika get there before Baskin? Because what I saw was teleport from Baskin, blink onto Dardez, and you're never getting him off. Once Sun Wukong has closed the gap, he's staying there. So your entire goal is to keep him away. Just don't allow that blink through. Mike can do it pretty well with ranged auto attacks. Bubble, really good at keeping that blink on cooldown. But it's a much easier job for Baskin. The Jade Dragons have to stop him from every direction. All Baskin has to do is make contact with Dardez the once.
3-0-3, now a level lead. That 3-kill swing the Dragons got earlier. Paul is the one who is looking just fantastic right now, and maybe the one who needs to be dealt with if the Dragons want to find success. Granted, how often are you anticipating him jumping in on 2 of you right there? Not too often. Cyno's made a rotation over towards solo. LASBRA nearby as well. Not going to have the CC lockdown, but they do have CycloneSpin, so they are looking for something. And the disengage from Nika, almost enough, but the tier 1, it's not going to be enough to get you away this time. They just need the shots, and Cyclone finds it, and you've got the rest of the team coming in to play killer. They just want to chase him down. Tier 2, suddenly we're getting to a precarious conversation. 19 minutes, and the Ferrymen take their kill, and they start to back up.
Man, I really thought that ultimate from CycloneSpin was just an overextension. Lands in the lane, Nika's still relatively healthy, but CC lockdown and the rest of the Ferrymen at his back makes that a great fight.
Pyro Seemed like the Dragons wanted to contest there. Going to relinquish that one over. And objectives going 1-for-1 neutrally, except for that Gold Fury over towards the Dragons. We're going to have one of those back in a minute. Fire Giant conversation, Mifflin, seems to start to be on the horizon with how fast these other objectives are going. Picks like that become much deadlier in terms of game state over the next few minutes.
And I think burn potential, of course, belongs to the Ferrymen. Their ability to just do Fire Giant quickly, amazing. Maman, Brigitte, we already talked about her burn. Paul essentially just being an assassin means that his auto attack's great for burn, but maybe Secure lacking. It's not as if Secure is exactly strong on the side of the Jade Dragons either. Lightning Storm will dissuade these more melee-centric picks from sticking in range, will really push Cyno or Paul away from it. So if I had to guess, if the Styx Ferrymen continue this pace, I would say in the next 4 to 5 minutes, we'll see them group up around that Fire Giant, force the Jade Dragons to respond. All the while, Baskin likely just hunting down Dardez in the back line, and it's about the dive more than it is about the objective. Coin tosses, not exactly something the Ferrymen are aiming for.
I was going to ask, if you were at a Fire Giant, let's say it's 50 health, or 50% health. 50 health is a different conversation. 50%. Are you banking on the Ferrymen at that point falling back if they see a Zeus step up, or you? I mean, you just said coin flip's probably not on the horizon, right? It feels like that burn from the Dragons could flip it away very quickly.
Falling back, no. Running forward directly at that Zeus every time, yes.
Well, Nika, a little bit of trouble. Has to use the ult, gets body blocked, and now the lockdowns. They're good stuns, good CC, and another good kill here for the Ferrymen. And now, once again, Mifflin, like you called it, they step forward. Dare the Dragons to call their bluff. They draw a line in the sand and ask them to cross it. Fall back to the Fire Giant. DPS started up. Cyclone, the primary on it. Doesn't seem like they're full committing. They're trying to find one person to overstep on the Dragons. Might be Mike, might be LASBRA. Cyno in the 1v1 with the jungler uses the dash to disengage, and they've got it, but you've got help one more time, and they take him out, but it's traded at least 1-for-1. But Aror, look at Cyclone, look at Baskin, and now Paul coming back in. Could be dangerous for the Dragons. The tier 1 is a safe haven, and with Cyno off the board, the Dragons, maybe counting their lucky stars, they made it out alive.
Have you seen what Cyno's been doing to LASBRA in all these fights? Slice and Dice starts to head his way, and Cyno says, I'll just dash into you. Good luck, you can't hit yourself. Just waits it out, gets dragged a bit into that Lightning Storm. Great for Dardez to find that return kill, but that 1v1, never really gonna look good for the Nemesis.
Baskin, a couple of maybe needed knockups. Has to be careful here, though. Sun Wukong makes it up onto the Somersault Cloud. Got Paul back, and you don't have anything. Cyclone, no, you're in danger. Oh no, the damage. It's looking good, and he can't make it out in time. That's a huge kill for the Dragons. Opens up the FG pit. DPS started. The Ferrymen are going to have to respond.
LASBRA slow on the rotation in. Paul has to make a decision here. Do I go in and disrupt, or do I look for the steal? Baskin behind. This might just be look for the fight.
Halfway down already. You're going to have Cyno back in the fight. Aurora joining soon. Lightning Storm dropped. The Dragons want the FG, but Mike first on the chopping block. Dragons get it on 4, but they're losing their lives in the process. 3 already gone, and the Ferrymen ripping through every single one of them. Nika has to use everything in his power, but it's looking like just a small, slow burn on this Achilles. 4 kills slowly coming in for the Ferrymen. Nika's living way longer than I would have given him credit for, and he's buying time. But he still goes down, and the Fire Giant gets nullified.
What's going through the heads of the Jade Dragons there? They are completely surrounded in the Fire Giant pit. They've got Paul and Baskin behind it. You've got CycloneSpin spawning soon, Aurora right in front, and the Jade Dragons just fully commit to the objective. All the while, building surrounded. You're not going anywhere afterward. Easy for the Styx Ferrymen to pick them apart. And that is the first fight this game, 23 minutes, where Dardez is ignored. You already used all your abilities to secure the objective. I don't need to kill you just yet. I'll deal with literally everyone else. Dardez, an afterthought in that fight.
SEAL Team Styx. Break in, take them down.
That's good work.
It's just the surround. I mean, exactly what you said. And you have to look at the biggest problems I see are 2 goose eggs, 1 for Baskin, 1 for Paul. They're in the death column. If you're the Dragons, that's where it needs to change.
I mean, killing Paul shouldn't be as ridiculous of a Herculean task as it is intended to be, but here's the thing. Regular season Paul, what was his KDA, like 30-something? At least on the Baba Yaga. Good luck killing Paul. World's Paul is just a little bit different. Baskin's playing Sun Wukong. He's just going to dive into the back every single time. We're seeing him line up the Scorching Blink onto Dardez, immediately into the Tiger Stun, and if there's any return damage, Somersault Cloud, there's no answer to it.
right now. Pushing the lead a little further up. The Ferrymen in control of this game. Coast still has the FG buff, and the Dragons are grouping up right here. Now Titans are going to be marching down and meeting in mid, and if that Riptide catches anybody, it becomes dangerous for the Ferrymen. Actually, maybe dangerous for the Dragons. The Ferrymen want to hold W. Baskin showing that a little bit. Will go in. The Titan's going to clash in mid-miss. CycloneSpin's over on left, split pushing the entire time. So looking for the tier 2. Has ult and can rotate in at any given moment if his team desires.
Yeah, but instead, it just keep pushing. There's no reason to fight because the Jade Dragons aren't forcing one. Oh, and it's on the Jade Dragons in a situation like that to generate threat and force CycloneSpin away from the tower, away from the Phoenix. Instead, free tier 2, LASBRA shows himself on map, and all of a sudden the Ferrymen know, okay, well, we've got a slight advantage here. If we want to continue our own siege, we've already knocked out the enemy Titan. Tower's already weak, and LASBRA's nowhere to be seen.
Baskin and Aror. Paul going immediately towards the back. Falls away. They have a lot to open this up. Cyno, not going to be too worried about it. Instead, it's just the tier 1. Let the Titan go off and do its own thing. And Myth reset. You got 2 minutes for a Pyro, 3 minutes for a Fury. Maybe less than that for some kills based on the Ferryman's positioning. Really playing with the gold lead, and despite losing the Fire Giant, they're now starting to push towards 7,000 ahead.
The Ferrymen just went out so big on the team fight and collected just about every bit of farm that SMITE has to offer on the map. Gold, Fury, towers, neutrals, tier 1, tier 2. The Styx Ferrymen have officially opened up the door to the first bird here, the Jade Dragons. I think still confident in their ability to take team fights in neutral territory, but a little bit more difficult now that Phantom Shell's in play. Roar's upgraded his Relic, so who's got to burn it? It's PBM. Who's going to make use of the burn? Also PBM. River's Rebuke, really long cooldown, means that I think the Ferrymen should look for first team fight. You don't really want to wait for that second rotation of Shell. I'm waiting for PBM and Dardez to stack their ultimates, classic playbook. Just get your big circles essentially on top of each other. Phantom Shell, walk through it, go find Dardez.
So far, while Dardez has been able to return some of that damage, he's actually sitting 4th on the charts with 4 deaths to his name. So finding Dardez has been a success for the Ferrymen. Now 27 minutes in, we're gonna have a Fire Giant relatively soon. But and this is where things get really awkward. This sub 3 minute area right before 30, you could burn a Fire Giant down, but it's not going to give you as much pressure. There's only 2 towers that are still standing on the Jade Dragon side of the map. The Ferrymen have all 6. So an enhanced Fire Giant towards the Chaos team could make a huge sweep across the board to not only bring the gold back into the conversation, but also the team back into an even and maybe even beneficial stance.
And even just think about what EFG does into a base defense of the Styx Ferrymen. I'm not seeing a standard mage. I'm not seeing great ability to keep minion waves out. This is now a point in the game where if the Jade Dragons can confirm EFG for themselves, I think they essentially guarantee themselves at least 1 Phoenix. I don't love how the Ferrymen play in their own bird. Jungle team fights, neutral territory, much better suited to that.
Hall and Baskin standing forward, really just creating space for the Pyromancer. 2 runic bombs in pocket, and a 3rd on the ground. Assuming someone picks it up, there it is. Aror is going to grab it. And when we were talking about objectives earlier, Mifflin, there was a lot of, well, you don't really have the secure conversation. They've got a lot of secure in the pockets now.
They do. Runic bombs, 3,000 true damage if you stack them properly. I don't think you necessarily need to look for it. Even if you have the secure, the team fight has been so good. Paul isolated. Riptide nearly locks him down. Jade Dragons are not going to give this one up.
I like the pressure they're putting onto Aror and Baskin. Not a lot of health bar movement, but you can see Aror for just a little bit of damage. How much he's going to take. Fire Giant pit control towards the Ferryman, and 1.5 minutes until this comes enhanced. But you need an opening. I feel like both of these teams, it's not, oh, we'll heat check it, get it to 50%, and we talked about that earlier. You don't want to coin flip a Fire Giant right now. Feels like you have to do exactly this. Seed it up, go ahead, grab your jungle, get some farm, finish either upgrading things, grabbing more wards, potion of power down there for Cyclone. You're gonna come back and you're gonna hit hard.
You know, speaking of openings, I feel like the Styx Ferrymen just have one hard baked into their composition, don't they? Send CycloneSpin back over towards left. The risk being the Jade Dragons might just immediately pull fire, but how large is the risk if Cyclone's got the full global and get involved in that engagement very easily? The only thing I can think of that's maybe dissuading him from that play is it's telegraphed where you're landing, and landing into a lightning storm is maybe they miss the one mistake you could make. So instead, it seems to me CycloneSpin a little bit more willing to utilize that ultimate as essentially just a teleport. I'll get poked out and I'll come back.
Well, damage being done to the Fire Giant. It's the Ferrymen who've taken it down. They put it down at 25%. They're burning it. They've got it just before it would have been enhanced. And you've got Baskin locked up. Walls dropped by Mike. But the Somersault Cloud is enough to get the solo laner away, and the Ferrymen will walk away 5 strong with fire around their belt.
The front line of the Styx Ferrymen just impenetrable there. The Jade Dragons couldn't find a way into the Fire Giant pit. I wouldn't be surprised if they had no idea how low it was. Dragons still unwilling to play their base defense, seems to me. Want to take another engagement in the jungle, but this time without PBM's ultimate, without LASBRA's ultimate. Not sure how much of a good call this is. Only thing I can see that's really bringing him to this decision is the fact that Aror is still low HP, but the longer it takes to find that fight, Fire Giant's going to resustain him.
Yeah, that low, I want to put it in quotes even, like,
oh, he's so
like
back.
2/3, so he's going to be hanging out just fine. Primal Fury is what they're fighting over, which is, again, another one we don't see teams typically in this position step up to defend. Dragons,
a lot of respect,
really want to cause some disruption for the Ferrymen. And if anything, Mifflin, the biggest thing that, to keep your eyes on is the timer for the Fire Giant power play. That power play is slowly burning down. No towers are falling, no pressure being provided to the base. So the Ferrymen, while they might be able to get this beacon, aren't getting as much done elsewhere on the map because of the Dragon's positioning.
Collecting the beacon, though, still a decent first step. I would love to see some of that global presence. Primal Fury is going to help out a bit, but you're already approaching true 6 slot. The majority of starter items already upgraded. It helps out, and it'll help out with subsequent Fire Giants, but I kind of feel like the Styx Ferrymen can get a little bit more done here. At least heat check the Jade Dragons on their defense. And the defense of the Jade Dragons, I think, still pretty decent. I like how Lightning Storm looks in some of these fights, but once Lightning Storm is down, I sound like a broken record. It's just the team fight doesn't look great. And Nemesis in particular feels like one of the most worthless picks out of the jungle when the fight is centered in a bird. You're going to get picked out. You really want to look for 1v1s as Nemesis, and those don't exist on base defense. When the siege is happening, everybody's stacked on top of each other, and you're like, well, I'm kind of an auto attacker. I can shred defense, but I'm going to get 3 autos before I have to run away. So I'll be watching LASBRA. Maybe he can find Cyno, but that 1v1 hasn't gone his way a single time. Isolate Baskin perhaps, but Baskin's always going to be with his team. Catch CycloneSpin on split push. Nope, he's not doing that. He's playing with his squad as well. The Styx Ferrymen not giving up any openings.
Now, I know you mentioned you want the 1v1, but you did mention your potential to provide shred, right, if you're LASBRA. So is it worth maybe foregoing a 1v1, although I say that and see him in the jungle heading towards left, and Cyno's about to show up on the map, so that might be an opportunity for him. But realistically, it feels like, well, I know that Cyno and Paul need to jump in, Baskin and Aror need to go in, they're all going to be melee ranged, close range abilities, things like that. Is it worth just saying, cool, I'm not going to win the 1v1, but come at my Zeus and we're just going to try to destroy you in the process? They might not get the opportunity. Nika caught out on the tier 2. It looks like he's got the distance. Oh my god, the damage that Cyclone has just from a few autos. Force Nika to go back to the fountain, reset, and now we're starting to knock on the Phoenixes in left and right.
Tier 2 should fall as well. I think the goal here for the Jade Dragons is wait for Aror to think he's got a target, pluck anybody, and it's Nemesis ultimate, Zeus ultimate, Yemoja ultimate, let's kill Aror.
Well, Baskin, he's the one who goes in deep this time, makes it on the Somersault Cloud, forces at least the beats from Dardez first. Phoenix goes down, walls up from Mike, and there's Cyclone up into the sky. And he comes straight back down, disengages the Phoenix, successful, and the Ferrymen, like surgeons, go in, scalpel down, and walk out.
That's ridiculous. The Styx Ferrymen, there was no resistance there. The Jade Dragons, they're thinking, wait, did they get our bird? We gotta make something happen afterward. And this chase down, are you really gonna catch Paul? I don't think so. Instead, maybe you're just baited into a poor position. The Styx Ferrymen starting to work their way forward through the center of the map, re-engage, decent, and Paul chunking.
Yeah, you don't catch Paul. Paul catches you, and that's the goal right now. Re-engage from the Ferryman. Cyno goes in, big knockup, but a great lightning storm forces the Ferryman. Play patient. Paul is pretty deep in the back and alone. Dragons don't grab him, don't look at him, and instead a small reset Fire Giant. Buff off the waist of the Ferryman. And if it's going to be the next EFG, that could be a determining factor.
This time, though, map state advantage over towards the Styx Ferrymen means always going to have those minions pushing down mid. Fortunately, the Jade Dragons can defend mid and Fire Giant at the same time. Unfortunately, that one person defending mid probably has to line up against either Paul or Cyno, and not exactly a position I'd like to be put in. I don't know about you, Gorth. Seems like fighting those guys pretty miserable. Been real difficult to knock down Paul himself, who is still undying alongside Baskin. The Jade Dragons just need to figure out where their opening is. I've been racking my brain for 35 minutes, and best answer I came up with is kill Aror. Focusing a tank, miserable.
Yeah, doesn't feel good. Can you, I mean, I don't know. We're trying to see some burn towards Paul, but he's 3-0-9. Obviously has not worked just yet. Also, 12 of 13 effective kills. That's important for him. It's a 15,000 gold lead right now for the Ferrymen. And an enhanced Fire Giant. 35 minutes in, Cyclone started it up. It's already half health, and the Dragons are going to have to respond. But Baskin, he's zoning out 4 all on his own. Nobody's stepping up. Ferrymen get the EFG, and now they're looking for the fight afterward. Lightning Storm onto 3. Good damage, and it forces Baskin Roar to fall back. LASBRA, Cyno. Small skirmish on the side. Paul is the one who wants to clean it up, but he just can't close the gap. The Dragons, they're walking around as a 5-man death ball, except for the death part. They don't have it.
It's just Baskin staring him down saying, hey man, we are doing Fire Giant. You could try and step up, but I'll kill you all. And the Jade Dragons buy the bluff. I mean, I just don't understand how Sun Wukong is locking down that many people on his own. Lightning Storm to chase out Dardez, it felt like a frustration. I want to use this ability. We've been staring down this team fight for so long. I'm not going to go back to base without casting it. 2 ticks onto Baskin. He's like, all right. I mean, I was leaving anyway. We already got Fire Giant.
Destroyed the Pyromancer.
Now they get a Pyromancer. We had talked about the Runic Bombs. Those are all gone for now, so another one in pocket can help around this Phoenix Siege. Myth, I'm still floored how easily the mid Phoenix went down. I mean, again, it was just a precision strike. Ferrymen still haven't lost to tier 1. They have everything up. All of their neutral objectives, all of their little safe havens, their coves are on the board. And admittedly, tier 1, 36 minutes in, if the Dragons get any amount of pressure, that's going to fall down almost instantly. But the fact that they haven't even been able to step that far up, I mean, we're talking about a line of scrimmage that is at their base, and if they step out of it, they're in Ferryman territory.
I was wondering, I was waiting for this player damage chart to come up, and looking at it, it's not even as if VaporishCoast is putting out low numbers. Generally, when a warrior is getting this much value, you look towards your hunter. Hey man, you're the one with kin size, like someone's got to stop Baskin. VaporishCoast is doing a decent job. It's just that re-sustain, how tanky he is, how mobile he is with the 72 transformations. They just haven't been able to really connect the critical damage they need. And this is a composition from the Jade Dragons where you think dealing with warriors, dealing with the front line would be good. We've already talked about defense shred, but you don't need to do all their HP. Get them to 30, 40%, and Nika's got the rest. It just has not worked out. Baskin's been playing this knife's edge of I'll stand in front of everybody for just long enough, and then the disengage has been clean every time.
Look at Aror going into a Phoenix all on his lonesome.
He's gonna solo that.
And forcing a little bit of attention. Mid Phoenix is respawned, trying to maybe pull some pressure of the defense away from the Dragons. Got Baskin on left, 4 now in mid for the Ferrymen. An enhanced Fire Giant. All it takes is a couple autos. This one's gonna go down simply if Cyclone can get in there. Paul, Cyno, they're close range. This Mifflin is where it can get a little dangerous, as well as Dardez's ult, causing some trouble on the other side.
Just got to get through Dardez's ultimate, and all of a sudden everything becomes so much more simple. Aurora pokes in his damage, and once more, the Styx Ferrymen repeat the trick. We've walked in, taken the mid Phoenix, and Coast is just losing a 1v1 to Baskin.
Ox knock up, Jingu Bang does a lot of damage. Coast is gonna make up for it. But you gotta be careful now. Cyclone over on right wants LASBRA, but will opt instead for a Phoenix. Opens up the base a little further. Dardez plucks back the Aegis, buys so much room, and walls from Mike make sure everyone's closed out to keep his mid laner alive, but a lot of utility from the Dragons ripped from the board.
No Aegis, no Lightning Storm, no River's Rebuke, LASBRA, no ultimate. I think that Styx Ferrymen could just keep up their siege. Fire Giant power play, it doesn't really matter how much more time there's on it, because really there's not anything on the other side that can slow them down. I'm keeping my eyes on Baskin. That blink has been so important on connecting on the priority targets. Uses it just earlier to push out Coast, but now with the rest of his team in his back, I think Baskin just walk in.
Has his ult still, no pressure towards the Wukong. So he's gonna feel confident making a loop like this. Walking through mid Phoenix with Cyno. So you've got wiggle room for pressure. Left side Phoenix seems to be the only target because walking to the Titan room right now would be too difficult. Cyclone walks in, just a few more autos, one more, and that Phoenix goes down, but you've got to re-engage. Now the Lightning Storm. Paul is low, but still the distance is just too much. The Dragons can't close it, can't get him. But Mifflin, finally, they mount a defense and save the bird.
It's a really good Riptide there from PBM. Paul, of course, always wary of it. Perfect awareness, realizes, well, I'll just beads it, walks through, and there has not been any threat from the Jade Dragons. I think that's one of the first times I've really seen Paul have to use his beads. Initiation has been lacking. The ability of the Jade Dragons to facilitate their backline and find consistent damage just has not been there. And I think it's because it's all Mike right now. Nika's really struggling to walk through the damage that is CycloneSpin. Now with the 6-slot Spectral Armor, should help out a little bit. Cyclone going so deep into that crit tree, gonna have a little bit more difficulty applying that damage, but with Elixir of Power, I think maybe that just go ahead and equalizes the Spectral diff. I really gotta think, and it comes down to the relic selection. Had Nika gone Blink, you could jump onto Paul, prevent him from diving on his own. You could jump onto Cyno, stop him from lining up against LASBRA. Instead, it's this Belt of Frenzy. It feels like to me the Jade Dragons were playing a little bit too far ahead of their own game, thinking about objectives and the like.
If they will give us a moment, maybe Baskin will not. He looks for damage. Again, zoning. This is around the EFG. Baskin's alone. Can be very dangerous for a Sun Wukong. We're talking 20,000 gold, more than 20,000 gold. It's separating these teams right now. The Ferrymen are by and large ahead, but you're level 20 all across the board. You're missing some relics for, what, 20 seconds, 50 seconds on the other side. Dragons have to be careful where they step. They can get that lockdown that they've been looking for. That's the crucial key. And again, a lot of pressure on Dardez, but this is what the Ferrymen have been doing with it. Cyclone is the one who just starts up the FG. Nika will spot it, but can he do anything about it? At least stops the Ferryman from doing it for now, but might be collapsing in to his own demise. Surrounded by Ferrymen. No big fights breaking through. Fire Giant started by the Styx.
Fire Giant's going to be reset once more. All the Ferrymen have to do are keep the Jade Dragons here. If they're around the Fire Giant pit, these mini waves are going to continue to push, and VaporishCoast doesn't want the 1v1 with Paul. Try to head back to base.
He's taking a lot of damage there, and you have to be careful. Up into the sky, and he gets out. Now LASBRA comes in, tries to play Protector, and will do just enough. Baskin as well, forced into his ult to fall back, but now the Dragons stretched out and thin. Luckily, it's Coast who goes back. Passive gets him back into the engagement. Should get him back in the fight. Meanwhile, CycloneSpin's been doing the same thing he's been trying to do the last 3 minutes. DPS check on the Fire Giant. By himself, not a lot, but his team could help. Baskin, everybody else has to fall away as they aren't able to find those openings. Now Phoenix is respawning for the Dragons. Defenses are starting to look good.
It's looking a lot better here. Got to deal with maybe 1 or 2 more enhanced waves on the right-hand side. Otherwise, the Jade Dragons have equalized the map state. Styx Ferrymen playing real slow around that Fire Giant. Again, concerned about the steal potential from Dardez or even VaporishCoast throwing out a stray auto attack. And so weren't quite able to secure the objective for themselves. Instead, it's been this slow back and forth bait battle where the Styx Ferrymen even there chase all the way to Phoenix line. It was Paul trying to isolate VaporishCoast. Comes up empty-handed. But I'm looking at the relics, and nothing's expended on either side. It's been low committal engagements. Styx Ferrymen, they're going to hold on to those blinks. It feels like blink might just be one of the most important things on map.
Could be everything you need right here. Nika takes a lot of damage. Baskin goes in. Nika's still alive. The shielding. Oh my God, the shielding does what you need. And Nika walks out. He has to go back to base. Mifflin, now we're starting to talk about a different conversation. Yes, you've got pressure around the Fire Giant. You've knocked out Nika. He could teleport in at any given time, but the Titans going around left. Mike knocked up Dardez, in trouble. Baskin's looking for him, but doesn't have the damage necessary. Instead, it's Paul who's in danger. Paul, who's finally shut down LASBRA, trades his life out to make sure the set can't keep going.
Man, the shielding from PBM has just been perfect. Shell on top of second ability from Yemoja plus healing just keeps everybody right above that kill threshold. Dardez had put Baskin on him, and maybe the first time in this game, Baskin didn't have enough damage in the tank to do it all on his own. And so the Jade Dragons went out cleanly there. 45 seconds until Paul's back up, does trade out LASBRA. But I don't think LASBRA is so significant that the Jade Dragons can at least look towards some of these objectives. VaporishCoast positioning indicates exactly where the mental's at. It's to deal with these Titans. I don't think maybe you could have at least looked towards that primal, give yourself a little bit of an advantage towards fire.
I'm surprised not to see Coast over here, but to see Nika over here. 70 seconds left on the teleport. I guess maybe showcases neither of these squads looking at this Fire Giant anytime soon. 44 minutes in. The Dragons' tenacity is what is holding on right now more than anything. They've got their Phoenixes back up in mid, back in right. And Mifflin, while it is still not the most favorable map state in the world, you're talking 60+ second death timers for everybody on board. We're entering that conversation with our enhanced Fire Giant on either side with a good fight is the game.
Surely Cyno would benefit from upgrading his relics at some point. I believe the second elixir of power we've seen from Cyno.
Your team.
Just get the fire blink,
I'm surprised with this.
Get some true damage.
23,000 more gold. Still a little bit over there.
Yeah, I'm seeing true 6 slot on all the Jade Dragons, all their relics fully upgraded or approaching it. Still waiting on Coast to finish out his, but a little bit more CDR, a little true damage on the blink. All of a sudden that dive gets a little bit better. That's something Cyno considering going forward. As Baskin, don't be fooled. He's Sun Wukong. You're not taking him out.
Now Cyclone's in an interesting spot. He goes left. First off, minion wave's gonna be there, and he's gonna just knock it out, give them a little bit of pressure. He has his ult, his dash. He's going to be just fine in terms of disengage. Watch LASBRA's path. He really does want to catch this Chernobog out. Blink forward, goes for the ult, tries to knock him down. Half health, force him to fall back, but Coast is the one who's been taking the damage in the meantime. Walls up from Mike and ult out from Coast. Make sure the Dragons stay alive and stay safe.
They just keep brushing against each other, these teams, and it's this disengage where Dardez can drop Lightning Storm and separate an entire avenue in the jungle or an entire lane, and the Styx Ferrymen say, well, we're not going to walk through that, and the Jade Dragons allowed to run, or maybe it's the Styx Ferrymen having Baskin do the same, but it's all about positioning and vying and jockeying for the ability to pull that Fire Giant or even the Pyromancer. Even then, even with sending individuals back to base, there's so much damage this late in Smite that 4v5, you could still prevent a fire from going down.
We always joke about this, but we are quite legitimate at the time where you know, even the first 40 minutes, right? Like, does not mean anything. But the last 3 minutes does not make as huge a difference. It's the next fight, the next big thing. Pyromancer could be a good addition for the Ferrymen. But the confidence seems to have waned a little bit, right? They were stepping up at least to those neutral objectives, controlling it, holding on to it, finding every little step they needed to at least find an advantage. Another Runic Bomb could open up a siege again. Right now, it feels like their damage check and their, again, confidence up against the Dragons in terms of just walking up and taking it has waned pretty significantly.
Yeah, I think the tipping point there is that Baskin has to respect damage output now. There was a good long while where there was just 3 ultimates dumped on him in every single team fight, and it was, well, I don't even need to use my ultimate. Now, it's okay, well, I gotta get up in the air, I need to resustain, and that's made it a little bit more difficult for the Styx Ferrymen to control the same level of space. So I think sending CycloneSpin over towards the left-hand side, just to open up the map a little bit, threaten that global, threaten the Phoenix, is going to be a really good way for the Ferrymen to at least throw the Jade Dragons off pace. The Dragons have just been answering this defense on Fire Giant every single time. Now, if LASBRA has to hover on the left, there's less threat on those tanks, allows Aror or Baskin to play a little bit more aggressively, or getting rid of VaporishCoast does the exact same thing. Seems like both tank shredders, the Jade Dragons, are also the dedicated defenders if we see CycloneSpin split push.
I wonder if when the desk said that they were preparing for late game, they'd expected this late of a game for the Jade Dragons. Gotta be careful. I mean, even solo laners, little bit of poke right then and there, but a mage, more specifically Coast or Cyclone behind you, and suddenly maybe talking about a kill. A little bit of poke up on the front line. Aror takes a lot. Fire Giant's low, and the Ferrymen get it on to 5. But again, now they are the ones who have to get out. Mike with the walls, locks some down, but they just walk right out of them. Baskin up on the somersault cloud, make sure he is safe. And with the rest of the Ferrymen now moving forward, they're trying to find their surge in mid. Cyno looked for the CC. Baskin looking for the poke. But they're really corralling the Dragons back into their cage, back into the base, but it's LASBRA. Instead, he turns around, he blinks forward, he wants the damage. It's a little bit of a toss and turn, a tug of war in mid. And the Dragons, with that lightning storm, create a little bit of space. They try to get out Myth, but it's Paul, again, surging forward. It's the Ferrymen surging forward, looking for an objective.
The relic usage there from both sides, just perfect. But the Jade Dragons forced so far back, not able to defend the mid Phoenix. The Styx Ferrymen break the base once more. EFG on 5 stacked on right. So many resources gone. Styx Ferrymen continue their siege. Answer seems to be no. Time to head back to base, spend up some of that gold. I'm still watching those relics. Wouldn't exactly help Cyno now. Those cooldowns still pretty long. Instead, maybe even looking for a second elixir there. Elixir of defense for Baskin, gonna help out a good bit. Even Paul likely to pick up a little bit more protections with an elixir of defense himself, allowing him to continue that dive. And Paul has just been doing it in every single team fight. Teleport forward, skewer, I'm hitting 3, big poke, fall back, rinse, repeat, and it's going through these relics from the Jade Dragons slowly. First one, the slow gets the beads off Dardez. Second one, have to Aegis it or Dardez dies. And it just made it so difficult for the Jade Dragons, even when it seems like they're willing to take the engagement, to all-in initiate. It's always this worrying sensation in the back of their mind. Is Paul in the jungle? Is he right around the corner? Is he gonna jump on a Dardez in the back? Where is Baskin? The Styx Ferrymen, they've been the ones asking the questions this entire time. We haven't seen the proactive Jade Dragon for what feels like 30 minutes now.
Now, honestly, it might be a genuine 30 minutes. I want to ask, I mean, we've seen this defense a couple of times, mid-Phoenix being down. Creates a little bit of a thorn in the side for the Dragons. As far as base is concerned, I'm going to be honest, I'm floored that we're 50 minutes in and that left side tier 1 for the Ferrymen is still hanging on to its life. They have still not lost a single tower. But now, Mifflin, it's not about their defense, their base, it's about the Dragons and their defense. Dardez with ult, how much can they hold on to here?
I mean, the Jade Dragons will likely full in commit on the left side, is what I would say had the Phoenix not just been completely removed. Aror walks up, Coast, no defense. CycloneSpin peppers in 5 auto attacks, it's gone. Paul's doing the same on right.
He has a little bit of damage. Again, have to play carefully.
In the Titan room, that's where they're gonna play?
I mean, we've seen it. This has, honestly, some really big flashbacks to actually a Bolts Dragons game last year. Unfortunately for the Dragons, they're in the reverse position they were at that moment. Defense, all 3 Phoenixes are gone, so if you're gonna mount something, it's gotta be before the Titan goes down. And Mifflin, we've seen how quickly this damage is being dealt. With Fire Giant wearing off soon, can the Ferrymen still go for it?
I'm not so sure. They don't have a standard mage. It's not easy for them to just walk into the Titan room and say, well, we're gonna DPS race you. It takes a little bit of time for Cyno to channel his abilities. Paul needs to apply some of those auto attacks. The space control, AoE persistent damage from the Styx Ferrymen, essentially non-existent. The Jade Dragons, they've got a really good look at a defense here.
Pluck onto Nika from Aror, tries to open this fight up, but again, the defense right now, it's under the Titan, and that's where the Dragons are gonna force the Ferrymen to play. Not a step further if they can refuse it. Fire minions pouring down left, coming down mid, and coming down right. With Fire Giant just a few seconds from disappearing, the Ferrymen take their steps away. The Dragons have held on to at least the Titan's life, but Mifflin, they're hanging by a thread.
I think the Jade Dragons now realizing that it's going to be incredibly difficult for the Ferrymen to walk into the throne room. I might be willing as a Dragon to just let Fire Giant go down to ensure that my Titan takes no damage to minions. If it drops to 90, 80, 70%, it just makes it that much easier for the Ferrymen to play that decision, to all in and say, okay, well, now we can actually knock down the Titan.
Yeah.
Who needs Fire Giant? If the Jade Dragons win out on a team fight now, go straight through mid, no EFG required. This late in the game, respawn timer is so ridiculously long. I think playing a defense win might just be the best case for the Jade Dragons.
Mid Phoenix, it's back up for the Dragons. So one more wave of fire minions is splashing in mid right now is all they're gonna have to deal with to keep that one alive. And maybe a pesky rotation from Paul or Cyclone. You got to keep your eyes on them. Ward coverage is going to be important. I see a deep Ferryman ward right outside the base. Fire Giant, you had called for this. Ferryman, step up, and there is no opposition on the board. They're not going to risk it. 53 minutes. This is just game 1 of a best of 5. But Mifflin, you can tell the weight on the shoulders of these players. Maybe a little lighter on the Ferryman as they get that enhanced Fire Giant. They're going to have it on all 5, step up to the base, try to keep the Dragons locked down.
All you got to do is get CycloneSpin in for 2 auto attacks, it seems like, and that Phoenix will get knocked down. I haven't seen a hard defense for the Jade Dragons on Berg just yet. That Titan seems to be the last bastion of safety that they've got. This positioning from Dardez is actually concerning me a bit so far forward. It seems like Aror might be able to punish him for it. Cyclone, no auto this time, PBM threatening with that Riptide. The Jade Dragons, all they have to do is continue to buy time.
Right now, time. Well, it's bought, at least for the Titan, right? Not for the Phoenix. Mid goes down one more time. Right side,
it?
fire minions in danger, and as long as the Titan's alive, the team's still kicking. That's what the Dragons are holding on to. Minions in mid. And normally, Mifflin, I'd ask you, like, are the minions the opener? That's usually where we see these teams step in. That's where they go into the Titan room, but it feels like the minions haven't been enough. Instead, now you have Paul off to the side, maybe looking for an opening to try and find Coast, maybe looking for an opening to find a kill, but they just don't have the confidence.
There's not enough damage, not enough burst damage. No, if they had a Zeus, if the Zeus was on the side of Styx Ferrymen, walk in, chain lightning the Titan, drop lightning storm, and it's GG. But instead it's just Skewer, which has been great in PvP, but also going for the Sundering Axe that doesn't exactly apply to the Titan. So the Styx Ferrymen, this might just be a stalemate for the next few minutes. Even then, Aror walks in for half a second and loses half his HP.
Slowly marching past the 55-minute mark, maybe towards the longest game this year if they keep it up. Dragons holding on to that thread with the strongest grip as they can. Cyno's half health, it feels like that limits a little bit of the engage. LASBRA comes out of the base on left. He's looking to loop around the Dragons. Might be finally getting proactive. Cyno is the target for LASBRA, but he gets caught out by 3. Cyno saved, Baskin alone. We draw a line in the sand one more time. Ferrymen on one side, Dragons on the other, and they stare each other down.
Can't even knock down PBM. Maybe you could try and run that one back. If all members of the Styx Ferrymen are there, PBM doesn't survive, pluck a death sentence, no CC immunity available to him. Otherwise, we get to see another nice interaction between Cyno and LASBRA. LASBRA sees an opening, goes for the all-in engage on a Cyno, and he just dashes into him and says, well, we've done this before, buddy. We've got 55, 56 minutes of experience doing exactly this. Can't quite secure that kill. Once more, the Jade Dragons repel the Styx Ferrymen away from the base. The opening has to be a kill here, I think, for the Ferrymen. And I know it's not pretty, but legitimately, I just don't think they can walk in and just kill the Titan. It's not that they're scared. It's not that they're playing nervous. It's that they don't have the damage to do it. Not when the Titan is this healthy. Not when the Jade Dragons are legitimately turtle formationed around it. These guys have made a defensive wall around their Titan. The Styx Ferrymen, they can't just walk through them.
Baskin can fly through him, tries to knock up, gonna be good, they're going in. They want to try and make it happen here, and now the Titan taking its damage, but it's gonna be a massive skirmish, and LASBRA, it's the Dragons right now who are coming up big, but they're not able to do it. They find 3, but they lose the game. 56 minutes in, and the Ferrymen finally close it out.
It was so close there. Baskin actually transforming through that back line, distracting one member of the Jade Dragons, all the opening they needed. Everyone blinks in, all the damage at the same time. That is a ridiculous call to make. If one more person dies, you don't have the damage to finish it, the Jade Dragons run down mid and win the game.
Again, remark the length the Dragons held on to that game. I think impressive, given the gold lead, the experience lead early on. But Mifflin, even just a hair difference at the end. I was going to ask if they needed to go for a 1-for-1, and if that could open things up. They go 3 for what, 2? 3 for 1? And it's just enough to get the Titan down.
That might have been 3 for 0. I didn't see any Jade Dragons die. The only thing that dies is the Titan. And wasn't that guy in the crowd said yesterday, kill the Titan, win the game?
Yeah.
It works. Styx Ferrymen do exactly that. Control throughout the early really dictates the pace of this one. I feel like if the Jade Dragons were allowed any time to start sieging themselves, we never had a single opportunity to look at a Styx Ferrymen defense. Their composition was not built for it. They played around it, never gave the Jade Dragons a single chance to approach a tower. All 6 still standing.
Normally there's a point where we get later in a set and we talk about how exhausting it is to have been playing competitive. Your 56-minute game 1, you still have to, if you're the Ferryman, at least do 2 more. Based on how the Dragons played, I'm gonna go ahead and guess probably a little bit more than that. It's gonna be a lengthy set and a competitive one at that. We'll have to see how the rest of it shakes out right after this break.
I don't think we did the best, but I think game 2 was really clean. But game 1, we were in a losing position for pretty much the whole game, except for the very end. I kind of chalked that up to just a sort of a warm-up game at Worlds.
That's it. That's it. The Jade Dragons just have enough to be able to get in there. It seems some minions were just enough to hold.
We thought it would be easier than that. It was actually a really hard set, but we knew like if every game we would reach late game, we would just win because I think we were just a better team late game than them. And that's what we did, and we just came out on top.
Individually, I don't think I played that well. I lost lane both games. I mean, he did have a good matchup, but yeah, I didn't do that well in lane, and then could have played some team fights better. I think we all I think Paul played pretty much like how he plays, but outside of that, I don't think we all played as well as we could have, which is an encouraging sign because game 2 was pretty dominant, and we 2 had the set. So I think once we all start playing like to our potential, we're gonna have some good games.
Kind of like the start of game 1 was expected. I think the draw was like not the best 2v2. I think just a few individual mistakes in game 1 made it get messy, I think especially for me. We had Dardez on Mori, so that guy doesn't really lose on Mori when you get late game, he kind of just takes control, so that game was always in control. And in game 2, I called the end, and then I don't know what happened at the end, but I mean, hey, we ended, so I mean, it's a great call, I guess.
We're most likely going to be facing Dragons just because historically, I don't think they've lost to Ravens this whole year. During the beginning of the year, I think the Ravens and the Dragons both beat us once or twice, I think, but I don't think they've won a set versus us in quite a while. So I think we match up pretty well versus both of them.
Against Ferrymen, I mean, everyone knows the late game team, like they don't really like play proactive early game, mid game. We can probably like abuse them a bit early game because we're a better team than them, like at pressuring them. But we need to make sure that we match their comp late game for sure. Like if they have a secure mage, we need to do that. We just need to like match their comp late game, and we're gonna be fine.
Generally, both those teams play through their junglers. LASBRA, he's a momentum-based player in my opinion, and if he's rolling, then their Dragons have the ability to be one of the most dominant, like stompy teams in the league.
They're kind of similar to the Ravens, but they're just better, like I think there's better players and there's better as a team. So the games will be kind of slow, and like it'll be on us to kind of dictate the pace early, because they're really comfortable and confident when they get this late game, they'll beat anyone. So I think we've got to just try and build a lead and just focus on our late game, because it got a bit messy today. And if we can do that, then I think we can easily beat them.
A couple of people were saying that the first set is actually the hardest, and we got through it. Yeah, I think we're pretty optimistic about our future sets.
no coupe, way less. My coupe the best.
Whenever you lose a SMITE game, there's always a few excuses you're allowed to use, right? It's your mouse, your keyboard. The other person just has a better mouse, a better keyboard, better monitor, those sorts of things. Don't worry though. SteelSeries has you covered in the mouse and keyboard department with the new SteelSeries Apex 9 keyboard. No more excuses. You're gonna be beating everyone on SMITE. Guaranteed. That's the Dolson guarantee right there. Thanks to SteelSeries for being with us here at Season 10 SMITE World Championships live in Arlington. And fair warning to the fans out there, it's almost 2 p.m. Central Time here, fellas. We need to slow down on the Ardio golden honey bears that they're selling at the drink stands, because we might be in, Trelly, for another long day. We are 1 game into our first best of 5 semifinals.
And it's interesting because usually I say something along the lines of when the game goes 40+ minutes, the other game didn't matter, but I mean, the Ferrymen just kind of dominated.
They did, and we'll get a look at exactly how we got there in the SteelSeries Moments of Glory from game number 1 between the Ferrymen and the Jade Dragons. And Hazer, there are a lot of them in just about an hour-long game.
Yeah, not all that many kills, but a lot of dominant gameplay by the Ferrymen. They did this thing again. They did this with their comp previously. They have their side lanes rotate into the mid fights early on and dominate through that. And then from there, it just felt like they had control, and they were so much more composed than the Jade Dragons. Maybe even too composed. We did go to nearly an hour with them dominating for that long, but they do not want to be rushed. Paul on this set, an absolute monster. I would be really surprised if we get to see him getting that in the bottom 2 picks once again.
Inbound, what do you think takes the Ferrymen so long, unless you have another point you want to go into?
Well, I mean, just piggyback off that a little bit, the Maman also. I think Cyno's now proven that you can't really give him this either, and especially with this dive comp the Ferrymen keep crafting. Something's got to change in this bottom 2. Set's a good start. Maybe something with this Chernobog also for the global potential. There's a few things that I think the Ferrymen just do too well that I think need to be taken away by the Dragons.
Charlie, maybe I'll levy that question to you then. It does take just under an hour to finally get it done. Did it feel like the Ferrymen maybe just a bit cautious on the final Titan siege?
I mean, they were definitely cautious, but if you look towards what Dardez was building, he went quite tanky, right? He had that Mantle of Discord, so he went off from the Soul Reaver. If you look around, it just seemed like if they had more damage, maybe they could have fought back, but on the same side, Cyno went Mantle of Discord and got that breastplate. So they didn't love their all into the Titan defense either. So while the Jade Dragons had a very solid defense, the Styx Ferrymen, they're all in. They were not confident about it. They came back and forth with that Titan so many different times just to be repelled. And my point is, if you have to do all of that just to survive on the Zeus, maybe another pick was the option. Like, it's just the positioning. You have to stay so far back. You have to lack so much DPS. And wasn't a big fan. All three of us, Hazer, Inbound, and myself, we're all talking about VaporishCoast, who does much more damage than CycloneSpin, but Cyclone's job really wasn't to get off lots of DPS. It was to solo Enhance Fire Giant, and he did that a few times.
Hazer?
Exactly. It felt like, I don't know, Coast was doing damage with the oboe, he was doing some damage, but it felt like because he didn't go down that crit path, there was no answer to either the Chernobog going off on his own or the set going off on his own. If you go that crit build, Jingwei has the solo opportunity. She can go for the 1v1, but with that build, he went down the Silver Branch Kim's route. No Executioner as well, by the way, so they've got 2 auto attackers and no Executioner, which makes objectives more difficult. They did 1 FG, they weren't able to close it out from there. I really would like to see a shift up from Coast. If he's playing into double, triple dive, I would like to see him go crit so that he can blow people up if they get in too deep.
And to piggyback off of both of these points, with that no Reaver, with the no crit, there was no way to kill the front line. Nika didn't die. Aror died twice and it was more in the early game. There was no threat really at any point. And the reason that game goes 60 is because the Jade Dragons kept just saying, take it, sure, we don't care, we'll go later. Take fire, take EFG, Phoenixes. We don't care, we'll take 3 Phoenixes down. Do you have those suspenders for him, Dolson?
Is he the guy that caught him last year?
Yeah, you got him last year.
Oh, that's greedy.
Yeah, that is a little greedy. I can't guarantee suspenders to anyone. May the best fan win, I guess.
So you will be throwing them again.
There will be a suspender toss at some point here this weekend. Don't know the time or the place, but we can keep our eyes peeled for that. Game 1, it's an hour-long game. Inbound as a player. Maybe speak to me about the mindset of either side of those teams. You win in an hour-long game, you lose in an hour-long game. What's the mental going into game 2?
I think you're a bit drained kind of no matter what. A 60-minute game is nothing to scoff at, especially when you kind of feel like you're pressured or having to like respond a bunch of times. I think that's like the bright side is there wasn't a ton of questions being asked by the Ferrymen. It was just a lot of, we're gonna do this. Sure, Dragons say you can kind of give it up, but especially when you lose like a 60-minute, it's a little bit tougher, and these next few minutes before you get into that second game are very crucial. It's up to the coach, the leaders of the team to kind of calm everyone down, decide what you want to do with P's and B's, because what happened in game 1 can't change anything with it. Going to game 2, that's when it can really start. You can change how you want to play, you can change what you want to pick, and that's kind of the crucial part of it.
And Trelly, what is the most important game in a best of 5?
Oh, the one we're looking at right now, Dave.
That's
That'd be game number 2. No matter what the caster on this set, the second one, of course, not Gore, the other one might tell you, game 2, most important.
Well, I mean, it's because the Ferrymen either go to set point, Grand Finals birth point, or the Jade Dragons guarantee us a game 4, depending on the outcome of this one. The Jade Dragons fans have been here.
Is that better?
And they've been supporting their squad all weekend long. They're hoping this one goes 4 at least. That'd be a win here for the Jade Dragons. Fans rolling through quickly. Sorry, Athena fans. Still banned out by the Jade Dragons. Hazer, anything jump out at you here in the first 6?
We're gonna have to see CycloneSpin play something else. Chernobog finally off the table. He's run it in all 3 of the games we've seen him play so far. 3 wins on that Sobek Bog duo lane. And now we've got the Sobek one more time, but this time the Bog is denied, and there it is. Wukong, another god that it's the only one we've seen out of Baskin, gets denied, and Mike goes to the Afro.
And I love that the Dragons are forcing the Ferrymen off of these comfort picks in the top 3. You can deal with the set, the Maman, later. There's no prio towards it really for the Ferrymen. I really like the Wukong being taken away. I've not been too happy with Wukong outside of Baskin, so I want to see it kind of proved a little bit. But with how much space Baskin's been granting, the engage, the time-wasting potential, I think you at least have to start with taking it away, seeing what you can do with it with yourself, and make Baskin play something else.
Styx Ferrymen, remember, gave Paul the set later on in the draft. My pants are too tight, so I can't be doing a sock reveal. I don't know about the other folks up here. I'll let you opt into a sock reveal. Hazer, are you ready for it?
I could get them.
All right, I mean, we're fresh out of a 60-minute game. We're doing another sock reveal for Hazer here. What is it today?
We got some Twitch. Any primers? Any primers? Oh, that's a long way up.
Goodness. You are flexible, Hazer. Props to you. In a suit as well. That's unbelievable. Good on you, giving the fans what they want. We'll jump back though to picks and bans. Slight derailments expected, but appreciated here at Worlds.
There it is.
Is that a derailment though, Trelly? The Ratatoskr jumping out at us in picks and bans.
Oh, let me be clear. I was there at Ising the Thoth. The Rat, sure,
oh, okay.
great.
Just whatever the Thoth.
Yeah.
I mean, the Rat.
The Rat was a pick that, you know, Bobby and me were speaking about in backstage, and how a lot of these junglers might have lost some faith in it because of that the performance it had in the group stages, but still fantastic early, has good engage, has great disengage if you need to get out of trouble. But yeah, I was more so looking at that Thoth banned away in game number 1. Now, in this case, available, and of course, you gotta take away this Thoth, or at least grab it before that second wave of bans because of the just delete button that he gets once he's level 20, and of course, that range damage that you can have. Picking it into a counter like Daji's a bit rougher, but it was when it was open, right? When Daji is open, it's a little bit risky, but we've seen it first picked a few times.
And I think that the spot that the Ferrymen were in there, they have to pick the Thoth here, because if they don't, it's just going to be the third pick by the Dragons, and then you're going to have to deal with this Thoth with very little counterplay. I prefer getting the Thoth. Yes, you have to deal with this Daji, as you said, very hard matchup. But we've seen Shinto play into this matchup and dominate with it. We've seen other mid laners able to play this matchup. It's not unwinnable for the Thoth. It's just a little bit more important how you're to position. So a little bit of maybe more defensive style by Paul here.
Unlikely.
Nope.
Very unlikely.
Yeah.
Which is unlucky because I love that character. It feels like the Ferrymen really like this global, semi-global prioritization, whether it's the Chernobog, and I maybe fill a bit of that gap with the Ratatoskr. Zeus worthy enough of a ban, though, by the Styx Ferrymen, Hazer. Therefore, the Jade Dragons mid laner Dardez will have to play something different.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting they choose to get rid of it this time when they have the Thoth and the Rat to kind of get to it, right? They have so much range and so much ability to get to the backline this game, but apparently that the struggles they had ending the last game, they do not want to go up against that again. Zeus's AoE control around Phoenix's, around the Titan, so much AoE damage stops you filtering into the Titan room.
I want the Dragons to lock in this Hachi here. I don't care. Pick the Hachi, pair it with this Aphrodite, dominate lane with Coast. I don't want to see Coast back on this Jing Wei. He played fine on it, but why not go towards your comfort if you're the Dragons? Aphrodite is Mike's calling card. This is the character that he really does do well with, and the character that speaks to me next after that on her is this Hachiman.
Inbounds on it. Another. That one maybe more of a layup than the Zeus was, but I'm still giving it to you. So the Hachiman maybe gives some comfort over in dual lane to the Jade Dragons here, Trelly. We're still needing an ADC for the Styx Ferrymen. Xbalanque banned away, Hachiman picked. Any obvious choices on her also gone for CycloneSpin?
It's been a minute since we've had to see Cyclone play something different, but you know the Isa is something that he's went to before.
No,
that is not.
That's troll. There's no way.
That is not something that I would have expected to see. And it will be switched
That's
up.
better. Much better. Much better.
I was going with the early pressure, and there are two gods that jump to mind. Ishtar is another one. That is those cone auto attacks. It's going to make sure you can follow up off the pluck, of course, but you just want to be able to pull those buffs and deal with the Hachiman. Like Inbound said, Afro Hachi can certainly run a lane if given the opportunity. Sometimes you got to
That's crazy.
There it is, Dardez Maman. That's going to be a Maman mid. The first time we've seen this in a number of months. Dardez was the one who kind of made it look good initially. He was crushing it on this character as soon as she was available in the SPL. How do you think it's going to do, Bobby?
I love the Maman, don't get me wrong. Dardez has played great on it. But there is a little bit of that risk into a Thoth, the god that has so much range. It's very hard to get onto him, but there is a lot of beads and Aegis pull potential. It's like their comps have kind of flipped. We had a dive comp for the Ferrymen last game. This game should be a little bit more dive oriented for the Dragons. But I think the Ferrymen can kind of deal with the dive a little bit easier this game than last game the Dragons could.
I'm a Mon mid hater, and I will, yeah. Leave her in jungle, right? The jungle, she's very good at clearing 3 minions, clearing 6, and you know, that's just, it's not as good. The clear stinks, you don't want to step up, you're gonna be in range of Thoth every single time. It's hard to play early on. Late game, doesn't matter. You just have a Mon late game, and that's fantastic, but you should be getting bullied out. However, her early game, she can come out swinging. When we did see Shinto go towards it, when we did see Dardez go to it, what was that first relic they went? Blink, right? It wasn't to sit back. It is to get aggressive, and Thoth, he doesn't appreciate you closing gap on him.
I feel like it's still worth taking a peek at this Maman mid, but Troy, you're talking about punishing it early. Hazer, do the Ferrymen have the ability to punish this Maman mid early in the game?
Well, they've got Rat, very, very strong early game jungler, very capable at diving. The one saving grace, I would say, for the Maman mid is as soon as PBM can get over, I think he's going to rotate out of dual lane early and link up with this Maman and just keep her safe, keep her able to play aggressive even, and feed the hot hand. And speaking of the hot hand, I actually caught Coast backstage just before we came into this game, and he told me he's picking up a solo kill on CycloneSpin this game. I think that's why he went towards the Hachi.
I was going to say, he had no chance right on a Jing Wei in game number 1. In inbound, something you keyed in on during picks and bans was that Hachiman pick. You wanted to see it. It was answered by an Ishtar later on. What's the dynamic in your mind of this duo lane now that you get the full picture?
I mean, it should just be a little bit of clear advantage for the Ishtar. Shouldn't be too much here. Maybe some kill potential for Coast and Mike, but outside of that, it's a little bit of a 50-50 unless junglers come over. But I really like the Ishtar for just being able to AFK that lane, clear away. And if you get to that late game, you go to those objectives. Amaterasu, we've seen a lot of Frenzy. We've seen that Ishtar with Frenzy.
I saw the second sign and I knew it.
The bait,
Can't keep getting away with it.
The bait and switch, it's too powerful.
Every single time. Charlie, what else are you keyed in on here in this matchup? Again, an hour-long game in game number 1. Game 2 always the most important anyway, but for the Jade Dragons here, you lose an hour-long game 1. I mean, as far as mental and momentum, gonna be important. We'll see what happens in game number 2 as we go to our casters to kick off the action.
Thanks so much, everyone up there on the desk. It's Gordon Myth. And of course, in just a few seconds, it's going to be Doug who gives us the view into game 2, Mifflin, and one that has, I think, again, a lot of weight behind it. 56 minutes for game 1 puts you into an already maybe a little tired state as a player. You've got to be hyper-focused. But one that I'm interested in, I'm going to ask something really challenging of you, which is about an hour ago, Aror on this Sobek up against Coast on the Jing was playing very aggressive to the point where they were just shy of getting a first blood. Is that where you expect to see some pressure? Are you looking at this Maman for Dardez? Where is some of the action going to start?
It's hard to say, right? Because there still is the same level of safety in the dual lane for the Jade Dragons. Well, maybe not the same level. You can't just ignore a pluck, but you do have an Aphrodite who at level 5 will help you ignore a pluck. Otherwise, it's sustain, it's a lot of stuns, a lot of ability to just trade out HP throughout the early game, and then Hachiman, once he hits 5, also very, very safe. If I'm the Styx Ferrymen, I think if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Take it late. Play around your just immaculate late game team fight. Maybe play around what the Des was talking about a bit, which is the range advantage that Thoth has over the Maman Brigitte. I could see that being the strategy here for the Ferrymen. Otherwise, I mean, global presence out of the jungle means you can get pressure literally everywhere. I know we like to have a lot of fun. You know, where can you go as Thor? Where can you go as Rat? Literally wherever your ultimate takes you.
Yeah, where do you want to be? You got it. I actually do want to ask about this Rat a little bit, because it feels like he's in the best position. We always talk about Aphrodite, and I think I'm stealing this from you months ago. Sub-level 5, that's when you want to just absolutely ruin every opportunity that she could have to find success. And it feels like Rat, you know, maybe level 2, but level 3 for sure, is the kind of guy who can go over there and cause some trouble. Maybe his gank isn't as strong as it is once he actually has ult, but it does feel like Cyno could be an important factor for exactly shutting down Mike.
I agree. I mean, Cyno can shut down literally anyone on map. I would almost prefer to see Cyno, though, keep pressure towards mid. The only thing that I could see being maybe a point of contention for the Rat versus Maman matchup is that if you go into the Flurry Strike, if it takes you a little while to channel up some of these abilities, the dash into you and just I'll hang out is essentially an Aegis. Could make things a little bit more difficult.
Paul, by the way, switching from in-your-face to artillery, like essentially the opposite in distance overall. It's going to be interesting to me, and I'm curious for your thoughts on it, this dynamic, especially because we saw the Maman, and while Trelly said that he's a Maman mid-hater, Dardez is the one that made it look good. Granted, a lot of those times it was 28 minutes into the game that it really started to look good. But it feels like, you know, they've shifted the dynamic. I think Hazer and Inbound had mentioned with the double assassin style for the Dragons. Is Paul in a lot of danger? I mean, Evade and Punish gets you pretty far out of there, but it does feel like LASBRA's giving him some special attention.
He is in significantly less damage, or excuse me, danger.
Yeah, he's got the damage.
Dardez. He's got plenty of the damage. He's less danger than Dardez was previously, but not having CC Immunity Kit is going to be pretty difficult to deal with the Powwow in particular, as well as Nika, the dive potential there, but I'm seeing a world where Nika wants to blink on Paul and he gets hit by Hieroglyphic Assault like 4 times, and then all of a sudden he's at 70%. He's thinking, well, I can't blink anymore, I better back up. Cooldowns are low, Paul does it again. That long-range artillery is just so good at keeping Thoth a self-sufficient backliner. And then all the while, you've got CycloneSpin, a high CC ADC. And generally when we see these hunters and mid laners group up together, it's like every warrior's like, well, that's exactly where I want to be. good luck catching up to the two of them if you're walking through stuns, cripples, knockbacks, roots, everything.
Beads just now used by CycloneSpin. Ult's going to be coming up relatively soon, but could be a small opening to try and take advantage of, especially if you're a Daji and you're looking to get aggressive over on the left. That being said, Dardez, or I should say LASBRA, while he has been playing the Daji, has not been looking towards left at all. And I want to ask, or I guess I should, this is more of a statement than a question, but it feels like we've had a lot of conversation about gods in venue that just feel good. It's like speaker-wise. I think Thoth has to be added to a pretty high list on that. Every single shot is absolutely booming. And Paul, as I can imagine, playing artillery is going to give each one of those impacts a heavy hit behind it.
Yeah, I'm ready to hear the first ultimate from Paul. Rat, of course, on that list. Baskin with the dazzling offensive, also on that list. We haven't seen a whole lot of Amaterasu as a
true.
recent. It's got decent pressure. I had thought, though, considering I'm a really good auto attacker, now we're going to be looking at Death's Embrace.
Cyno, blink forward, stun good on the LASBRA. He's got damage, and he might have the chase down. Does he go for the ult? The answer is going to be no. LASBRA sneaks away with his life, but Cyno showcasing who's going to be controlling the first few minutes.
LASBRA does have a slight level lead, so probably likely he was going back to base either way there. But I agree that Cyno doesn't go for that ultimate. Palau just gets him out of that every time.
Oh wow, Otto's looking really good. Ult thrown out. You need a little more damage. You wait out the ult, but it might be enough. Mike tries to run away, but Aror puts down his podcast mate, his co-host, and takes first blood for the Ferryman.
I love what CycloneSpin does there. Just holds onto the ultimate for max length. Says, PBM, you're going to have to use Undying Love at some point. Aror narrowly avoids the Trickster Spirit there. LASBRA desperate for that cleanup kill. From there, I mean, it's just clean. Mike's got nothing left. VaporishCoast isn't going to dash into peel for you. He would just die in exchange. And so, support first blood in the Styx Ferrymen. Strike first once more. There's the difference. If it's not Jing Wei, I mean, you can knock out Afro.
Cyno. Cooldown buff goes their way. We, last week, were seeing, and I would even maybe say some of yesterday, seeing a ton of cooldown invades around blue buffs. It felt like pressure on the right side of the map was absolutely important. Right now, it feels like secure, especially between these two teams. I mean, this time, last game, we had no idea we were about to go for another 50 full minutes. So maybe there's something about what they're bringing. Dragon's good to hold on.
Auror's a psycho, man. You see that?
Aror doesn't. My favorite thing about Aror, and this is something that I think the Ferrymen help embody well, and it goes back to the way they ended that game. He's really willing to trade his own life and his own safety if it means, hey, I can set CycloneSpin up for even just a little bit. Has a little bit of a pluck there onto Coast. But with an Aphrodite and also the lack of an Ishtar, it's not going to result in too much. But that Sobek is going to be a huge thorn in the side of the Dragons. Every setup, every fight, Auror's going to be there.
I was wondering why Aror was just playing crazy like this. He went Prophetic Cloak in first slot. He doesn't care. He just wants to make contact once and stack up his item. Whereas on the other side, PBM going Gauntlet of Thebes, going to find that value just a little bit earlier on. But at the end of the day, Auror's going to be tankier. Mike doesn't like to go down that path.
LASBRA, aggression onto Aror. He's already low health. Dash should get him out of there. CycloneSpin stays alive. Purple buff. Invade, and it's going to be successfully stolen by the Dragons. A little bit of gold back in their favor, and they force out the Ferryman to play defensive, and that's the kind of pressure this Daji is going to start applying.
Yeah, and pressure on Beads as well. Had he been able to find Palau on a CycloneSpin after that ultimate would have been massive for the Jade Dragons to make it that much easier to rotate back through. I feel very similarly to Daji as I do Hunbots. I want to see that ultimate on cooldown all the time. Burn some beads, make use a little bit later on. If no one's doing it, I mean, you're just holding on to a cooldown.
Oh, no way he lets it fly out. Teases. Meanwhile, maintains L safety right now. Not a lot of pressure. Blink up for Cyno. So LASBRA lacking it for 70 seconds. Where do you start to see some of the pressure breakthrough? Because it feels like we see Rat, relatively early on. We saw what Cyno's damage capability was. But now holding on for a little bit. Beacon's not going to be for a little while. Gold Fury is a conversation for later. Do either of these teams have the ability to get as aggressive as we saw? And who's going to be the one leading the charge?
Soul laners, for the most part, are going to be doing the majority of the front lining here, especially for the Jade Dragons with an Aphrodite on your side. You're really reliant on your warrior to start off the majority of your fights. So that does backload the aggression for the Jade Dragons. Styx Ferrymen, on the other hand, wherever Cyno is, that's where the fight is, right? Ultimate up, land on whoever, and pray that someone's got follow-up. And here's the thing, this is a high artillery damage composition from the Ferrymen.
Ooh, they tried to use it. Oh man, Dardez dodges out the ult. They have some damage follow-up with the shots.
Goodness.
They aren't enough. Dardez barely walking away with his life.
I think that ultimate nearly clips there from Paul, but dash into Cyno, and it's like, well, I'm Aegis. And that's the safety that Maman Brigitte has. It's a little bit more difficult to actually hit pay dirt on some of these rotations. I want to see that continue, though. Even the poke we just saw put into LASBRA was at 160 per tick. That's going to make it miserable to exist as Maman Brigitte. She's never going to be able to match the range that we see from Thoth. She's never going to be able to match the wave clear potential either. What we usually see from Dardez, he's the best Maman Brigitte mid player in the world, is that he'll clear out maybe the melee minions and then rotate over towards the side camp. I'll try and control mids. I'll play the jungler, pseudo secondary jungler. We see him rotate towards side lanes pretty consistently as well. I think the second we see him take the 12, he's going to try his best and not be near Paul.
Roar might be in a good spot to put some pressure on the coast, mostly just trying to confirm their own purple buff. They're going to have it, no problem. Looking towards some of the builds, Mifflin, of course, we're going to have a little bit of variance from what we've seen in the jungle, specifically from Rat. But it also you had mentioned not seeing a lot of Amaterasu, a wide variance from what we've seen from the other warriors and her build so far.
Yeah, Vital Amp first slot, just press one, hit way harder. Seems to be the strategy for Baskin. It is sacrificing a good deal of defense, but haven't seen LASBRA make a rotation over towards the soul lane. Probably won't anytime soon either, as Nika is not really threatening the dazzling offensive out of Ama. Means you're just safe over on that side of the map. Teleport available in about 30 seconds, so you get involved in these team fights. I wonder if it does speak to the strategy we're going to see from the Ferrymen develop, because that is a very high damage item. It's one of the best that you can go for if you want to have actual kill pressure. But there's no clear, easy dive target for Baskin.
Paul, I thought he was going to let loose, see what Cyno was able to do. Blink not up for another 15 seconds on Cyno, but Auror's coming in. The beacon, still 2 minutes out. Could be an early fight, could be some early damage. I don't think they have the full push that they're looking for. Now in the full 3-on-3 around the mid camps. Maybe Cyno's going to be looking for something else. Looping around deep in the Gold Fury pit for now. A lot of, I guess, more indecision, right? You can't tell if he wants to go left, can't tell if he wants to go right. Now both of those options have disappeared. Mifflin, we've gone 10 minutes in, 1 kill for the Ferrymen. That's the small lead they have, about 500, 600 gold hovering in their favor. Maybe a big fight coming up in a minute around the beacon.
It may be, but even then, generally we get an idea of which team is more willing to take that engagement based on rotation from solo. Baskin holds on to his teleport, so would be able to get involved and heads back to base soon. And I didn't even realize how far ahead Baskin is. On an entire level, Nika just ticking to 12, already at 13. Was Baskin before he clears out his own wave? I couldn't tell you exactly where all that experience came from. Must just be those neutral camps on the right-hand side. And an idea if there's going to be any aggression here. Won't be. Baskin heads back to soul lane, so should fizzle from that.
Just went back, got a phalanx. He's going to be just fine going back in the lane. This one is, again, fun to watch. Because when we talk about Amaterasu, and they mentioned it briefly on the desk, and it's a conversation we had a whole lot of last game, but objective shred has to come onto the equation. But this time, while you've got the shred, you've also got the secure. It feels like the Ferrymen have definitely adjusted their draft to try and control the parts of the game the Dragons were looking for last time.
I like what they've done around it. This time, too, the Ferrymen have more opportunity to play around objectives earlier on. Now there is the opportunity to coin toss an objective because it's weighted in favor of you, thanks to Thoth's ultimate. Whereas on the other side, your high damage burst ultimate mage has to get relatively close range, which is feels like an impossible task when there's a Thoth on one side. Or off the mark with that pluck. That would have been tough for Dardez.
It's going to spell some trouble for him as well. 4 of the Dragons circling around, and Aror taking down Dardez. Puts his name on the board. Beacon is what they're looking for. Pow Lao immediately thrown out. Chains on to Baskin. He's going to use the Dazzling Offensive, try to set this up. You've got knockdown coming from Cyno, but great ult from Mike. Make sure that LASBRA can stay alive, but Baskin, he's going in deep. He's going in for the kill, and he's finding exactly what he's fishing for.
Oh, still putting out damage here, Stygian Beacon. grouped on as well by the Ferrymen, but it's tier 1 tower dives. Baskin got too far?
He's just hanging out. Good stun from Cyclone as they rotate in Nika. Oh my god, the damage that has been thrown his way. Paul, no ult, has range, but not enough to knock down the rest of the Dragons. Brings them low, but it's only LASBRA who falls.
You seeing what I'm seeing? I'm seeing a free casting Paul. Why is he allowed to do this? He's been full HP the whole time, putting out immense damage. He's climbing the damage charts. I think like 2,000 from that engagement alone. Nobody from the Jade Dragons even considers looking at him. In a fight that starts off so well, you punish Aror for missing his dash, and from there I thought, okay, easy. Disengage for the Jade Dragons, fall back. We're gonna celebrate our win, little victory lap. We'll talk about builds for the next 5 minutes while we wait for the next fight. Instead, overstay, and all the while it's just Paul shooting a shot.
Safe, protected. Admittedly, had to use his beats, right? So a little bit at least thrown his way.
It was the pal out.
But it's for the pal out, right? So even that is long range shooting back towards him. Has his ult available again. And between LASBRA, Cyno, those ults being able to open up a lot of these conversations. Aror, of course, his positioning, he might have fallen, but to get LASBRA in trade out, huge deal. Pyromancer started up and pretty simply secured by the Dragons. Mifflin keeping this gold lead as small as possible. Ferrymen's have 1 kill on them, but virtually nothing in the bank.
Golden experience dead even. And we haven't seen the true value of the Pyromancer until that Runic Bomb goes down. 1,000 true damage helps out a whole lot on Secure. So if the Jade Dragons play around that Gold Fury soon, I don't even think Paul could match up to the damage of the Runic Bomb just yet. And so I wouldn't mind seeing the Dragons try and throw some weight there. Especially considering you can leverage the fact that VaporishCoast is nursing a 1-level lead over CycloneSpin on the left-hand side. He's been getting a pretty good job of pressuring him out, nearly taking out that tier 1 tower. Send CycloneSpin back to base. All of a sudden that Fury's easy pickings.
The CycloneSpin in danger. Blink from LASBRA, dash from Cyclone, but now you've got the close gap. You've got a little bit of help, but it's going back and forth. Palau use damage is there. CycloneSpin put to the ground. LASBRA with the claws, making sure they're sharp and efficient. Cyno in a little bit of trouble with Paul around and Aror looping in. Baskin even making a rotation with the teleport. The Dragons have to play cautiously, have to play safe, and have to back away.
Baskin can't all-in initiate there, especially spotting out that rotation from Nika, who walked through mid. And so, easy pick for CycloneSpin, or onto rather. But the Jade Dragons can't quite go towards that objective. Good heads-up play from Baskin essentially puts the final nail in that coffin. You're just not going to do it in the face of this Amaterasu. The Dragons showing they can still find some fight. It's a good pick, and it should net them a tier 1 tower as well. Starting to slowly swing this game back in their favor.
And that is 1 more tier 1 than they got in that entire 56-minute game.
I had forgotten completely.
They were not able to break the base of the Ferrymen. So already, net improvement on the map state. They've tied it up, 500-500 either way, making sure things stay about as even as they can. Of course, it seems, if I'm hearing things right, that the Dragons have the crowd vote, at least here in the venue. Now they just have to live up with that pressure. Dardez, haven't looked at him in a little bit. Normally we start to talk about Maman, especially around this point, 3rd item. Maybe when she starts to get a little more hands-on. What do you need to see out of Dardez 16+ minutes in now for him to make this pick work?
Because he's essentially playing just another assassin, but a magical one, I don't need to see anything in the laning phase. All I need from Dardez is a 1-shot onto a priority target at some point post 30 minutes, and I'd argue already justifies his pick. Gold Fury, half HP, Aror, force into the ultimate. That's just it for that one. The Jade Dragons try and do it through the vision of the Styx Ferrymen. Just a heat check. Are you guys nearby? If yes, we'll go ahead and let it go. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, nothing lost there for the Dragons themselves. But late teleport from Nika, I think they might want this fight.
Yeah, Baskin brings the burn. Paul brings Secure. You have to be careful. It seems like careful is the name of the game. It was last time as well. So they back away, keep things a little simple here, Mifflin. Nika, though, like you said, with a late teleport, has to find something. Baskin as well is just chasing down Dardez in mid. Not a lot of opportunity, but creating some zone for that beacon that's going to spawn in soon. Meanwhile, LASBRA goes in on Cyclone, has more help than anybody on the Ferrymen, and Cyclone will not survive to tell the tale or to win this fight. Knockup from Cyno. Tries to turn it around, but he can't get the kill. LASBRA stays alive just a little bit longer. Mike doing his best to keep him going, but just can't quite find the healing. Now, 4-on-4, carry for jungle. Dragons pull away. On the left side of the map, gonna be left destitute.
Well, the Dragons found their target, Gore, and it's always going to be CycloneSpin. Doesn't exactly have great ability to peel for himself, but does hold on to both of his relics. That was a calculated loss there on the side of the Ferryman. He's going to hold on to it for the next team fight. And so, with the return kill on a LASBRA, I'd argue net gain neutral from either side. Maybe you say, well, at least the Jade Dragons ADC starts to get some level lead. VaporishCoast now 2 up. It's not a crit build. He's gone for Tank Shred once more, so that objective play is still questionable.
Beacon barely uncapped there by the Ferryman. They get it 95% of the way. They're going to fight for it best they can. 4v4. You're about to have 5 as LASBRA returns to the field. You have to approach this carefully, but it looks like the Ferryman, again, playing to figure out where a pluck is going to come from. Can Aror start the fight that he needs? Can Paul follow it up? Wait for the ult. Cyno, Paul about to have theirs. Might not come up in time. Dragons secure the second beacon. They get to back away, no problem. Looks like LASBRA, Nika starting up the Pyromancer as well, daring the Ferryman to step forward, to get something done. Paul over the wall, charging the ult, just fires a couple of shots. Palau looking good to separate things, and now causing trouble for the front line. Baskin, Aror, both low in HP, have to fall back, and now the dive from the Dragons coming through. Nika might be low, but you're finding what you're looking for. It's kills on the front line. Aror taken out by LASBRA, now 5-3 for the Dragons, and they're gonna keep looking for a little more. LASBRA in the 1v1, falls back. The tower causes too much because the Pyromancer is the target, and Mifflin, they're looking at something a little bigger.
Fire Giant pulled now by the Jade Dragons, but they're low HP. Paul still nearby, no ultimate, but he's got enough damage to stop this.
It's enough to ward them away. That's what the Ferryman needed, just enough to get them out of there. We are talking about a huge break for the Dragons.
I'm so surprised the Styx Ferrymen stick around for as long as they do, and I think credit to the Jade Dragons keeping up that pressure. After Beacon realized, well, Baskin's gone back to Soul Lane, Aurora's still half HP. If we could just force the Styx Ferrymen to look at us, we could just make them stick around, that engagement's always gonna go in our favor. How do we do it? Group up on the Pyromancer. Low risk, high reward, take the team fight afterward, and Aror tries his best to separate from his team, but from half, what are you going to do? Get knocked down. Otherwise, it's LASBRA into the back line. Palau finds major value. I believe burns 2 sets of beads. And from there, it's murder she wrote. Jade Dragons cleaned up.
I was thinking Aror might be in danger. Baskin, for a moment, in danger. No beads. Ult just came back up. LASBRA's fishing for a Palau, trying to pull someone in, reel him in as best he can. Instead, fall back, reset. Power spikes, Mifflin, we're starting to get towards those 5th, 6th items. Level 20 approaching for some of the Ferrymen. Baskin and CycloneSpin. Do they wait for those power spikes? Is that where they start to open this conversation up? Do they look for a fight somewhere else, maybe around a Fury?
I mean, that level 20 spike for Baskin in particular is just so important for burst damage. Right now, he's got really good continuous damage. If he sticks to you for a while, he'll knock you down. But getting Sundering Axe just as that massive initial burst of damage to scare off either Dardez or even PolarBearMike, the tanks don't exactly play well into it, I think so important. So make sure Baskin hits 20 for the Styx Ferrymen before next engagement. Otherwise, Cal's good, but it's not game-changing good in my opinion. So I think if you want to play around your ADCs, it doesn't really matter. Both Coast and CycloneSpin at a very good spot right now. Difference being though, one of them's got crit. It's not a whole lot, but it's a little bit, and that's gonna help out especially around neutral objectives. The Ferryman can just poke one out, the burn potential and secure both belong to Ferryman.
Could be the opening they need. That being said, yesterday, maybe one of the biggest wins for the Dragons comes from an oboe proc from Coast. Doesn't have the oboe now, but going for this different build has worked pretty well for him in the past. They'll maybe have to hold on, yeah, a little more gold. Gold Fury gonna help cut that lead apart. Now Ferrymen call it an even game as we step up to the Fire Giant. Dragons in control of the pit. Meanwhile, Baskin, I should say Nika actually, on the Wukong, left side of the map doing whatever he can. Roar shouldn't be in too much danger. LASBRA might not be able to say the same. Stun good from Cyno, half health on the Dragons jungler. Forced to fall back. Get that death ball, the grouping, the 5-man grouping from the Dragons, and their response time is impeccable.
Yeah, but that is teleport from Nika, who was worried there was maybe a bit more fight there than there actually was. So split push completely negated by aggression from the Styx Ferrymen, controlling that pace of map. And taking away that teleport means next engagement, if Baskin wants to, can just get a little bit crazy, trade out his HP, come back in. He's got 2 lives to play with, whereas the Sun Wukong just the 1. that said, Styx Ferrymen, their positioning kind of tells me that they're not exactly pressed to do anything right now. They're just fine to continue farming up, waiting on maybe some priority starter upgrades. Paul still at level 18, Cyno 18 as well. Not exactly in a position where they feel like they need to force a fight. Whereas on the other side, approaching 20 on some of those key targets.
Danger. Dangerous territory. I'm keeping my eyes on Dardez. It was these moments, 23 minutes and later, items completed, at least 4 of them on the board, close to level 20, so another power spike. That's where he was making splash 2 months ago when we saw them qualify as one of the top seeds. And of course, when we saw them cause trouble for the Ferrymen. Pyromancer stolen! Paul with a great shot. Make sure to take that one away, strip it from the Dragons. You're gonna lose Aror in the process. And now the fight for the Dragons has to go right if they want anything. CC immunity used on the other side nullifies the powwow, but Nika chases them down. It's an absolutely separated Ferryman, but instead of looking for the fight, they turn back. Fire Giant Pit, maybe control right here for the Dragons could be what they need.
Baskin spotted out on a ward. All the Dragons know exactly where he is. They're trying to surround him. They found it. Stun connects. Baskin, you out?
Got the CC chain. Dazzling Offensive tries to burn some of that to get out, but the damage is just too good. A second one, and the front line again falls down for the Ferryman. Now Fire Giant wide open, but Paul alive. No ult, but the distance. What's he gonna do to step up? Well, right now it's nothing. Nika leads the way towards him, forces Paul to feel uncomfortable. Damage turnaround onto the solo laner. They don't have enough to close.
Over the
Cyno
wall.
finally finds what you need and gets the job done, but Fire Giant low. Cyclone unable to get in there. The 4 remaining Dragons have the buff and have the power play.
Early beads from Dardez. Pluck still there from Aror. Finds PBM as he left alone.
Now trying to get out. Good CC, good lockdown, and a good kill to take another off the board. It's 5-7. Paul, meanwhile, the ult's coming back up. He might be half health, but feeling pretty confident with his team around him. 25 minutes, 3 Fire Giants Dragons with a small lead.
Can the Ferrymen keep the Dragons from backing? Pressure on tier 2. Dragons, difficult question. Dardez, low HP, has to be worried about this dive.
Bow comes out, not connecting on anyone it needs to. There's beads used by Cyclone. LASBRA goes in, but a great root. Oh
Look at
my
Dardez.
God, the lockdown.
No dash.
The damage, they've got what they need, and they're finding the kills left and right. Dardez at least turns one around. You lose Cyclone as well. The dual lane for the Ferryman disappears, but it's 4 on the Dragons that are in the death timer.
You might have forgotten, Gore. No Fire Giants left. It goes to the Jade Dragons, but the whole team fight, the tier 2 tower, all of it to the Styx Ferrymen. And it's Paul once again. He doesn't miss. Steals the Pyromancer, hits every shot over the wall, facilitates all these kills, and he baits double powwow out of LASBRA. First one burns the beads. Second one hits air. Paul's getting too much done, and somehow, someway, we're 25 minutes in, he still has a goose egg in the death column. The Jade Dragons need to address the star player on the Ferrymen.
Just 1-0-3, but getting a whole lot done for everybody involved. And now Primal Fury started up with Baskin around. Should not be an issue. The Shred's gonna be there. Alternate timeline as well,
Nice
online
dog.
Myth, so he's gonna have to die
Do it
twice to make sure it sticks. A difficult challenge for the Dragons. About as close a game as you could ask, although the Ferrymen now with that fight starting to pull ahead in the gold department. Of course, experience hitting them all to 20 just a little bit sooner.
You see all these wards by the Ferrymen as well. I mean, those are deep wards on the Jade Dragon side of the map. If you want to get aggressive on left, I mean, the Ferrymen, they're going to know any path the Jade Dragons take in to try and defend those towers. And the siege potential to Ferrymen is incredibly high. This is the entirety of the goal now for this composition for the Ferrymen, is to put the Jade Dragons into a defensive position. It is completely different to game 1. If the Jade Dragons are corralled into a tower together, that's just shooting fish in a barrel for Paul. I mean, take your shot. You're going to hit somebody if they're all inside of tier 2.
You have to play carefully. Titans about to clash in left. You got everyone except for Cyno in lane. And it seems like the Ferrymen are going to use that opportunity and fall back a little bit. Nika as well zoning up. You had mentioned the ward coverage. They still know where everybody is on that board. But Cyno is looking for something a little bit bigger than the Titan goes for the Phoenix. The bomb gets used, but LASBRA here for the defense. Back and forth between them. Cyno's ult gets forced. And the bird stays standing. And a successful defense from the Dragons.
Good pathing there from Cyno. If he goes down the center of the map, would have met the entirety of the Jade Dragons. Instead, takes the only way out that he could. So finds a bit of safety. Will be headed back to base, and the Jade Dragons absolutely aware of it. So an opportunity now. Just go ahead and pull this Pyro.
Baskin, yeah, no way. You're gonna take something twice. Instead, Pyromancer over to the Dragons. And Mifflin, we had talked about the Ferrymen slowly building up a lead. The Dragons now slowly taking it out every step of the way. And you can sing the praises. I think Nika's done a great job of zoning. We've seen Coast with a lot of really good damage, but 5, 1, and 0. This is Maman for Dardez. The later it goes, the more he's able to feel that impact. This has been the player, this has been the god that really is I'm keeping my eye on.
Doug, let me see those player damage charts once more. Where is Dardez? 14,000, fourth on the board. Jade Dragons actually leading the charge. 3 out of the top 5 slots. Feels like Paul really finding that priority damage though. Maybe it's just World's Paul, you keep your eyes on him, but something about this Thoth really is starting to concern me. But you're right, Dardez has high potential to start just turning around this game. But the difficulty that Dardez is presented with is the targets he wants to hit are so far away. CycloneSpin and Paul both are using their maximum range abilities. I mean, Paul from all the way downtown, Ishtar with sniper shots. It seems like if Dardez wants to hit them, he's going to have to work through the front line first, and can't do it on his own. You got to rely on your ADC for that one.
Tower knocked down right-hand side. Cyno once again going for a repeat play. Does not have the runic bomb this time, but it's pressure in mid. LASBRA is going to be here for the defense, and the Dragons, I think, making a smart call. Where do they fall back to? They fall back to the Fire Giant. Going to respawn soon, and Mifflin, just a little over 30 seconds, going to be enhanced on top of that. Cyno in danger. Dash is good, has the ult, but if you could pull some of that utility right before an FG fight, it would make a huge difference. Paul as well preparing. But it's going to be a dance around this Fire Giant, maybe started by the Ferryman here in a second.
Man, Cyno's doing such a good job just being a nuisance. Pulls the Jade Dragons out of the defensive position. Styx Ferrymen consider a pull there, but I think wishful thinking. There's no way the Jade Dragons aren't prepared for that one. Instead, right back to cooking. Cyno on mid, and Lazarus like, man, I would love to get involved in the team fight. I'd love to dive Paul, but someone's gonna stop Cyno from getting the bird.
And this goes back to what you were saying 25 minutes ago. I mean, Cyno, with his ult, he can cross that distance. He can get into the fight from here. LASBRA would have to commit a lot more just to close that same gap. Instead, now they both move towards right. Fire Giant started, but not full commit by the Ferryman as they take control of the pit. Nika, the rest of the Dragons are going to see what's going on, force them to fall back, not find their opening, not find the CC. Something else that's going to be lacking. I mean, you've got single target stun, some slows, LASBRA, but then Mike doesn't have maybe that big opener that you're asking for a support.
No, it's just a single target stun that boosts one guy's damage output. So the Jade Dragons really reliant on Nika or LASBRA to find that Powwow pull. I'm looking at the relics on the Styx Ferrymen, and they're all still available. Those beads have not exactly been under threat. I wonder if anyone on the Jade Dragons is confident in the 1v1 up against Cyno. Very clearly, LASBRA's been willing to take that fight, but for the most part, under the Phoenix, it might be better to have Dardez act as the 1v1 opponent there. He's got really good odds to deal with Cyno in just neutral territory, and then it keeps your massive just beacon of CC, the Powwow, involved in the team fight.
Fire Giant started by the Ferryman. Mid-tier 2 knocked down by the Dragons, but they need a response if they want to be able to hold on to this Powwow. Now up into the sky for LASBRA, looking for the pull, but it's Dardez. Oh man, the alternate timeline procs, but he does not have the safety. Instead, they're pushing. Oh my God, you're right. They're in the Titan room, and that's what LASBRA wants to do. Keep them pulled back. They have to fall away. They have to play it safe. Too many backs from the Ferryman. The Dragons make a really confident play. They've lost 2, and they need to stay alive if they want to hold on to this one. Paul is low. They might be able to continue pushing forward, but Nika, Coast, too low. They're falling apart in their push. 4 already gone, and now the Ferrymen get to march it down mid.
5 strong are the Ferrymen. Nearest respawn, 30 seconds. No Fire Giant, so backdoor protection's in play. Paul, low HP. Nika, no blink, so if he wants to get to Paul, has to do it with the 72 transformations. His work's cut out for him. I think the Ferrymen might have odds here.
Fire Minions holding the Ferrymen back just a little bit, but you gotta deal with a lot more than just that. If your Nika tries to hold on, the Phoenix is doing its best, but they're ignoring the Sun Wukong. Paul in a little bit of danger, but still has that alternate timeline. They have a mage this time. They're marching into the Titan room, and they've got the damage to do it. They're up 2-0.
And
talk about the awareness from Baskin there. He's in the middle of a team fight at Fire Giant, says, my Titan needs me. Blinks, or teleports rather, to the Phoenix, gets involved in the fight, finds VaporishCoast, says, you're the DPS, stop right now. Clean play, Styx Ferrymen. You can't trick these guys. They've done it all. That's a roar. He's gonna circle around your base 16 times just thinking about it.
That team, they have done so much. And right now, they are up 2-0 in the semifinals. Of course, if you're a Ferryman fan, you're feeling pretty happy, pretty confident. The Dragons have been playing well.
One.
You get the row your boat and row it down right now for the Ferrymen. But the thing is, Dragons, they've been holding on. They've been pushing these games the distance. They've been giving them trouble. If anything, there's two things they need. They need to collect some of those late game team fights, if it feels like, and they need the cheers in the crowd, all the Dragons fans who are going to try and keep them going, to show up for game 3.
I mean, it's such a ridiculous call to make to go for the end there as well. I thought it was, we got mid-Phoenix, awesome, let's back up, try and pincer the team fight around the Fire Giant. It felt almost like a nervous call from the Jade Dragons. I hesitate to say it, but panic end attempt?
It's 2-0. Dragons, their tournament life, their world's run is on the line. The question is how they're going to respond to that pressure. We'll have to find out right after this break.
I love Las. He's a great teammate, probably one of the best teammates I've actually teamed with. He's a really good teammate in game as well. Like, he understands like how to kind of get people together and like work with everybody. Sometimes I think he can struggle like in the game if different scenarios happen. But overall, Las is just a good player, and when he's on, he is like really on, and he's kind of similar to Cyclone, where he's like on a different league than other people, and playing his game where he can kind of dictate everything and control it.
I just think of LASBRA as unpredictable. Like, he doesn't play the same way, I think, in any game. Every single time he loads into a game, I think he plays differently.
So Las is known as the cringe gank guy. I don't think he lost that ever. I think now he's just added more parts to his game, which involves, if you expect him to cringe gank at level 2 or level 3, let's say, and you're saying to your laners to be careful, or you're matching it, so you're hovering around, maybe he ganks and you can counter gank, and then your speed's getting stolen while you're hovering around duo. That's just another like way he can beat you now.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking that for sure. I'm like, anybody seen LASBRA? No? Okay, he's here. I'm so confident he's here. So I just gotta sit back, maybe lose a couple last hits, but once it's like, that's the thing, is the more that you play against different people, the more you understand how they're going to play, and you just have to, it's another part of the game, you have to adapt to that.
The thing about LASBRA, I like him as a person, but I don't like him as a jungler because he ganks a lot, especially in scrims. He ganks a lot, and I hate that because it's not really a realistic thing when it comes at least to winning tournaments. No one's getting ganked in tournament time, you know what I mean? And
he does. I think it's a talking point for a very long time. If LASBRA's doing well, team's doing well. If LASBRA's not doing well, probably not going to win the game. And I think that's a little bit of a burden on him. I think it's hard to have that mantle, like, I have to do well, I have to do well. But when he does well, he looks amazing. And I think he's been more consistent throughout the years of getting to that point of doing well. And I think when he's on characters that he likes to play, or characters that he plays that are in meta, I think he is one of the best junglers in the league.
True. Yep, I guess that's it. You know, Ben is my teammate for what, 3 years? He got me into the league, and now I had to take him out in the quarterfinal. I feel kind of bad about that. I mean, I think we'll see about that. I think we play him in the quarterfinals. I mean, I'm sure that guy is either dead to me or my dual limit take care of him.
He's against Thor.
Yeah. I don't think I need to gank him. I think Coast got that under control.
too. I still think of you. I still think of you.
Hello, what's good, and welcome back to the SMITE World Championship. It's F. here. I'm on the floor, and there we are. It's the SWC, and excited to be here. I'm here with Paul and Christine, better known as PolarBearMike's parents. How you guys doing today?
Doing fantastic.
Really good.
I love the support for the support, which is always really cool, which is where I'm going to immediately run. PolarBearMike is a legend. He's an icon here, and obviously you're proud of your son, but you're here at all of these events. I recognize you from every single LAN. Talk to me a little bit about, supporting your son through this endeavor.
Well, it was a change when he decided to drop out of college and do this. So not a parent favorite, right? But it's been really awesome. This is such a nice community of people, and the game is a lot of fun, and we are so proud of him.
And over here?
Yeah, I agree with Christine's sentiments. It's super exciting to come to these events, see so many people we interacted with online, see other parents, get to talk to the casters, see the staff. It's just a wonderful environment to be here.
And so, one of the things that I've said about Mike, and I was talking right before we went live a little bit about it, Mike very obviously has strong leadership qualities, and that's something that I recognized from a very early point. When he was playing for Eager, I remember pulling him aside and saying, learn whenever you can from these guys, and then someday you're going to beat up Zapman because you have this leadership. Talk to me about Mike growing up and how he became that man, or give me the background on that.
I think there's a fine line between leadership and stubbornness sometimes. And with growing up in a household of 3 boys and a father that was more of a boy than a father sometimes, I think there was a lot of dynamics, a lot of fun, and he would have to beat off both of his siblings, fighting for consoles or toys or whatever it was. So I think you learn how to delegate, how to get your way, and how to manipulate people. He may have gotten some of those skills from her, though.
Well, it's certainly been excellent and paved the way for him to kind of do all of this. And I guess the last question that I kind of want to leave with is, when you look at Mike's legacy and everything that he's brought and all of these people that he inspires, what does that mean to you?
Just the love that other people have for him in this game or whatever, it means the world to me. He's a wonderful guy, and he's got a fantastic heart.
I agree with the love. Clearly we want to see a reverse sweep here. Paul's done it to us a couple times. It's time to pay him back, that's for sure. So with Jade, we got him right where we want him, but even if we lose tomorrow, we're gonna be excited if Paul or Aror wins, or if the Leviathans get there, and Max and Alec finally have a chance. There's so many great players. We support them out throughout the year, and it's just a lot of fun.
Life is about found family, and us here at SMITE World Championship and SMITE everything, that's really what it is. Mike is my brother. That makes you guys extended family as well. So thank you so much for sharing your son with us and allowing him to be a part of something wonderful.
Go Jade, thank him.
That is so much of the beauty of SMITE and the SMITE World Championships. Not only fans, but friends and family. And so much of that gathering now brings energy to the Jade Dragons. Unfortunately, after that, we have to break down what happens here in Game 2. Love and support from Mike's parents, and they're gonna need more of it going into Game 3, because Hazer, this is one where the Jade Dragons, again, they are in an okay spot, but as the Steel Series Moments of Glory will tell us, let it slip a little bit later in the game.
Yeah, I think there's going to be one moment that we want to put particular focus on to here. It feels like we talked about in the first desk, the composure from the Jade Dragons, the comparison of the composure for the Ferrymen and the composure for the Dragons, and I feel like we saw it again there. The game goes late, and it feels like the Ferrymen just calm down, take their time, and make the right decisions, and unfortunately for the Dragons, they go for a bit of a panic end call and get punished for it.
And to highlight what he says, it's the Ferrymen don't do anything that's like that exciting this game. A lot of it is just waiting for the Jade Dragons to kind of do something that puts them into position to be able to exploit it. And that's what these really good teams do. And it's why it's so hard to play against this Ferrymen's team. Because a lot of times they're not making mistakes. And a lot of times if you do make a mistake, they will be punishing you for it.
And that's the thing, they sat back, and the Jade Dragons, this is not the first time they've done something like this, with a risky Fire Giant call or a risky end call. Whether it's the nerves, whatever it may be, you heard Mike's stat. The reverse sweep is what needs to happen. That is the only way that they can keep their hopes at the World Championship alive. And you got to get one deep breath and then play a perfect game of SMITE, because the Jade Dragons, they have the ability to do it, but the Styx Ferrymen are not going to overextend. They're not going to make that same level of call.
The length of time that the players on the Jade Dragons have played have put them at the forefront of some iconic reverse sweeps, both on the good and the bad end of it. Nika and Dardez, and the history of those two players on their teams in the past, and what's happened to them oftentimes in World semifinals. Now they have got to go 3 straight up against the Styx Ferrymen. Paul with a very quiet 1-0-5 here. Hazer, 18,000 damage. It's a bit shorter of a game. Somebody put it on X. I forgot exactly who it was, but their sentiments were short, sweet, and correct. Got to find an answer to Paul.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know what, the Jade Dragons did okay on the answer to Paul there. They had LASBRA on this Daji, which is a good answer to the Thoth, and they had PBM on the Aphrodite to kind of mitigate the threat of the Thoth ultimate, right? If you've got the Afro ult as well as an Aegis, it's much more, you're much more capable of surviving Paul's damage. He isn't missing, but maybe you can immune it. But I think you had a good point about what happened with the Daji, Bobby. It felt like Cyno was able to just keep LASBRA completely away from Paul.
Yeah, but I mean, Daji wants to find this Thoth in these team fights, these 5v5s. Cyno just opts to split, keep mid pushed up, make the Daji answer him. Daji's not able to make a play on this Thoth. And it makes the job for Paul a lot easier. I mean, Paul's going to do his job regardless, but making his job easier is always just going to be good.
And that just goes to show they don't need the Chernobog to make these split push plays, right? Even if it gets banned away, the Rat, Cyno can play like that. The Set, Paul can play like that. The Ferrymen are masters of owning the late game and just splitting up your team fight, making you feel not as strong. And the Jade Dragons, they've had 2 games to adapt to it. This is the game they have to find an answer for it.
That's Sign. That's up to you 3 fellas. Whenever you're ready, you guys can oblige the Jade Dragons fans out. Yeah, we're going to button up the jackets just a little bit further. Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I like it. It took me a minute to read the full. I'm always slightly wary when the signs pop up. I was curious about VaporishCoast and where his picks would start to go. Remember, Hazer, you said he pulled you aside after game 1. He said, I'm going to solo CycloneSpin into game 2. Didn't happen. Actually, the laning phase was not in a great spot early on in game number 2, did more damage. And we'll see if VaporishCoast pick changes around a bit, need to unlock the ADC for the Jade Dragons and picks and bans for game number 3. And it's something that I said a lot when I was casting. Feels like Coast, the type of player at some point in a set will make some play. Haven't seen it yet this set. Is he the type of player in your mind, Hazer, you'd like to play a bit more around here if you're the Dragons?
Absolutely. It felt like the Ferrymen have managed to get control of that duo lane more or less in the drafts. Danzabura, we've seen him already. I don't really want to see him again this event. The sign is enough. The sign is enough there. But I agree with you that Coast he's a superstar player, right? He's an impact player. He can go big. He has these moments, pop-off moments, and I want to see him get those. And one way I want to see him get those is going towards the crit build, which he still didn't go for in that game too.
See if the Hunter pick pairs nicely with the crit build. Before we get too far into picks and bans, Bobby, I do want to ask, mentality-wise, in a you need to reverse sweep scenario, as a past player, are you taking it one game at a time, or are you looking at it more big picture?
I mean, it's got to be one game at a time, and I like the change the Jade Dragons have made in this third game. I like taking that first pick slide. There's been so much value the Ferrymen have been getting. The Sobek is through the roof value for Aror. And with the opportunity to pick it here, I think it's just something you have to take away here. Aror has shown that he wants to play it. He will play it every single game. And there's really not a ton of other gods in this spot that have shown that value like the Sobek has.
But if you take the Sobek here, Aror just grabs Ganesh.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's no way that the Jade Dragons want to first pick the Croc or they end up in not a great time. And we already mentioned, Mike won't go to it. I mean, he has the ability to, but he has not shown that he likes to go towards it.
It'll be neither. It'll be the Hachiman. Unfortunately, it looks like Thoth will have to remain on the sign for this game as well. Noting the Jade Dragons 3 bans here, taking away some picks from the powerful carries, but the story will continue to unfold, Bobby, in P's and B's.
And if the Dragons are opting to take this first pick side, this Hachiman wasn't that value pick that they thought it was. This is a bottom 2 pick that we have seen. It's not had that top tier value. So shifting to this first side, yes, I like that. I don't like how these P's and B's have so far played out. Yes, Sobek may be countered by Ganesh, but Aror's been showing so much value on this Sobek that if you give it to him again here, it's not going to be a great feeling for them.
Yeah, I think one reason they might have switched to first pick side here is because it gives you that opportunity to have another target ban. You can skip the Athena ban, and not on the second pick side as the crowd wants us to see, but skip the Athena ban on the first pick side, and you get one more target ban. So they're trying to make Paul more uncomfortable. They denied them the Vulcan before. They deny him the Thoth as well this time. But what they don't deny is the Sobek, the only god Aror has played so far this event, and he just gets it every single time.
Question is, Trelly, it's early in the draft. I mean, the answer has been no, but I'll ask it anyway. Is there something you can change draft-wise if you're the Jade Dragons to deal with, run away from, whatever, this Sobek a little bit better?
Yeah, I mean, Aror likes the Sobek. Don't get me wrong, he's been playing phenomenally, but I don't think the reason the Jade Dragons are down 0-2 is because of the Sobek. And I think the Jade Dragons probably had that conversation. Are we worried about the Croc? Yeah. Are we going to waste a ban on it? No. Mike, do you want to play it? Also no. So that's where we're at currently. They knew this was coming. Not necessarily knew the Maman was going to come through. Of course, they want to take that away from Dardez. It makes a lot of sense. I wasn't the biggest fan of the Maman in mid, but hey, Dardez was able to get some value from it. So just sending that one over to Cyno is definitely not a bad option. But we got to see the adaptation here. I mean, the Jade Dragons, they could cook up something different. The Yemoja was actually really nice for Mike in game number 1, but it still wasn't enough.
Whoa!
And we get to see the Chaac. Wow. There was a sign. I saw a Chaac sign earlier.
Was that the mask?
Yeah.
The very scary one. That fan is very happy. Talk to me about the Chaac.
The Chaac is an interesting pick. It's not the high value pick, but it seems like the Dragons have thrown value out the window. They just want to pick the gods that they think can be valuable for them. And that Chaac shows a lot of value in that laning phase. And now set here for the Ferrymen. This is their game 1 picks and bans. Just slightly shifted up a little bit more prio towards that Maman and set. And they're feeling great going into the second half bans.
Yeah, this is the 3rd time this tournament we've seen Sobek, Maman, and Set on the same comp for the Ferrymen. I think they paired it out with a Wukong and what was it, the other one? Paired it out with a Wukong and a Chernobog previously.
The only other
the bog gone at least, yeah. So I would like to see the Wukong taken away by the Dragons, force Baskin to show you what else he's got. He's played the Amaterasu as well, so maybe they'll double target ban, but no, they opt to take away this Shibalanke from CycloneSpin.
My man was rowing. That was some good row form. Did you guys see that?
Absolutely.
Row to a 3-0. That's what the Ferrymen want. The Jade Dragons are trying to put a stop to it. And we glossed over the Merlin. Definitely a pick that can do disgusting amounts of damage later on. But as Hazer said, we've dealt with this composition before, and Maman and Set, they love diving these immobile mages.
I almost want the Dragons to just kind of shift up their thought process with some of these picks in the second half too. I just want them to pick something that goes into that late game and allows them to team fight against the Ferrymen. There's a few gods that don't have great laning matchups against that Sobek, but I really like into the Maman in the set, namely Geb. I think Geb could be really good here for Mike. I don't know if he's willing to play it. It's not going to dominate lane, but if it goes late, it's very strong into what the Ferrymen have.
And these games are absolutely going late so far. I feel like when the pressure's on, it can be a good time to pick something like that. It's really hard when you're on the world stage to pressure and win games in 15 minutes. You always kind of have that thought in the back of your mind, what if I misplay, what if I make a mistake? And you go towards the team fights, which the Styx Ferrymen absolutely
does he
prefer.
do it?
Has he got one? He's got an elephant.
Well, I was saying Geb on the thought that he wasn't going to play Ganesh. I like this even more than the Geb.
You preferred the Ganesh anyway?
Yes, I did.
Assuming that Mike wouldn't go to the Ganesh. However, Trelly, Mike does go to the Ganesh, and the Dragons pair it with Serqet. At the end of the draft, you now get your look at the full 5 for the Jade Dragons. How about the final 2?
I love that Ganesh. Unfortunately, there is another pick that we must discuss, and I have been very apt to roast the Serqet jungle. It's not my favorite. It doesn't, you know, you have two options where you go full damage or you go the hybrid. The hybrid doesn't get as much done, but what it can do is lean back on your carries heavily, and you have a Merlin and you have a Hachiman. So later on, if it's just CC and set up for the backline, it can certainly work out. You just have to watch out for the damage on the other side.
And I love that highlight there because I think that's exactly going to be LASBRA's job. He's going to be playing to kill these two divers. And there's going to be a lot of onus on Baskin, on Cyno, on Paul to position well enough to get damage off, but to also not position too far forward to be put out of position. There's a lot of lockdown on the side of the Dragons. This Ganesh, not an easy god to dive into. That Ohm, very simple with how you want to play with it. Dharmic Pillars, very disruptive. So it's going to be risky for the Ferrymen. Those core 3, the divers, are going to be very important in this match.
Absolutely, yeah. And the last pick locked in, Thor solo. I feel like we haven't seen much of this out of Baskin, not in the last little while anyway. It feels like the Ferrymen are going through like a flowchart here. They've played so few gods. I think the most gods any of these players has played in 5 games now is 3.
And I want to say that this Thor solo may be a bit slept on right now, right? The build that has been sort of popping up has been the Warrior's Axe into the Jotun's Vigor and the Glad Shield. You have to go that on the tankier Warriors. It's a little bit risky on Thor, but if you can play safe and get it off, you can just 100-0 carries in the back line very consistently. Anvil of Dawn, as long as you're on point, which it's Baskin, he will be, can be a huge threat. And we were talking about dive, right? That's the idea behind the Styx Ferrymen composition. If you see Set, Maman, and Thor, you click 4. That's the idea. You want to just go off your ultimates.
And with that, I think we have to talk about mid lane at least a little bit, because last time we saw this set, I mean, Paul kind of just ran the game. It got to that mid-game portion, and there was nothing that was stopping him. I think there's a little bit ease of play here now for the Dragons. I think Merlin matches up a lot better than that Zeus does in the set, and I think it makes it so if Dardez gets off to a good spot, again, he doesn't die in that early game, he gets that late game, he can burn the set, he can burn the Maman, he can burn the Thor, and with that Serqet peeling, the Ganesh peeling, it's a risky dive for them. But I mean, we've seen this, the set, the Maman, so much damage and prile out of them.
I'm not sure anything looks risky when Paul's playing. Have you ever seen Paul play it and you're like, man, that looks risky. It looks like he's putting himself in bad spots there. Perfect relic usage, perfect positioning. I don't think he's the target you want to try and put down.
Remember, Paul, with a win here in his 5th straight Worlds Finals, if Paul is able to get a win here in game number 3. Jade Dragons, it's time to turn this one around with your casters.
That's right, it is up 2-0 for the Ferrymen, up to the Dragons to prolong this set if they want to keep their tournament alive. The Ferrymen, absolutely dominant so far, although Mifflin, it has not been because of easy games. They are up 2-0, but 56 minutes. A lengthy almost loss in game 2, but they managed to hold on just enough. And you can hear Jade Dragons fans that are out there in the crowd giving them the energy to push forward. And they need it right now more than ever
true strength.
They go for the Chaac. We get 3 assassins on one side. It feels all topsy-turvy aggression. I'm really, really excited to see how this game starts to shake out.
I'm glad you hit on that Chaac because it's a pick I think that has a lot of potential in this matchup. I've been very vocal that I think maybe Chaac not the best pick all the time, but some of the time it can certainly work. And what I see here that makes Chaac so appealing is his counter dive potential. We always talk about, oh, he's so disruptive in jungle corridor team fights. He can lock down entire jungle lanes with the reins, massive dive potential, blink into the back, 4-man knockup. But what about when there are 4 people diving your back line? What about when Dardez is gonna have to deal with Maman, Brigitte, Thor, Set, even Aror back there? Massive slow, massive knockup, silence to buy some time. Feels like this could be a game where Nika takes a little bit more so a backseat just to facilitate Dardez, to allow him to put out that damage.
It goes back to the game 1 strat, which is protect the one guy, but now you actually have the protection capabilities compared to what we got to see in game 1. Although I will give them the credit, they pushed it almost an hour then. Now it's going to be a different beast to try and tackle. Baskin as well on Thor. It feels like such an interesting matchup, especially because the damage output, it feels like early on, could be pretty massive if the double tap is able to connect. Baskin was just a little off the mark there, but once you have the wall online, once it becomes part of the conversation, Nika is going to have to be worried if Cyno shows face on the right-hand side.
Nika will always have some level of sustain, though. Should be able to keep himself topped off for the most part. And with Chaac's passive, doesn't even really come down to mana output. Maybe you're concerned a bit about defending your blue buff.
Oh, Cyno already low. LASBRA as well. Oh, just can't have the damage, doesn't have the cooldowns. Level 2. Look at the junglers. I mean, both of them, it's just a breath away from death.
It's always the junglers putting in the hard work, isn't it? Just trying to make something happen.
You just had to,
on the center of the map. I mean, both those mid laners, max range, full HP, just hanging out. Those guys in the jungle fighting for their lives. That early matchup in the jungle, I think, is something that's very interesting. Maman Brigitte eventually, generally second or third item slot, just going to outpace, but until then, feels like Serqet has a lot of potential to just out DPS, out clear in the jungle, and try and outmaneuver rather towards some of these side lanes. This could be a game where Cyno is quiet throughout the early. Just let me farm up, play my own game, become a hyper carry towards the late, and then something Trelly had brought up on the desk, we'll get an idea of how LASBRA wants to play, whether it be that bruiser build or full damage. Generally, LASBRA leans a little bit more so towards the damage.
We'll have to see. At least starting out a little more damage. Might be in trouble because of it. Cyno uses the blink to close the gap, but Serqet slippery and is able to get away. Now Coast seems to be the one targeted by the Ferrymen. They're getting him low. All you need is a couple more shots, but the range just not there. Instead, Mike is the one surrounded. Not too much going for him. Ganesh and Sobek, great at locking people down. And you're feeling the burn if you're Aror. Dangerous, dangerous territory for the carries.
Yeah, that's Aegis burnt there from Aror. Interesting Aegis pickup in first slot as well. Concerned about the ability for LASBRA to just deal with them, I suppose. If you're not really overly concerned about chase potential, you feel like your gap close is good, you don't really need blink, I don't think there's really anything that he even feels like he has to go towards. Maybe you could have said beads in that slot, but it's damage that you're concerned about. I like this pickup for Aror. Maybe not necessary to use it there, but he'll get some value later on.
Yeah, it's going to come back by the time I think he's feeling truly threatened, right? Or at least he's hoping, right? 1 minute and 30 or 130 seconds. 2 minutes that he's going to have to wait without it. Loses out a little bit of the pressure in 2-0. That means shield buff goes over towards the Dragons. This early game has been very methodical the last 2. The Dragons have been kind of pace setters, although in duo lane, Aror, who has not been forced off of this Sobek, is making Coast feel just uncomfortable enough, right? Right now, nothing too heavy. Has the beats, soon enough is going to have ult. So Auror's maybe efficacy as just absolute nuisance is going to diminish slightly. That's where LASBRA comes into the conversation, but I also want to look towards mid, because we talked a little bit about the jungle. We've been looking over here in the duo lane. Merlin versus the set. Feels like Paul's MO has been to kind of relax on the set for a while, and then by the time you're fighting him, he's dealing half of your health bar with 1 or 2 clones. LASBRA throws Cyno back. Cyno uses his ult. Just a small trade to jump.
Yeah, nothing really gained there. If the knockup connects from Cyno, there's enough damage at play that maybe you could deal with LASBRA. He'd already used some of his mobility just previously, but good ultimate from LASBRA, not only for the CC immunity, but just to fully avoid that damage. keeps him safe. I agree that Paul has maybe an easier time into this Merlin matchup. You're not really concerned about poke. It's not like when you're playing against something like Raijin or Thoth where they can match some of that aggression that Set has throughout the early. So it's more so, I imagine we see Paul just pressure out those mid waves, rotate through the side camps, try and control those. Dardez, for the most part, is just, I'm here to stack up. Please stay away from me. I'll see you on either siege or siege defense. Maybe we see some rotations from him towards objectives should the side lanes of the Jade Dragons get something started, but you don't really want to play around your Merlin himself throughout the early portion of the match.
Might be a conversation. I mean, we were talking about defense a whole lot in game number 1. The Dragons would like to not be in that position, but if they are, Merlin more than likely be a very large bullet point in the conversations we could be having around that. For now, though, we're looking at 5 minutes in. No one's been showing that aggression so far. A little bit of skirmishes a couple of times in the jungle where LASBRA, Cyno, spotted the other and caused a little bit of trouble. With mid camps going either way. Experience, gold pretty much split right down the middle. With a 2-0, the Dragons. I should say an 0-2 for the Dragons. They have to be a little more concerned, especially with this early game. This is where a lot of that caution is going to play into it. But can they afford to play as cautiously as we've seen them play? Do they need to be more aggressive here if they want to put the Ferrymen off kilter?
It's hard to say. The Styx Ferrymen are just like the de facto late game team, it feels like. So taking them to 30, 35 minutes, even with compositions notwithstanding, feels like a difficult call to make. But this is a composition from the Jade Dragons, I think, that certainly has potential come late game. But question marks lie with Nika and LASBRA's selections. Serqet and Chaac, how well do they fare at the absolute latest portions? Feels like a bit of an untested element. So I think it's easier to evaluate whether or not you actually have the potential to dominate the early. And if you do, it's almost entirely coming from LASBRA himself. Then you can play through those neutral objectives thanks to Dardez' DPS. Do the Jade Dragons have to do it, though? Maybe. I just really like how the Styx Ferrymen draft plays really late on, especially around that Maman Brigitte, the 1v1 with Serqet, Baskin's global presence. All right, Gore, I've talked myself into it. Yeah, Jade Dragons should play some early game.
Well, unfortunately for them right now, it's a small level deficit for LASBRA. We haven't seen him too much, although aggressive positioning right there and aggressive warding all across the board gives them some views. Now Dharmic Pillars up onto Cyclone Dash is good for the Ishtar, but the damage is there. You need one more shot. No, you just can't find it. CycloneSpin by the skin of his teeth is able to make it out alive.
CC me do the ultimate to avoid the slow. VaporishCoast chases through, but doesn't quite have the damage. I think he uses one just before that fight, so he doesn't even have the opportunity to look for some of those snipes. Aror a little bit late on the rotation in, but unnecessary, it would seem, as CycloneSpin survives. And because Aror has been playing a little bit more so in the jungle, even with CycloneSpin forced back to base, still around level parity, gold largely equalized as well. There's a slight advantage to Coast, but CycloneSpin clears out the wave. I think he'll hit over to level 8. No, maybe about a half level there for Coast.
That small lead can amount to a whole lot if you get some pressure to play with. Unfortunately, outside of what we just saw, those Dharmic Pillars, you maybe need LASBRA to enforce that. The good news about Dharmic Pillars, Myth, is that it comes up shockingly quick every single time. Now Aror, I would say in an awkward spot, but LASBRA's going towards right, not too much. Cyno looking for a blue buff invade right now. But you've got a 3v2 happening in mid. Roar and Paul fall back, and they're gonna be just fine. Distance from LASBRA seems to be solid. Dardez going back to base. It seems like everything's gonna come out pretty much neutral.
It's going to be a defensive build, bruiser build for Cyno. I can't believe we were evaluating whether or not LASBRA was going to go for it. When Cyno's in the game, of course, breastplate in that second slot, making it that much more difficult for the physical damage dealers, the Jade Dragons, Nika, LASBRA, VaporishCoast, prevent some of these ganks from Cyno. He's not going to be as concerned about maybe Chaac's ultimate as counter dive. He won't be as concerned about LASBRA in the 1v1. An additional CDR, some movement speed to match the mobility of Serqet. I actually like how this build has worked out for Cyno so far, but it is backloading some of the damage in his build. Doesn't have that 100-0, but again, it feels like it's a moot point to talk about the early game when you're talking about the Ferrymen. That's not what they're playing for.
No, then what are we going to do for the next 20 minutes while we wait for him? Maybe talk about the Dragons or talk about Coast right now. It's taking a little bit of damage. EI Jutsu gets a stun. That's where we need to see it, and you had already mentioned it. You talked yourself into it, at least. Dragons getting aggressive. Maybe the early game for these two teams is mid-game. as we haven't really gotten to see it yet. A couple of ults have been dropped by the Serqet. We also haven't seen where his build path was going to go. You had kind of mentioned that. He leans towards damage. If he goes Bruiser, that definitely changes the field. Should have, at this point, been farming enough that he can go back, try to give us at least a little hint as to what direction he's going to go, but he's still playing catch-up for Cyno.
Yeah, but can you even go for the Bruiser build here? I feel like Bruiser means you have to be a diver. You want to be disrupting that backline, but if that's the case, who are you diving? CycloneSpin? That's really just it. And CycloneSpin's largely self-sufficient in the backline. Ishtar is very good at holding her own and playing safe.
Cyno goes in. Oh my God, that's a leap on LASBRA! He's just taken off the board a first blood for the Ferryman, and if you blinked, you missed the whole thing.
It's just blink in from Cyno, and from there, CC connects, LASBRA, nothing left, no beads just yet, hasn't ticked over to level 12, and eliminated before he's even allowed to go for the CC immunity in his ultimate. I think all of his abilities were up. He just wasn't allowed to use them, couldn't move.
Now look at Cyno. I mean, he's free roaming in the jungle. There's not a lot for him to go to, but he's free roaming. What a first blood, man. Instant delete button. Now we see where LASBRA is going, and it looks like he is going to follow what you had mentioned first for Serqet, which is the hybrid. Now blue buff invade successful. And if this is getting scary territory, you've got 3 assassins. One of them now has a kill, and they all have just a smidge of a lead in their direction. It could be disaster for the Dragons, which is why they need that energy, why they need to hold on. And like you had mentioned, they go late. First blood, usually something you can walk off, and that's the only lead they have right now, the first blood bounty, sitting over towards the Ferryman.
The Ferrymen have got really high potential to play through neutral objectives this draft, so if another fight goes their way, like that, have Cyno do the exact same thing, but to a Gold Fury. Play the PvE, just go slam the objective. High DPS, no confirmation on objective on either side, means coin tosses are just that in this game. Totem over to Nika. Crowd's hype about it.
Yeah, and my favorite, I think he was playing a little bit, right? He stopped, he held on to it. I could see him smile up there on stage. He needs that. 4 to 5 for the totem count, Mifflin. He's catching up in terms of pressure in the solo line. We haven't really talked about it much since the beginning, right? Where is this Chaac? I mean, you had mentioned late game for Peel, things like that. He's gone for Blink now that he's backed up. Do you like the way it's kind of evolved in the first 12 minutes?
Well, first 12 minutes has just been him getting bullied out a bit by Baskin.
And he's almost tied up the totem count.
He's almost tied it up, but he's also spent a lot of his time in his tower, and he's about a level down. I like how the build's starting to develop. I think that Blink, though, does indicate to me that he's not going to play that Peel style I was asking for. Instead, wants to be a part of the dive. So it's between Nika and LASBRA to find CycloneSpin in the back, and it's just going to be a contest of dive in the late game team fight. Whose divers are going to hit pay dirt first? I'd argue it's the team that has more of them.
I think Baskin, wow, actually steals that one away right under the nose of Nika. And instead, it looks like they might swap what they're going for in terms of control. Thor, you got to talk about the presence he can bring. And Mifflin, this is actually where it gets to be super dangerous. Baskin doesn't need to teleport. It's helpful, but that Anvil of Dawn, the distance that it has, if he walks to the FG pit, mid suddenly becomes a target.
And it's not going to have to be a Blink pickup, so an additional beads means that it's really difficult to peel Baskin off of anybody. It's going to stick to you very well. Speaking of, Cyno doing the exact same thing to LASBRA in the jungle. He's just not being able to get anything rolling.
Oh, the taunt off the mark. Cyno goes inside LASBRA for a moment and then dashes away. LASBRA, though, with the ult, throws him back against the wall. The damage is there and the kill is good. The Dragons put themselves on the board, but they're going to lose one in the process. Paul chased out by Nika and PBM, the front line, creating some distance. Just Baskin and Aror. A lot of damage, but not a lot of kills to be had. 1 for 1, the jungle's off the board.
And Cyno loses out on the beads there, and his life as left-hand side, say VaporishCoast. Getting a little bit aggressive up against CycloneSpin. Successful invade, strips that one away. I like that play from the Jade Dragons. It's a massive commitment. You've got PBM rotating through, ultimate off of him, as well as LASBRA and Nika, all just to support a kill onto Cyno. It's going to become a little bit more difficult to find those kills now that the breastplate's been finished up. Cyno doesn't exactly have massive damage, but this next item's where we're really going to start to see it. You caught him while he was weak, but you got to keep him down, and the Jade Dragons didn't find anything on map off of him.
You might not find it then, but now, I mean, you know, you mentioned the breastplate, but I see beads, both for Cyno and Paul, the Aegis as well. Was not expecting the booze for backing next to the totem instead of taking it. Now it might be Baskin who gets the effortless advantage. He's walking away too. But those openings in the relics, as well as a Pyromancer going the way of the Dragons. Very, very sneaky for him on the board. They're able to pick it up, again, pull some of this gold back in their favor.
This grouping from the Ferrymen, there's so many on the left-hand side. Thought maybe we'd see a Gold Fury pull. Instead, just continue down that neutral path, which has been the win condition for the Ferrymen as of yet in this set. Jade Dragons doing a great job holding on, though. I really thought the Ferrymen were going to clean it up just in macro farm. They've been doing such a good job keeping pace, especially in the jungle. Feels like LASBRA struggling to match what Cyno's putting out so far as mid-camps are concerned. A lot of it comes down to that vision on the left-hand side. Anytime we see Cyno sort of move over to that dual lane, the Jade Dragons back themselves up. It's really difficult to maneuver the map as Maman Brigitte. I mean, there's no stealthy way to do it. It's no global. You don't have a leap and a dash. So with all that vision out there, I mean, VaporishCoast is completely safe.
Keeping my eyes on Cyno Beacon. Well, it's already gone towards the wayside. It's hanging around that area. It will be the Oracles. The Ops 4, Vision. A lot of blue wards that are on the board. And Baskin, who's rotated over towards left, seems to indicate the Ferrymen are looking for something. But Mifflin, it's that opener, trying to find that something that has been so difficult for him. Aror might be the one who either starts it or is finished by it. Mike is nearby, has ult available. Not gonna drop it, not feeling the attack. Speaking of Mike, and specifically Aror, 2-level lead in the supports for Mike. Has that second relic online, and that's a big opener for right now.
3-level lead out of the dual lane as a whole for the Jade Dragons, and you can see in the builds, maybe the idea of the Jade Dragons trying to play that early game a little bit more so. Sovereignty second slot as opposed to more stacking for Aror. The Styx Ferrymen, I don't think it's them looking for aggression. It's looking for easy opportunities, sure, an opportunistic team, but for the most part, it's just farm up, play our own game, see you later on. It's the Jade Dragons that have been fishing on map for a few more opportunities themselves. And with Sovereignty getting that defense online that much faster, it allows Mike to be a bit tankier, get involved, dive some of these towers, create some space. It's just the Ferrymen are playing so smart around it that the Jade Dragons can't find exactly where to put that aggression.
Seems to be the issue right now, trying to find it. Beacon gonna be respawning soon. And right now, the Dragons all over it. All 5 outside of Nika. It's just 4, if that's how math works. Making sure to dominate that area. Ferryman might be in a spot to respond, but not really looking for the fight. Aror and Paul are nearby. Again, not going too deep. Instead, CycloneSpin in a little bit of danger from LASBRA. Good dash. Creates the distance. Now you've got a teleport coming through over towards left. And again, just that pressure. Cyno up. Beacon still not capped. You've got numbers coming in for the Ferrymen. 3v3 until Cyno gets over that wall. 3/4 of the way favored towards the Dragons for the Beacon. They just need to find an opener. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they want to commit. Maybe it's going to be Cyno. Blink available. Could be the opener to get into the back. They're holding on. Pluck is good. It's on to Mike. Damage follow-up needs to be there. It's an explosion in the mid lane as far as things go, and it's Aror who's taking the brunt of it. Paul tries to get to the back, forces a few out, but the Ferrymen are the only one who lose someone until Baskin dunks down. Good damage, but no follow-up to make it work. It's on the double tap. Oh my God! Baskin from max range hits what he needs and gets it done, making sure this goes 1 for 1.
Baskin doesn't need the follow-up of the rest of his team. He is the follow-up. Initiation and damage all in one, making it happen there. Love the play from LASBRA to isolate Aror, but his Baskin stuck around too long.
Taken down, and now you've got Nika. You could maybe play aggressive still. Not a lot of utility in the bank to work with. But you get another kill. You tie him up on the board. You keep experience and gold within a few hundred. And Miff, it is 19 minutes and about as dead even as you can get. This Pyromancer going to help out very slightly, but admittedly overall making things even. Now Runic Bomb on both sides.
I don't think the Jade Dragons needed to give that one up. Just weren't ready, didn't realize it was pulled. Seemed like they were going to rotate through, look for that defense. Styx Ferrymen just much too fast on neutral objective. Maman Brigitte, by the way, that's just what she does. But the team fight potential from the Jade Dragons starts to rear its head a bit there. Nika, massive separation with his own ultimate. LASBRA isolates Aror. Aror forced to run back into the enemy team for fear of spreading that poison. Just completely opens up the engagement for the Jade Dragons until individual hero play Baskin comes through with the double dunk, one-man army follow-up kill on his own. Does lose his focus a little bit on the lazy back, but I think willing to forgive that considering the performance he puts on just previous.
Now we're talking about experience, again, as close as it is. Favoring some roles, Cyno right now in the jungle versus Coast for the carries. Mids have kept it even. Roar's catching up slightly. We haven't gotten to see, look, he's 1-0-2. There's only 6 kills on the board in the 20 minutes we've been watching so far. But haven't gotten that explosion that Paul gave us the last time he was on set, even yesterday when he was on set, which makes me both parts nervous for the Dragons because that means it must just be coming, a tidal wave that is Paul in mid lane, or makes me nervous for the Ferrymen knowing that maybe they've figured out, the Dragons that is, how to control Paul and slow him down.
Gore, I can't believe you said they figured out how to control Paul. He's
Yeah, it's
still
just impossible.
goose-egged in the death column, brother. They
but
can't
he's
kill him.
less like everything else, at least.
Wait till he gets the Sundering Axe. Am I a Paul fanboy? All right, you're right. You know what he's doing? He's doing less. Sundering Axe, though, I think, going to bring
Look,
a
I
lot
saw
of
the
it.
sign. I saw Paul diff out there. I understand where it's coming from.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing so much for his team, and a lot of his damage is going to be backloaded in this build. We've got some luxury items in the first few slots, CDR, penetration still on the way. And that passive on Sundering Axe, that's really where you're going to see a lot of that burst. It's that hit-and-run guerrilla warfare style that Paul has really benefited from so far this set. It hasn't been the all-in, going to my set ultimate, pentakill, I'm going to stick in with the auto attacks. It's, hey man, you shouldn't have been in skewer range, and it's just worked for him.
Gold Fury for the Ferrymen right now, and no response from the Dragons. That one picked up easy. But still, sub 2,000 gold in their favor. A small pickup, but a pickup nonetheless. Finally, a little bit of a lead, leaning one way more than the other. Fire Giant, last neutral objective left on the board. 21.5 in, Mifflin. Big fights, death timers, we get to talk to them. Game 1, they got massively long, but even now, 30 seconds, 40 seconds, if you're off the board, a pick can make such a huge difference. You had mentioned don't be in skewer range. Paul chased down by Nika for a moment.
But not really a whole lot Nika's going to do on his own besides annoy Paul. Maybe pepper in a little bit of damage. A lot of dancing around this Fire Giant, but I don't think either side's going to pull that trigger anytime soon. I think it's more so, where can we put our pressure? We have to stay together. If anyone's isolated, we're going to get picked out, so let's just play together, even if we don't have an exact goal in mind. Find a pick, all of a sudden towers open up, and Fire Giant may be an option. Until then, a whole lot to be done. So it's just about power spikes and which ones are coming up first. And looking over the Styx Ferrymen, 19 on both Cyno and Paul. Upgraded starters, going to be massive for them. Baskin still needs to buy his upgraded starter. It ticks over to 20 while out on field. Otherwise, on the other side, you're already level 20 on Dardez. Alternate timeline would go a long way.
Baskin forced into the sky, 4-man rotation over towards right.
Thought about it.
He did. I mean, when you've got Cyno nearby, you've got to think about it. But instead, opts to fall back, played safe. It's grouping control right now for the Dragons. Right-hand side of the map again. Pressure that is on. We're approaching 23 minutes. Pyromancer about to be back on the board for the Dragons. The weight of this game. They lose. Worlds is done. They go home. They don't have the opportunity to lift the hammer. And if they can win this one, they have to push it the distance. They have to keep going after that. Right now, keep going to go for the beacon. To go maybe for the throat. Try to control the Ferrymen as best they can. Again, it's left us lacking. Triple goose eggs right now for Cyclone as well. We haven't seen too much out of the dual lane. We haven't seen too much in terms of fight. Nika might be punished because of it. At least a little bit of damage thrown his way shows that the Ferrymen aren't going to let anything lie.
It's so difficult for the Jade Dragons to choose when to all in initiate because of the mobility of Baskin. It feels like he's just somewhere in the sidelines waiting in the ultimate. You look up into the sky, you just expect to see him up there, ready to punish you for your initiations. The Jade Dragons haven't exactly been able to really deal with the front line of the Styx Ferrymen, and I feel like that's really where they've struggled so far. Once Aror feels threatened, that's when the Jade Dragons can really start moving up.
There's Aror locked down. Split fight. Paul takes a lot of his health. Forced to fall back into the tier 1, halfway down already. Same for Aror. Dharmic Pillars drop down onto Baskin and Cyclone. And it's a good zone right now from the Dragons. Not chasing down, not following up. picking up the beacon instead. Spawning the Titans 30 seconds from now, right down mid. Gonna give themselves an opportunity to maybe find that opening for an all-in.
Power spikes hit. Paul gets his upgraded starter, Sundering Axe. Aror picks up his banner as well. Does cost him a bit in that engagement. The Jade Dragons burn through Paul's beads, so for the next 2 minutes, Paul likely to play a little bit safer in the back line. Opportunity now for the Jade Dragons to start playing that poke battle, but the Styx Ferrymen, they've got no chill, Gore. It's the Fire Giant, and it's going pretty quick.
Already halfway down, Nika's here, so is PBM, but you need something to secure it if you're the Dragons. Up in the sky goes Baskin, and he's only got 2 to control right now. Dunks off to the right, Fire Giant still getting low. Nika, LASBRA, everyone trying to find Nika, goes to the back, but he finally falls down. The damage tilts towards the Ferryman. Fire Giant has not been dropped, slowly whittled away, and the Ferrymen pick it up.
3-man stun from CycloneSpin, 3-man knockup from Cyno. The Jade Dragons and Nika couldn't move. Everyone in the Fire Giant pit just stuck there, and now with Fire Giant on all 5 and Nika off the map for 40, the Styx Ferrymen could just work their way forward, stay ahead of the Titan, keep it healthy, and you've got another man helping you on the siege. I think you might even be able to look for a bird here.
Defense, though, maybe highlighted a little bit a while ago. Nika's going to be back in 20. Are we looking at any chance at a tier 2, or are you just falling back to Phoenix line if you're the Dragons?
I mean, I read the book wrong. I thought we were talking about Phoenix right there. Nika's still 10 seconds out from respawn instead. Splitting the map. The Jade Dragons forced to defend against the Titan. Use it to distract. The Styx Ferrymen knock down a tier 2 for free. Head back to base, spend the gold, collect more on map. The Jade Dragons need to do something now. At least collect the Fury before the Styx Ferrymen can collect themselves.
That's going to be the goal. LASBRA, Dardez, they've got the burn and then some. And if it is Dardez, the burn not just on the objective, the burn on front lines. Merlin, we talk about him a lot when it comes to having to hunker down and hold your ground. It feels like he's going to be the one to really make strides for the Dragons over the next few minutes.
And I think this is where you can talk about how similar this composition is to Game 1's composition for the Styx Ferrymen, especially in Siege. That's where they struggled. It was really difficult at first to knock down Phoenix's, then to knock down that Titan because of that iron wall the Jade Dragons formed up around it. This time the Jade Dragons, much more defensive draft. They've got a really good ability to just keep people out of that Phoenix line. That's where Merlin comes into play. It's also just a much safer pick, so if the dive comes towards Dardez, Flicker should be able to keep him safe, that instant teleport third ability. And so, if the Jade Dragons want to, I could see them just hunkering down and extending this game for a good long while. It's on the Styx Ferrymen to figure out where they can open up the map. Advantages in maybe 1v1 if you get Cyno lined up against LASBRA somewhere else on map. Maman, Brigitte seems to be real powerful there. So maybe it's a split push attempt, 4-1, 3-2 perhaps.
Holding on, Paul, Cyno, Cyclone, Aror. Left side, good silence from Mike. Make sure that there's not going to be too much aggression. The tower still almost falls. Darwin Pillars create some space. Forces the Ferrymen again to play slower. Burn down the buff. Kill the power play as best you can. Unfortunately for the Dragons, tier 2 on left still goes down, but goal right now is to keep these Phoenixes up and alive. Ferrymen seem a little unsure as to where they want to go. Aror was looking forward, everybody else starting to fall back. Not a lot to do if they do disappear into the jungle.
Don't want to get picked out. Nika, as we play careful around this pluck. Aror finds it around the wall, drifts it, but the wall from Baskin blocks it out.
Baskin as well, under the tier 1, takes a few shots up into the sky. But his team's fallen back. He has to instantly dunk down with such utility. Ripped away from the Ferryman. Dragons, maybe a small opening. It's going to be a Pyromancer. And the Dragons, Mifflin, they're not just settling for the defense. They're starting to move forward. They recognize they've got the Ferryman on the back foot. Just trying to find, again, the opening all in to dive, to get their damage. LASBRA tries to start it off, gets a great taunt and some good damage on the back, but you've got to be wary of what the Ferrymen have in their fight. The wall, the CC, the Assassins, and the dive. All of it combines to make a great pincer to lock down Mike. Now Nika left alone, the rest of his team scattered to the winds, locked down, CC'd, killed off. Front line for the Dragons are just gone.
Baskin back to base, but has teleport available. The rest of the Styx Ferrymen relatively healthy, and Minion Wave already pushed up on right. It's 30 seconds on nearest respawn. Front line for the Jade Dragons, non-existent. If anyone's gonna be anything tanky, it's gotta be all LASBRA.
You gotta step in, you gotta do something. This Phoenix is not the defense they want to mount. They're gonna go ahead, relinquish it, let it go, let the Ferrymen fall back. The power play comes to an end. But now you've got the Ferryman with the base cracked, and Myth, I'm having flashbacks. We're approaching 30 minutes. 6 towers still standing for the Ferryman. Map state all in their favor. Pyromancer goes their way. The Dragons have their work cut out for them.
And the issue the Jade Dragons run into once more is the inability to stop Cyno. We're seeing Nika go into the fight, go up into the ultimate, and Cyno says, I'll hide in your shadow until you're done, and then I'll kill you immediately afterward. Disrupts the damage output from the Jade Dragons, allows that silence to run its course on the rest of the team, and then the Ferrymen say, okay, well, there was no damage our way, and they just used their initiation. Let's play aggressive, run them down. Great CC lockdown from Baskin. Aror finds a few key plucks there. Poke from Paul all the while, always in perfect position. And the Jade Dragons just can't figure out how to get towards him. Still 105. I mean, how many times has Paul even died at this event? You could count it on one hand.
And easily, at least even this set, you can count it maybe on one finger, if I'm remembering correctly. A lot of distance between Paul and death. Maybe shepherding the Dragons to their own demise here. 6-3, 30 minutes. Enhanced Fire Giant, 8,000 gold. All in favor of the Ferryman right now. Trying to control the pace of the fight. Fire Giant Myth, I want to know, around this bit. Dragons, it's enhanced. You have to step up to this, right?
Do you, though? I mean, the team fight in the neutral territory has just not been ideal for the Jade Dragons. I feel like there is still a world, with the base still maintained for the most part as well, that the Jade Dragons just put up that turtle defense and try and find a win from that position. The siege potential to Styx Ferrymen, relatively low. You still don't have a standardized mage. I think this early in the game, maybe you poke your head in towards the EFG, but I don't want to see the Jade Dragons leave it all on the table there. I'd much prefer to see them play in their own base.
And we see how long they can hold on to for a defense. In game 1, right now, it felt like they lost 2 Phoenixes, and we win another 25 minutes. So if they can hold on the way they have in the past, if their defense is as strong as we've seen, maybe nothing to be worried about. They can't do it if the death timers are there, and they can't do it if they lose everything right here, but they're going to make their bid. They're going to walk towards the Fire Giant. It's already halfway down. Ferryman in control of the pit, but they have to let it leash because Coast finally getting some damage online, finally hitting. It might not be high on the charts, but a lot of that came from those few autos.
Stray crits can go a long way, and if Coast can finish up that Deathbringer in 6th slot, all of a sudden those stray auto attacks that connect with Cyno might just knock him down. Jade Dragon still waiting on some significant power spikes. Recipe still 6 slotted for Dardez, as well as Nika. There's a lot of itemization on the board there for the Jade Dragon, so extending the game has got to be the name of the game, which is why I'm surprised to see them show so much presence in the Fire Giant pit itself. I figured push out some waves, let the Ferrymen have this one, play around the strongest portion of your draft.
You had mentioned the respect right now given by the Ferrymen. It is a zone, they know. Going for this Fire Giant, even with the advantages they have, could cause too much trouble in the long run. Cyno and LASBRA, this could be dangerous. LASBRA doesn't seem aware right now. Cyno has the close down. Does he have the damage? Good dash and good distance from LASBRA. Make sure that it's just a relic for nothing. Now Nika plucked on the other side. They've got him zoned down. Great wall coming in from Baskin, but Nika laughs it off, has the sustain, and is able to walk out with his life.
I feel like all that damage that connects with Nika is just Paul's Sundering Axe. Otherwise, not a lot of follow-up there. Be able to go back to base. Shouldn't teleport in, though. Not a lot of threat on the right-hand side. Can just walk themselves up, and by extending the game, just by showing presence, the Jade Dragons just about get their right side Phoenix back up. Map state starting to equalize now a bit.
Deathbringer's online.
I mean, Deathbringer, you're right. The Styx Ferrymen. I don't know that they can split push, though. I mean, Cyno doesn't have the same level of safety as something like a Rat, so if you're concerned about the Jade Dragons just folding back in and punishing you, Maman does not have that mobility. Just walk up there. Paul can do it somewhat, but it seems like he's really important to the tank shred of the Styx Ferrymen. So who would you send? Maybe Baskin, but he's the initiation.
All right, now Nika takes half his health trying to go for the Pyromancer. Baskin into the sky. Where is he going to dunk? Who's he looking for? And is it going to be Nika already low? And it is. Dunked down in the mid. Shielding, great. Keeps him alive. LASBRA has to use that mobility. Disengage is good, but he's running for his life, as is the solo laner, but pulled back in and taken right down. Ferrymen find an opening kill.
The Styx Ferrymen are playing these axe tosses perfectly every single time. Nika's like, I'm just gonna go over a wall, and it's gonna be just fine. Lands towards Paul, then lands into Aror, and immediately served up. And so, 45 seconds on the solo laner's respawn. The Styx Ferrymen they've never been one to do panic anything. Fire Giant, drop a ward, buy a potion, everything is thought out, every bit of gold spent completely and concisely placed and planned. And so, with 30 seconds now, it's the Styx Ferrymen 5 stacked around the Fire Giant pit. Baskin acting as wall, the Jade Dragons. There it is. They're gonna give this one up.
Earlier, by the way, talked about stifling Paul, or at least trying to. He's 1-0-6. He's got 100% kill participation yet again. And like you said, this Fire Giant is complete control. Ferryman, enhanced Fire Giant, just shy of 35 minutes into this game. They've got an Oni Fury waiting for them. They've got a tier 2 in mid. That seems to be a target in Mifflin. The world is their oyster to work with.
They have so much time to play with too. The Jade Dragons' base defense is very strong. There is still hope that they can maintain the base and even go for a complete turnaround win, but you gotta wait another 10 or so minutes to those respawn timers are a length that that's feasible. So I would say 2 base defenses of the Jade Dragons right back in it. So keep your eyes on Dardez and PBM. Dardez for the damage, PBM's ultimate. It seems to be the secure for the kills. Just lock someone down, apply that slow, shred some defense. That said though, initiation has just been lacking, hasn't it? It seems to be the case so far this set for the Jade Dragons. They haven't been able to punish Aror on misplugs. They haven't been able to punish Baskin for TPing in. It's just walk out whenever they want.
Well, they're punishing Baskin right now. Oh my God, barely makes it into the air. Can he make it out? If he goes right, and he does, he's just fine. But the damage was there. But Myth, again, we're having to talk about the amount they use for the defense. Nika, Mike, both ults down, just holding on. Luckily, they've got a Merlin. They've got Coast, whose damage has been stellar since finishing that Deathbringer. 5,000. LASBRA, though, caught out in the jungle, manages to make it over the wall, make it out with his life.
But that does cost LASBRA his ultimate, as well as the majority of his HP. Styx Ferrymen already burned through the teamfight resources. PBM, Nika, no ults.
Damage onto Mike. Good so far for the Ferrymen. The grouping, a little bit light. They fall back. Good Aror, Cyclone, Cyno, left side, Paul, right. Baskin kind of hovering in between for now, and it's going to be a reset. Spin up, come back in. Also worth noting, 2 runic bombs in pocket for Cyclone. This siege, it could go massive, but the timer's starting to play against him.
And CycloneSpin has to get real close to those Phoenixes to apply those runic bombs. Would have much preferred to see it on one of the frontliners of the Styx Ferrymen. The guy's pushing back the Jade Dragons, throw the runic bomb behind them instead. With CycloneSpin having both in pocket, won't have any wards to play with. Maybe no potions either. Just has to hold on to them. And the Jade Dragons playing well around their defense. This is exactly what we thought we'd see. The Styx Ferrymen struggling to break the base now, and the Jade Dragons are truly 5 stacked on top of it. Anti-crit picked up for LASBRA, so CycloneSpin's poke not going to do nearly as much. Spectral Armor, 6 slot. Nika starting to move in towards a little bit more physical defense himself. So Cyno in a position to really step up as a primary damage dealer on the team. Has still elected to go for a pseudo-utility build, Magi's 6 slot with a breastplate. Relatively tanky, especially if he takes fights in the jungle, thanks to that protector of the jungle. So how do the Styx Ferrymen create the space required around these Phoenixes? I think it's threatening kills, and the only way to do that is having Aror line up some of these plugs.
Aror's waiting. I mean, look at that. That is a hungry crocodile waiting for the pluck, trying to figure out where he's going to go. Mike would be the easiest target. Nika has definitely been on the forefront of a few of them and burned down, shredded through several times. Baskin going up into the air, though. Where is he going to be looking? What is his target? Does he really feel confident going in? The answer is yes, and it's on the Nika. The wall is good. The burn is there. Takes him down to half, forces him to fall back. Opens up a Phoenix. All you got to do is get Cyclone in there, but the presence from the Dragons right now, holding on to the defense as best they can, doing what they can, but they lose LASBRA. Darby Pillars turn 1 around, turn
Cyno.
2 around, as they knock down Cyno. It's Coast right now, who is the saving grace for the Dragons. They're chasing down Aror. The silence holds him still. Body blocks, trying to make sure he cannot escape. A Coast just can't catch up, and it looks like Aror, slow and steady, gonna run away. Dragons lose 1 Phoenix, 1 player, but they take out Baskin and Cyno.
Take out the most valuable Phoenix, and the right side Phoenix being weakened earlier means the Styx Ferrymen still have a way in. It's a decent siege from the Styx Ferrymen. That is very difficult to do. The Jade Dragon space control, just perfect. Ultimates from PBM have been great this game. These Dharmic Pillars finding more value than I think anyone could really realistically ask of him. VaporishCoast as well. All those auto attacks in the right spot, and even leading the charge at points. The ultimate to chase down. EI Jutsu just to close gap. VaporishCoast not playing with any concern for his own life. finds the damage into both Baskin and Cyno. But the death of 1,000 cuts seems to be the strategy of the Styx Ferrymen regardless. 40 minutes in, haven't broken the base twice now, and with Fire Giant spawning, I'm not sure that Jade Dragons can step up to this EFG. If you send Nika over towards left, your initiation starts to lose out. He's the only one that you can realistically send, because he's the only one that can get over towards the Fire Giant fast enough. But I'd much prefer to see him at Fire Giant Pit so we can initiate the fight, get dropped low, then teleport back in. If he's forced to use teleport just for the mobility, all of a sudden he's only got 1 life to play with.
The Dragons, based on positioning, don't seem they want to hedge their bets on a defense at the base. Instead, want to step up and bring the fight to the Ferrymen. They take out Baskin in the blink of an eye, and they surge forward with energy, trying to chase down Cyno and Aror, zoning them out. Maybe opening up an opportunity. Dharmic Pillar is going to slow at least one. They force the Ferrymen away, and now that Fire Giant wide open for the Dragons.
But if the Styx Ferrymen can just slow down the Jade Dragons, minions already moving in towards the base. EFG pulled, burning slowly, 60%.
Gotta watch Dardez damage Coast as well, because they can control this FG in terms of the burn. And Aror taken down so low, 1 hit, all the kills over towards the Dragons for now. Fire Giant picked up again, and the Ferrymen, Mifflin, they have to let it go. They might still have 6 towers standing, but finally, the Dragons find the surge forward, find some life, but you gotta watch the minimap, you gotta watch the fire minions. Dragons grab the steering wheel 40 minutes into this game.
For the first time, we're gonna get a good look at the Jade Dragons and their ability to siege. Tier 1 tower, foregone conclusion. Tier 2, absolutely free. The Styx Ferrymen still on respawn. Remember, it starts with Baskin getting picked out in the jungle around that Fire Giant. He's just now on the mend, still 30 seconds out from Aror.
Phoenix, you got some minions to work with. Coast, all he needs is a few shots and a little bit of time. Like you said, Aror not here. You've got the 4v5, but you need the engage, and you need to be worried about the fire minions on left. You can't afford to stay here too long without getting something done on the board. Nika goes in, forces ball to go to the side. Cyclone dashed away. Dharmic Pillars creates the space, and that's going to be the bird. And now chasing for a little bit more damage. Thrown towards Cyclone, thrown towards Baskin, but it's a bird and a retreat. You have to defend your own base to keep going.
Base defense, not the strong point of this Styx Ferryman draft. Easy for the Jade Dragons to walk in. It just seems like Nika walks up with the ultimate. Styx Ferryman have to back up. Dardez throws out his ability wherever Nika isn't. They can't stand there either. All of a sudden, VaporishCoast, free line of fire on that mid-bird. But all the while, Titan takes a lot of damage. And if I know anything about Aror teams, backdoors, always in the books.
Ward coverage maybe has to follow that immediately. If you are looking at the Dragons, you need to keep your base safe. Luckily, left side Phoenix about to respawn, give you the defense necessary, and more importantly, heal up that Titan to get you back into the equation. Titan, second time spawning. First time was mid, this time it's right. 4 towers still up for the Ferrymen to work through. 2 minutes left on the power play for the Dragons. Mifflin, a lot of gold on the board, a lot to be done, but a good fight back so far, and the Dragons' presence on left shows that they're not done sieging yet.
Still 2 runic bombs in play on both sides. CycloneSpin still holding on to 2 we were talking about earlier. Nika and LASBRA holding on to theirs. No significant grouping on the left-hand side from the Styx Ferrymen. Means towers were never really the goal for defense, but the Phoenixes, I think, you can at least put up some sort of soft defense. It's to say, though, Paul on a non-standard mage, we'll see what he can do on this set.
So far, the defense was soft. Now, maybe solidifying more for the Ferrymen as they hold on. Left side Phoenix, they push back. LASBRA has a good through line if he needs to use it. It's just getting that presence, just making sure he's there. Titans, meanwhile, marching over towards left. LASBRA taking a little bit of poke and has to be careful. No relics burn, but it's going to be the engage. Dharmic Pillars dropped in the back. Aror seems to be the target. You need to burn him a little quicker. Knockups are good, but the Aegis buys him so much time. Phoenix goes down. Aror stays alive. Ferrymen don't defend the base yet. Baskin up. This guy with Cyclone. Cyclone's already gone. Aror. He's low. The Dragons. The Dragons are surging forward. The Dragons finally find their energy. They're doing everything they need. They get the DSI, and they're pushing us to game number 4. But no, they gotta go to the right. They've gotta go kill the Titan. It's gonna slow him down, buy some time for the Ferrymen.
I don't think there's enough time in the world for the Ferrymen. Just get LASBRA and Coast over towards it, and Dardez.
Look at Dardez.
With his minions just waiting in the base. What do we got? 40 seconds on nearest respawn. There's just no world. The Styx Ferrymen, this one's not for them.
Game 4 on the horizon. The Dragons have done exactly what they needed. They held on for 42 minutes. And Mifflin, they are not getting knocked out yet.
That's one of the weaknesses that set out of the mid lane. You just can't defend the base. It is a narrow, nice edge the Ferrymen have to navigate. If you play from behind with that draft, you just can't do it. The Jade Dragons bring the defense.
Man, holding on. I mean, literally just steel grip, iron claws.
White knuckles.
The Dragons. It happens in game 1. But they aren't able to hold on because they have to make that defense around the Titan. This time around, they get to step up a little more. That pick on right, I mean, just opening it up, getting that Fire Giant was the most important play for the Dragons.
It is a completely different game if Baskin's not picked out there. So long as he's just playing safe, he doesn't need to make a play, he doesn't need to get aggressive, he doesn't need to step up for vision, just needs to survive. And because the Jade Dragons find that opening, finally able to find a team fight in the neutral territory, from there, they never let go of the gas. There was no point where the Styx Ferrymen were just 5-on-5. It was pick onto Baskin, grab Fire Giant, I believe pick onto Aror immediately afterward. And from there, it's just, how do we defend our base? We can't, because we don't have a mage.
And being able to keep that space, and specifically, like you said, having that staggered kill, you crack the mid Phoenix, and suddenly you can all in towards left, you can all in, and give your team the hope they have needed and wanted. Of course, the crowd, the energy that came out from that win for the Dragons, massive. They still need to do one more, right? It's not going to be over for them, but that has to be a surge in their sails to keep them going.
You got to see one go in, and I think it was something that Aror had said, one step at a time, one game at a time. Mike has always been a big proponent, big student of that philosophy as well. First step goes to the Jade Dragons, but they still have a lot of catching up to do.
Well, you know they can feel pretty good about it. Seen smiles as they walk down the stage. Cherio came storming in immediately when he saw that fight go well, and they push us to at least a 4th game. We'll find out how the Dragons are going to keep going or if the Ferrymen have an answer right after this.
Herman Miller gaming chairs, designed so you can play to your strengths. PostureFit technology supports your lumbar region to promote an active posture so you can play with less fatigue. Each seat is forward pitched to support your spine as you lean into the action. Our chairs flex with your body's micro movements, so you can play with agility and rapid fire response. Our decades of research get you closer to the game, because at Herman Miller, your focus is our focus.
And these players have been sitting down for a long time here this set. We now go into a game number 4 after lengthy games 1, 2, and 3. And so comfort at the pinnacle of everyone's mind. Thanks to Herman Miller, they've provided all the chairs for our gamers up on stage here this weekend, and important in a set like this. And remember, it's Steel Series and Alienware for your gear, and Herman Miller for your rear. And that's all from Dolson. As someone with a lumbar, I need a nice Herman Miller chair. Thank you, everyone, for the pity claps.
I got you with that.
Jokes aside, analyst desk, we got a banger of a game 3, and finally, a guaranteed game 4 here in the Steel Series Moments of Glory from game number 3. Will walk us through a bit more of that story. Inbound, the Dragons are on the board. What'd you see from them?
Ganesh is the best possible pick you can have in a Sobek. Mike's
Mike
not picking
Diff.
it. Mike Diff for sure. Mike's not playing it game 1, game 2, but he waits till game 3, makes sure the lines, you know, it looks like maybe the Ferrymen will win, and then he locks in that Ganesh, and on top of it being a good matchup, Mike played it phenomenally. Those ultimates were huge. He was able to split a lot of fights. He was able to get a lot of damage with the actual ultimate, and not just kind of like this ult right here was the biggest ult I've ever seen by Mike.
Yeah, Mike went crazy. It was a Ganesh diff for sure. It wasn't just the Ganesh. I will say I had some words for the Serqet. I didn't think it was going to be that impactful, and notably, the damage wasn't, but it was that CC. That is exactly what it was.
Deadly.
LASBRA realized pretty early on, Baskin's on Thor, bro. Doesn't matter how tanky you think you are. If I lock you down and send you into my carries, this Thor will die. And once they figured that out, Baskin was actually one of the targets in the engagements. And I got to give props to Dardez. He played like a man possessed late game. I'm pretty sure, right here, he flickers in.
1400?
Yeah, flickers in, and the Coast finally built crit. We were talking about that as well.
Did it.
Look at those numbers. You can't auto that much unless you build crit.
You're telling me this guy thinks the other build is better? He's hitting someone for 1408. The crit build finally comes through, and it pays off. 407. We're talking about the rest of them, but Coast, what a performance by him. Gets the Deathbringer, gets the Demon Blade, and pumps out the damage. Again, sitting well above CycloneSpin. They seem to fill different roles, but this time it felt like Dragons, as well as being able to kill people, they could do objectives. They had the Executioner, they had the crit, they were able to take down Fire Giant.
And besides that, I didn't even shout out Nika for just playing the one-man zone duty. I mean, he held that game. He was juking around. That corrupted Bluestone ended up slowing down a lot of the DPS of the Styx Ferrymen as well. The slows that Chaac provided. I mean, him just surviving in some of these team fights, despite the massive damage numbers he did, really did help out the squad as well. The entirety of the Jade Dragons, man, this looks like a revitalized team.
And this is like the exciting part, because now we're going to that 4th game, and beautiful game by the Dragons, because not just winning it, this resets P's and B's. Now we have to sit back. If you're the Ferryman after a game like that, you now have to sit back, and now where are we valuing Sobek? Where are we valuing this Ganesh? Where are we valuing Hachiman, Chernobog? There's so many gods you have to now run down this list, and it's now on the Ferryman to kind of make these plays, because the Dragons did what they needed to do.
Right.
5 gods that now are going to be at the back of the Ferryman's mind, and all of them just had great games on those gods.
Getting there, see if the Dragons' reverse sweep is still on. There's a certain energy that starts to build after each individual game in situations like this. You get a 2-0. All right, now it's a 2-1, and the tension starts to build up just a little bit. If you're a fan of neither team, you want your team to win, but if you're just a fan of SMITE, you're begging for this to go to game 5 because it just starts to build up. In the tenseness and the energy of a game 5, near unbelievable. But fellas, we're going to get some of that in a game 4 here as well.
Yeah, Dave, I predicted the 3-1 earlier on with my little cue card, and even I won a game 5, right?
I want to be wrong.
I want to be wrong so bad, because the energy in this building, you guys are going to be able to hear it on stream as well. It's going to be electric, especially the game 5, but just the revitalization of the Jade Dragons. They said, hey, we're not going to get swept through, we're not going to get pushed over, and I saw the confidence just booming off them. Mike grabbed the whole squad the second that game was over, and I don't know exactly what he said, but it was something along the lines of, probably some swear words. But
it was good. That's what we know.
Let's go, boys. Something like that. We got this.
And something you pointed out to me in the middle of that game, the composure of the Dragons was phenomenal. They were like laughing, having a good time, smiles on their face, and that's what you need in these long sets. This isn't 3 games like the quarterfinals day. We have 5 that you need to, or best of 5, you need to get to 3. And now this is the 4th one. 2 more, and the Dragons are going to finals.
Absolutely, and for the Dragons, for Nika, for Dardez, for Cherio, is it finally their turn to be on the good end of the reverse sweep? Can they do it? I'm excited to find out.
A lot of history at play, as we've said all weekend long, but here as well. Picks and bans for game number 4. Again, every game a must-win now for the Jade Dragons. Ferrymen playing with a bit more leeway. Talked a bit about how things are reset potentially now after a Jade Dragons win. We're worried maybe about a Mike Ganesh that we haven't seen a little bit in the past. Bobby, what comes to mind?
When you look at this game 4 P's and B's, and you kind of talked about this a little bit with the Athena, the Dragons are now in that position where they have to ban these powerful gods that we've seen a lot of. I wouldn't expect to see an Athena, period. Athena's was just one that the Jade Dragons have to get rid of. On top of that, the Vulcan is something they keep going back to as a throwaway ban, and they're still going to it. And then Chernobog. There's like 3 gods the Dragons feel like they have to ban, but that opens up now. Where's the Ganesh going to be prioed? Is there going to be a Ganesh ban? Sobek is another thing. The Jade Dragons sticking with those same 2 bans. Ferrymen actually going for that Morgan ban. Same 3, nothing too exciting there, but now we're going to see where these gods are going to be prioed.
And to be clear, the Vulcan's not a throwaway ban, right?
No,
we
absolutely
saw what Paul did on the Vulcan. This is not like, oh, well, we're just tossing the Vulcan out. They said we don't want that damage. And the Ganesha not going to go back into Mike's hands. Aror taking this one for himself. Bobby, you seem pretty hyped about that.
Yeah, and make sure you thank your support main today.
Thank you, Bobby.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Bobby.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
We appreciate you.
We do.
For being up here on the desk with us. The other support, the Ganesh from game 3, hovering the Aphrodite, and Hazer, it's an Afro-Hachiman duo lane for the Dragons.
Yeah, I want to see them continue. That was the first game, I feel like, where we've seen them have actual pressure in the duo lane, and they set up a lead for Coast through it. He was able to solo invade a purple. I want to see that more from the Dragons. This Afro into Ganesh matchup, though, is something I'm curious about, Bobby. How do you feel about that? Do you think the Afro ult is sufficient to get out of those Dharmic pillars?
Yeah, I like Aphrodite on the side of this Ganesh. It is a little bit more Ganesh playing for like the 5v5 team fights, very strong, and Afro can really just protect one. But that just means you have to draft just that one character that you can kind of peel for, and that's the part that I'm excited for, this Thoth. You talked about it a lot, Trelly. Thoth is this dominant mid lane character, Mirrodin, a bunch of different things, and now we have Paul on it in game 4.
It's disgusting. I mean, the damage numbers are ridiculous, but I'm more interested in into what Dardez goes to, because again, the Ferrymen have had his number. They have not let him go to the Morgan, and he's gonna run back the Merlin, and usually, you know, up against the Rat with the Ganesh, it takes so long for Merlin to get online. I'm pretty confident in it now that I just saw what Dardez was able to do. He positioned perfectly, he was staying back, he was playing to his power spikes, but once he got online, my man was able to just flicker in and just decimate team fights.
Grabbing that Merlin, though, it's obviously important to prioritize Dardez, but it does mean that the traditional counter pick into the top, the Daji, likely going to be taken away by the Ferrymen. A good pick into Ganesh as well. No CC immunity on the ults for either of those characters, so do have to pick up the beads, and once those beads are burned, you can pull them back in with the Paolo and take them down. I'm really expecting the Ferrymen not to allow LASBRA to get that pick at the bottom too.
You know, it'd be kind of sleeper here, and this is a pick that we haven't seen in quite some time. It's
All
one
right,
that I've seen.
your shot.
I've seen one that LASBRA has gone to, but the Fenrir, man. I haven't seen Fenrir jungle in a minute. Runs down Thoth easily, can match the early pressure of Rat, and sure, doesn't have the best matchup in a Ganesh, but you can just pick up the Ganesh, man. Like you could just Ragnarok the Ganesh as well. Haven't seen it in quite some time. It'd be out of left field, but I'd like it.
But it could work. Now roll in to the second wave of bans. Styx Ferrymen still needing their ADC, presumably their solo laner. Jade Dragons needing jungle in solo lane. What comes to mind?
And this is kind of the difficulty of picking a jungler into this Ganesh, because there's a boatload of gods that can dive Thoth. There is plenty of, I guess that was bad because Ferryman boatload of gods. Okay, sorry guys. But there is plenty of gods that can dive this Thoth. It's not a problem with diving the Thoth. It's diving the Thoth and worrying about the Ganesh. And your idea I actually like, where it's don't worry about the Thoth too much. Worry about this Ganesh. Make him the god you want to kill and deal with him first and then go for the Thoth after. And I think maybe not with Fenrir, but I mean, the recent buff, there is a possibility there. There is a few gods that you can kind of do it with. Maybe Thor, walk up, wall the Ganesh, poke him down, something like that.
Yeah, and one thing I want to know is Ganesh you say that he counters gods. Aror actually calls him the counter. He says that he gets told he's counter-picking people, whatever he's against. Ganesh, the silence counters everything. It feels like it's really hard to get a good matchup into that pick. There's certain gods that struggle more, maybe your Thors, like getting that Berserker's Barrage silenced out, difficult to get out of there. We saw it last game from Baskin, but it will be the Camazotz, a god who I think does have a pretty decent matchup. Immunity on the 3, immunity on the ult, 2 ways of getting out the Dharmic Pillars. Pretty nice.
Yeah, not bad. And you want to hear some foreshadowing. I think the very first interview that J-Mac ever did with Aror, he just went to Ganesh and he said, why'd you go to Ganesh? And Aror said, it's going to be the year of Ganesh. And this is going to be possibly the pick that sends them to the World Finals. Or, I mean, if Mike got his hands on it, right, it put a stop to their 3-0. So it could be something. But we got an interesting hover here. Not the Ama. That's normal.
That's standard.
It's the other one.
A rumble.
No shot.
Rolls over the crowd.
Much better.
This is like when he covered Charybdis, man. He's so troll.
Yeah, some boos rolling out, but inbound, probably the correct decision.
Yeah, Ishtar makes a lot of sense with what the Ferrymen want to do. Again, really good objective damage for this Ferryman. Good burn, good secure. And going over to the final pick from the Jade Dragons, this solo laner is their last pick. There is a difficulty with what he needs to do, but the one thing I want this solo laner to do is to be the engage god. I want somebody that can start these fights off, because that's what the Dragons need.
Just to build on that, look at the Jade Dragons comp. Where is the CC? How are you forcing out beads with this comp? Afro single target kiss, not all that reliable. Camazotz only has the slow in the kit. They really do not have a lot of CC to lock people down. I would really like to see Nika pick up something that can CC people, maybe that Chaac again, a lot of area control. What do you think, Trelly?
I'm going to the throwbacks again, like I called out Defender. What if, remember, Nika used to pop off on some of these assassins in the solo lane. What if he just took the Kama? Like, that's a possibility as well. Hasn't been the MO. It's been a lot of these tankier warriors, and, you know, the Chaac, for example, we just saw. Not going to be the call. The Bologna going for an auto attacker, trying to have a decent matchup in the Amaterasu, but a lot of sustain, a lot of healing on the side of the Jade Dragons. You've got Afro, you've got Kama, you've got the Destol Bologna. Anti-heal might be a topic of conversation here for the Ferrymen.
I kind of like the Bologna last pick. Yes, I agree. It lacks a little bit of that engage CC, can't really force beats, stuff like that. I guess doesn't really lack engage because you can ult in, but who's going to deal with the Ishtar, the Bologna? Who's going to deal with the Thoth, the Camazotz? Ganesh is then forced to kind of pick this peel of which one he's going to choose to peel for. And if it gets to that late game portion, that's 2 losing matchups for the backliners, for the Ferrymen. So that positioning is going to be very important. Where they're going to be taking these fights is going to be important. But I'm focused on anything, more than anything, Cyno's Rat. Because the potential to split and the potential to just force somebody over to him, we saw the Daji matchup into that Thoth. If there's no Kama there to dive this Thoth because he's matching the Rat, we're just going to see a free casting Paul. And in a game 4 like this,
nightmare.
Free casting Paul is not what I want to play against.
No, not at all. I mean, if Paul gets the free cast, the game is just over. And that's most mid laners at this point. Dardez the same way. Sure,
exactly. Yeah.
Early on, Merlin not so much, but late game, absolute threat. Mages have to be dealt with, and I think the Jade Dragons picked a comp that can deal with these mages, or the mage, in this case, Paul, on the Thoth. But at least you have Undying Love, right? That's a good idea to say, hey, Final Judgment's coming, whether we like it or not. I don't want you burning your Aegis, I've got you. But when Undying Love's down, that's when Cyno can dive the backline, and you have to worry about even more. So it's going to be a chess game trying to hold on to these relics and ultimates.
Yeah, speaking of the chess game, I have a slight worry about just how good Wingblade looks into this Jade Dragons combo. We see a Wingblade picked up by the Ganesh here. You're countering out so much of the lockdown from the Dragons, so much of the slows that are going to be coming through, and stopping their engage. Oh, we got a Mexican wave going on.
Here we go.
Or back the way.
Surely SMITE fans are coordinated enough to get the wave going here. You're getting the shout out on the desk too. There we go. Problem is, it's not a circular arena. I don't know when we reset and start to head back the other way. Those fans and others, it feels, my fellow, well, I'm not an analyst, my analyst desk, that there are Styx Ferrymen fans that are rooting for the Ferrymen.
Right.
Everyone else rooting for the Jade Dragons here in Game 4. SMITE fans, the neutral fans, gotta be leaning towards the Dragons with their hopes and dreams of a Game 5, because the way that these games have started to lay out, the length, the throws, the moments, it's all building towards something. Does it end here? Does the party continue? We'll find out with your casters in Game 4.
Thanks so much, everyone up there on the desks. Gore, Smith, We've got game number 4, do or die still for the Dragons. Pressure is on to make sure they can try to not only go to game 5, but to continue a run, to make it towards the finals. Ferrymen, however, still on set point. Myth, there's some things that stood out to me, and specifically it was one thing. Paul Thoth looked really good a couple games ago. It could be dangerous this time around.
Yeah, I agree, man. It feels like Paul on this pick is just so elevated. The damage output, the pacing throughout the early game, the poke potential up against this Merlin. I imagine we see Paul have a relatively easy time getting over towards level 10 or so. 3-item power spike for Camazotz, all of a sudden then Paul's under some threat. Even level 5, the ability for you to just use Bat Out of Hell to walk into a tier 1 tower makes LASBRA a pretty significant threat on map, but I think Hazer hits a very, very significant point on the desk, and it's the lack of CC from the Jade Dragons. Single target stun, 3 of them just about for the Jade Dragons, and that's really it. Otherwise, lots of slows, and Wingblade is not a bad item. It's just a really good pickup. It used to be no defense, just HP and a little bit of movement speed. Nowadays, magic defense on it. You still have the HP, still have the movement speed, the slow immunity, and slow actually makes you just faster. Means that if Aror picks it up, he can really stick to the back line himself. This Ganesh has been a dominant pick in this set. I think it's one I'm going to keep my eyes on.
Yeah, and if you're looking for someone who's going to find a lot of peel potential, it's Ganesh through and through, right? And as we saw last game with Mike, a lot of engage potential as well. Deep Dharmic Pillars can change the course of an escape. It can zone a team out. It gives you a lot of options. So we're going to have to wait a little while to see. This is also the first time we've gotten to see Aror not on the Sobek, so maybe the lane phase, one that's going to be a different dynamic. It's not just going to be full of plucks every 3 seconds, or maybe it still is. He's got the dash. You've got some damage. And it's on the Mike, though, and he's going to be just far enough away. Nothing too crazy for the Ferryman is going to break out, but as it shows, you still have to worry about the Elephant's aggression.
And there's meditation on play here for PBM, so any bit of poke already going to have a hard time sticking, even harder now. The multitude of healing available to him. A lot of healing across the board here for the Jade Dragons. Anti-heal maybe first slot for Styx Ferrymen if they're worried about it. Good route. Dardez should just be fine, but being this low on mana this early on means he's likely headed for base.
So far, again, back and forth, both in mid and in duo. The Ferrymen. Mifflin in the late game. I mean, that's what we've been talking about, right? When you go back, game 1, 56 minutes. Last game, 45 minutes. Game 2 in the middle is just a little bit lower. And it feels like some of that late game aggression is where it's important. Aurora, though, stunned out, doesn't have a lot of places to go, but you don't have a ton of damage coming your way either. And despite a great play and great setup from the Dragons, Aurora gets to walk back to the tower line, but forced to reset to make sure that everything's going to be okay.
That was some scary stuff there for Aurora, but does at least grab the small camps on the left-hand side. Cyno lines up with Jade Dragons for a cooldown buff, but that doesn't exactly go his way there. Jade Dragons' early game aggression really is pretty decent. I'd love to see them play through the dual lane. LASBRA in particular, make some rotations over towards it. CycloneSpin's not exactly super safe on this Ishtar. Camazotz has a lot of really good targets on map here.
Where do you want to see, so you mentioned the Ishtar, is that something you want to see? LASBRA, not only have we gotten used to seeing him farm a little bit longer than normal, it does feel like Camazotz as well really benefits. Once he has Bat Out of Hell, he can kind of get away with murder in a lot of instances.
I mean, the ideal world is you shut down Paul and you catch him early, but that's Paul, and it seems like that's just not a realistic thing to look for. So otherwise, I think CycloneSpin a much better target.
Cyno no mana. How much he's going to face there. It seems like Baskin, while he thought about going in for the defense, not going to be there in order to try and fight things up. Purple buff, invade, successful from the Dragons. If you're looking at just neutrals right now, they are in control of the first few minutes.
Invades across the map there. Great play from the Jade Dragons playing through the early. It's that aggression we were just talking about. Baskin doesn't exactly have a great matchup in the Blona throughout the early game. Won't be able to utilize Destol to its full efficiency thanks to that Scourge disarm. LASBRA should have just more damage straight up than Rat throughout the early, so don't exactly want to take that fight there. Duo lane having so much sustain means anytime you're trading HP with CycloneSpin and Aurora, Mike and Coast, you're going to feel just fine about it. It's the Styx Ferrymen's job to weather the storm. They want to make it to the late game. And I feel like you can run that back just about any given game this set or this year for the Styx Ferrymen, but doubly so true here. The only thing I could see the Jade Dragons really wanting to avoid action, the only lane they don't want to play through right now is the mid lane. Let Dardez hang out on his own, collect some farm, and just hang out until that mid to late.
Rotation, Mike, Coast on the ult, looking for damage, has some. Dharmic Pillars drop to peel, and it should be just enough. Locks Coast away, but no junglers coming over. So it's just ult for ult trades in the duo lane. And maybe Aror coming out on top. His not only not used for his own life and safety, but also much shorter cooldown to keep him going.
Keep my eyes on LASBRA here. It feels like now that he's ticked over to level 5, 6, has high potential to start getting hyper aggressive in these towers, but I mean, you called it earlier, LASBRA has been playing just a little bit more passive throughout that early game. Might be holding on to his resources to try and follow up on Cyno's global pressure. You really don't want Cyno getting to jump on a lot of these rotations, but because the side lanes are so strong for the Jade Dragons, I don't really imagine we see Cyno getting too much done on either side. Maybe if Nika's ultimate goes down, you can try and play there, but Phalanx already finished up, means there's so much defense up against both Baskin and Cyno. Do you want to go over towards duo lane? Hachiman's one of the safest hunters in the game, and you got an Aphrodite linked up to him. I do not envy Cyno throughout this early game. It feels like this Rat's going to be really just following LASBRA around.
Well, silent 1,000 so far. Cyno maybe doing something about a little bit of that. Saves the blue buff for Baskin. The gold lead has been marching towards the Dragons. These invades paying off and then some. And now LASBRA over towards Baskin. Do they have the damage and the lockdown? Not able to body block the dash, but the leap in, the ult, it has what you need. You just need some damage. Bat out of hell. One more swoop, but the jukes almost keep him alive. LASBRA, first blood in game 4.
Early rotations, these side lanes picked for their dominance. The Jade Dragons doing a great job playing through it in the crowd at their back. LASBRA getting involved real early on, and that's before even finishing up the first item. Gets an unfortunate back, which generally slows these junglers down, but rotates through nonetheless. The only thing Baskin could have done to have secured his life there is if he goes into the dash and then immediately channels his own ultimate to immune the stun there from Nika. Once Eagles Rally connects, I mean, that's all.
Now a small reset from these teams, but that first blood, Mifflin, means a lot more than just the first blood, because they already had actually pretty hefty lead for the Dragons. Now we're talking 2,000, 6.5 minutes in, and it's just from farming. And if they can keep that pace up, you can see some of the levels changing specifically in the jungle, where it's going to make a big impact. But this kind of rate, right? This farming, this aggression from the Dragons, it's not only a different pace than we've seen in the first 3 games, but much more proactive, and it feels better, like it matches their draft, maybe even like it matches their plans right now. LASBRA stopping the back of Cyno inside the jungle, has him at least locked away. Coast, Mike push out Cyclone and Aror, and they clear up this part of the jungle. Unfortunately, too late to get the shield buff.
This is one of the largest early game leads we've seen all set. I mean, the Jade Dragons are just dominating. Totem pressure, 5-1, favoring them as Dardez slammed.
Good shot from Paul. And it does save mid-camps of all things. It forces Dardez to fall back. That ult being down. Aegis as well, instead of a beads early on. Do you like the way that Paul started this off?
I think so. I mean, what are you beating? There's no CC on the side of the Jade Dragons. It's all damage. So Aegis in that first slot should prevent LASBRA from going for some of those cheeky, I'm in your tower style plays. So I like that for him. Blink exchange. Nothing really gained there.
Keeping my eyes on Nika, blue buff coming in. Ult over the wall, stun does not connect. Forces Cyno to dash away. The dart used though, maybe gives an opening. No Baskin yet, blue buff secured. Teleport down for the solo laner on the Ferryman. Nika as well, controlling this lane exactly the way you'd want.
Yeah, great stuff from Nika. This would change up this matchup around this next item slot, so Baskin just needs to play safe for a little bit. LASBRA just ever present on this right-hand side. Seems to me Baskin, I mean, they're just not letting them breathe. They're on top of the blue buff timers, the Jade Dragons that is. They were on top of these totems, to be sure, 6-1 now, favoring the Jade Dragons. But nobody's stopping Paul, and doesn't that feel a little bit concerning?
So far, and you know what? The last few games, yes, just straight up. If he's not getting pressured, and admittedly, Thoth early on, do you think they have enough to dive him right now? I mean, that evade and punish, we talked about how good it is for getting that distance. Can they pressure him out the way that we've wanted?
I think you have to pressure him once and be willing to accept failure for your second rotation of pressure to hit pay dirt. You gotta get through the Aegis, and the only way to do it is to scare him, and the only way to scare him is to attack him. Leave him alone. He's just going to hold on to that relic forever, and you play this circular game of, well, I can't dive him because he has Aegis. No one's using Aegis because no one's diving him, right? So I would like to see some rotations from the Jade Dragons over towards Paul, because he's the looming threat. He's always been the threat on the Styx Ferrymen. The side lane pressure will get you pretty far to put the team in a really good position on the side of the Jade Dragons, but you have to solidify that lead somewhere.
Well, they're going to find maybe some of that lead. It's been solidified, at least for the Dragons, in right. Nika knows what he's doing. He knows what he's getting. And he's controlling that lane, Mifflin, as of right now. Now backing around the cooldown buff. Sees Baskin, forces it to fall back, stops the back as well. Doesn't have the jungle this time, putting maybe some of that pressure in mid, as you would want it to see. Paul is a dangerous gamble to play against, though. Because as much as it is, hey, you could challenge him, you could try to make him feel uncomfortable. At any given time, if he's given just a few seconds to charge it up, he will just take you down to half.
He will. I'd much rather fight him now when it's half instead of 100-0, though.
Yeah,
right?
good point.
6-slotted, though. Just a little bit more difficult to deal with. I wonder if the Jade Dragons considering now maybe some rotations towards the Gold Fury itself. They've got a really decent composition for it. Heavenly Banner from VaporishCoast, boosting attack speed for the entire team, burn potential from Dardez. I mean, there's just a lot of fight in the tank, a lot of burn in the tank for the Dragons. The only thing that concerns me maybe is if you stack up on a Gold Fury, that's where Ishtar ultimate lines up a little bit more easily, or Rat can close that gap a little bit more easily. Maybe you threaten some of that objective secure from the Thoth as well. The Jade Dragons doing a great job keeping that pressure up, but it's been a little while since we've seen an invade. That 3,000's been cut to 2.
All right, now Gold Fury started up trying to lift that 3,000 further, but will not there for the Dragons. Try to catch the Ferryman sleeping, just unable to. The Gold Fury dropped, hands rinsed. And the question for me is going to be where these supports end up going. We see Mike right now hanging onto the left side of the map. Dharmic Pillar is very important to create a lot of aggression, stop a lot of aggression, and might be necessary to stop this from happening here. The Merlin burn finally being utilized. Gold Fury, 11 and a half in, goes the way of the Dragons, and they extend their lead.
Good stuff, Jade Dragons. And now even if the Styx Ferrymen win out on a fight, there's nothing they can do on map to catch themselves back up. It's about controlling your own buffs now. You gotta be ready for these rotations from the Dragons, but it's tough because you can be ready, but you can't close up gold lead with just wards. You have to be able to fight them once you're there. Keep my eyes on Cyno. Maybe rotations from Paul can help out a bit with that, but Paul's already starting to fall behind a bit thanks to all that global gold rolling through from the Jade Dragons. So if he rotates to a fight and things don't go well, all of a sudden he's even further behind. The Jade Dragons, it's this infinite pressure they're putting out that's really putting them in a good position, which is crazy to think. It's the play style they were trying to stray away from. Why do it? This is when they look their best.
Beacon seems to be the fight coast alone right now, able to dodge out. Good dash. Has a teleport coming in from Nika. Presence on the left-hand side. Massive for the Dragons. Beacon is the fight. Already halfway charged for the Ferrymen. It's going to be slowly pulled back by the Dragons. Dardez has Mike backing him up. Has a lot of damage, wide abilities. Nika rotating in, Baskin from the other side. You're gonna have the full 5-on-5. Paul is the target, the sun doesn't connect. Cyno eats a lot of damage up front, but LASBRA is the one who's in trouble. Bat out of hell, forces him to fall back. Now Beacon back in the limelight for the Dragons, holding on to whatever they can. Paul looking for a shot, not pulling the trigger just yet. Trying to get Dardez low, and he has him right where he wants him. All you need is one more shot, but with Mike right there, Mike with ult. The threat not going to be as present as you'd like. Beacon slowly charged towards the Dragon with Paul falling back, maybe relinquishing some space. Looks like the Dragons are going to get to control this one at least a little longer. Paul again, the guiding light for them, but the fight will never break through. He won't fire the ult. Instead, LASBRA, oh my God, the 1v1, Cyno! Cyno does what he needs and gets the win.
Man, that is tough for LASBRA. Force used the ultimate defensively in mid. Doesn't have it for the fight on right. Cyno chases him down, and it's not even the ultimate that finds him, I believe. just walks him down on the right-hand side, catches him trying to clear out that neutral camp. And so Styx Ferrymen might strike back, but it's what we talked about earlier. Nothing on map for them to do to catch themselves back up. Pyromancer finally in play. Paul, no ultimate, no secure. They're just trying to force a fight, but Aror's too low.
Cyno in the air, goes to the back, finds Mike with a knock-up, and now the dive in, but Nika counters it, stuns out, focuses out Paul, and finds the kill he needs. 1-for-1, the mid laner, finally taken down. Aror to follow. The Dragons find their opening, and Mifflin, they take the steps right up to the Styx Ferrymen, and they're gonna step right to the Pyromancer.
Dardez still here, has the burn. Pyromancer will go quick. Keep your eyes on Baskin. Still healthy enough, maybe can threaten it. Nearly able to take that one away, but the Jade Dragons secure the objective and continue their onslaught. It's like a switch has been flipped, Gore. This is a completely different look at this team. We were watching slow games where the Jade Dragons were content to just trade mid camps, trade objectives across the board. Now it's invade after invade, totem control, objectives getting slammed. Jade Dragons have picked up the pace.
Again, that wind puts wind in their sails, the Dragons. 5,000, or at least approaching, gold in their favor. Just 15 minutes in, Mifflin. I mean, massive, massive control. Left side, Primal Fury coming up. It seems we're in that zone where that has to be the next objective, or at least it feels like it should be the next objective if the Dragons want to continue furthering things. And maybe the place for the Ferrymen, again, to draw a line in the sand and dare them to cross it. But what do you want to see? I mean, what's been going wrong for the Ferrymen? Obviously now the gold lead, but how do they fight back against it?
The Ferrymen just lost out on a few rotations of their buffs, and by the time the fight started up, truly, in the 3v3s or 4v4s, they were playing at such a deficit. The Jade Dragons able to run over them. And all that sustain at play. Feels like PBM's keeping everybody just outside of Paul's ultimate threshold. There's a lot of damage that Paul's got. You can see it there, but people are freely diving them.
And right now they're diving, like you said, for free and finding that kill. He's doubled up the deaths. Paul, nothing to say. Cyno goes in, knock up on the LASBRA. He's still got bad out of hell. He might want this fight even, as he's got the rest of his team backing him up. Healing from Mike should be there. Primal Fury, with Paul gone for 20 more seconds. Eyes on the Dragons as they move towards left. They want to extend this lead.
Can they just go ahead and pull the objective? Aror nearby, and the Styx Ferrymen Oracle Vision. They'll have a slight advantage in the pit itself. So instead, it's the Jade Dragons roaming Death Ball, just looking for anybody they could find on the map. And that's another thing that's been going so well for the Dragons. The Styx Ferrymen have been slow on the uptake on grouping. It feels like every single team fight we've seen, it's the Jade Dragons with 1 or 2 man advantage every single time.
Merlin burned back in the equation. Dharmic Pillars from Aror are up. Is he going to drop him in time? Does, but forces the Primal Fury instead of trying to steal it. Damage their Dragons. Secure that one. Push their lead a little bit further. 6,000 gold, 4,000 experience, Mifflin, 17 minutes in.
Jade Dragons in a real good position, and their team fight continues to get better for a while here. There's really going to be a turning point once Baskin and Cyno can actually stand in front of Dardez. VaporishCoast hasn't exactly been involved in the team fight too much, but he has been involved in keeping the pressure up on that left-hand side. Strips away that tower just a little bit earlier. So once Baskin and Cyno are allowed to prevent LASBRA diving Paul or prevent Nika going for Paul, then you can fight back in.
Nika jumps in. Baskin's second totem of the game, by the way. Nika has been dominant in this lane and showing why. Actually using that ult early could cause maybe a little bit of disruption. Nothing too big to fight over, but this Bologna, you know, we've touched on it every now and then. Shogun's Kusari, the execution, like the build feels good, the play feels good, and the ults have felt great.
Man, Nika's got the crowd behind him. That has got to be such a mental boom to the Styx Ferrymen. So difficult to play an arena that's clearly playing favorites for the Jade Dragons. Everybody wants to see this go all the way to 5, and the Dragons making a great argument for it already. I want to see that pressure continue, Gore. I want to see them on top of these objectives, or even just catch out CycloneSpin. Nika, this isn't even your side of the map.
Oh, but he's control. Look at the body blocks. He's just trying to slow Cyno down. Doesn't have the ult to lock him up. And actually forces not only Baskin to come over, the full teleport from Baskin to make sure that pressure's there. And if there's nothing on this side of the map, it was just Nika looking for a kill, just playing around. Now the beacon might be the target. Ferrymen step up, Cyno and Nika meet in the jungle. It's just a little bit of trade of damage. Beacon goes towards the Dragons, and they continue to control not just left, not just right, everywhere. If they step up to it, it's theirs.
Did you see that net worth chart? I mean, Mike's worth maybe 100, 200 gold less than the most valuable member of the Ferrymen. That's an awful position to be in. Baskin drops so low.
And there's the kill for Coast, exactly what he needs, the chase down with the ult. Now Nika, Cyclone 1v1, you still got a grouping in mid. Looks like Cyno trying to chase him down, but Nika has the favor, not just of the crowd, but in this fight, they're looking for what they can. Can he get the kill? The ult juked out by CycloneSpin, but the hammer comes down.
Fire Giant on one side of the map, LASBRA on retreat here. Cyno's got to trade his life. It's worthwhile just to get Fire Giant off of one. Here has an Aror though, he's getting in there.
LASBRA, death from behind, gets the kill, what he needs. Fire Giant, Aror is the target. Look at Coast, look at his damage, and look at the chase down. All you need is the stun, just one, and you've got what you need. The opening, the kill, the damage. Paul lets his ult fly through, but it's too late for anything. Fire Giant, Pyromancer, everything coming up. Jade Dragons.
Jade Dragons keep Fire Giant on the battery. Their team, VaporishCoast, still healthy, can knock down these towers with a squad. 15 seconds on Cyno, 15 on Aror. Plenty of time for the Jade Dragons to perhaps threaten a tier 2 here. Paul's got great base defense on this Thoth, but he doesn't want to do it on his own.
Tier 2, knockdown, easy for the Dragons. Gold extended 11,000. Mifflin, the Goose Eggs are on the other side. Nika, Dardez, and Coast untouchable so far. The Dragons lead 8-3. Pressure on the left-hand side. Cyclone needs to be careful here. Nika has shown that he is more than happy to chase you down. Luckily for him, it's a tier 2 fallback. Oni Fury on the horizon. And again, the Dragons, so much room to play with.
It's just that immense side lane pressure. That's where it all starts for the Jade Dragons. It was an invade on blue and purple simultaneously, and since then, it has been pressure all the way through the entirety of this match. 21 minutes, the Jade Dragons posing difficult questions. Are you willing to defend here? What if I'm in your tower? What if Nika's in the duo lane? Are you ready to get onto the Fire Giant? And every single time, the Styx Ferrymen have not been able to come up with a suitable solution. And so the Jade Dragons now, with Fire Giant still on 4 and plenty of time to play with, can knock down at least one more tier 2. You don't necessarily need to knock out a Phoenix, not in this first Fire Giant power play. Instead, just put yourself in a great position for the next one. And 12,021, that's the best position we've seen this entire set.
The difference for all of them is it's the Dragons with this lead, not just the Dragons with this lead, the Ferrymen who are on the defense. And maybe we'll pocket a conversation around the Phoenixes for a little bit later. You gotta be cautious. Nika fishing on the left-hand side. LASBRA looking in mid for any sort of targets. Right now it's Cyno though, who is not only deep, but maybe in a good spot until Mike joins Dardez to try and find him, and they know where the rat is. They know what they're looking for. If they can just force the ult, they can call it a win. Dardez looks to start with a little bit of poke. Won't quite find it. Just forces Cyno to run back. He's distanced himself, so now you can see it. Pressure in left, pressure in mid, and Coast absolutely running up right.
Cyno's just there to be annoying. He's not going to get much done on his own. Proxy a wave, sure, prevent that mid push for a little bit, but all the while, the right side tier 2, the real goal, being addressed now by the Jade Dragons. Aror, CycloneSpin grouped together, but not strong enough to maintain the base. The last remaining tower removed. The Jade Dragons, and they continue pushing forward. They still have a little bit of time on this Fire Giant, but I'm not so certain they need to stick around. A lot of gold in pocket right now, and gold in pocket is not exactly a lead.
Power play only has about 45 seconds left to get something done, but pressure in left, mid, and right. They're going full force on all 3 Phoenixes, and it's just a distraction. Dharmic Pillars used defensively here from the Ferrymen over on right. A little bit of poke towards this Phoenix, and Coast, who's leading the way, at least making sure that some of the damage is out there. Halfway down on the bird, now a two-man grouping in mid from the Dragons, trying to find their opening. Mifflin, they're holding out. They've only got 15 seconds left before the Fire Giant disappears. Nika, LASBRA jump in on theirs.
Cyclone's
That
low.
line's not working out so well for them. Instead, they rotate in towards the right. You already mentioned it, Cyclone. Low, Paul with a great shot hits Coast. And now LASBRA has so many, oh my God, the delete button!
What?
They take care of Paul in an instant, and now, like wind in their sails, they resurge forward. They're looking for 2 kills already.
Keep going. This is it. This Jade Dragons starting to move in towards the base. I think they might have enough damage here had Nika just been able to survive. Instead, it's a reset, but they accomplished so much more than I think anyone could have expected there, and maybe even looked for more. Baskin needs to be safe.
Now you're playing in a good territory. Cyno, I mean, he's got disengage, but he doesn't have the ult. He doesn't have the blink. He's gonna run off towards the left. Maybe he gets that beacon. Maybe pulling the Titans out of the base is their safest call right now, Mifflin, to make sure that the Dragons can't run it down. But it's gonna be the Pyromancer. And in about, what, 15, 20 seconds, we're gonna be start looking down the barrel of another Fire Giant. Control all over towards the Dragons. 10-4, 25 minutes in. And with their set on the line, they are pushing as hard as they can. 12,000, 13,000 experience, almost 14,000 gold right now. And the power spikes, the golden pocket, finally being spent.
It's this version of the Jade Dragons that's garnered them so many fan score. It's this hyper-aggressive, difficult to play against, just meet me at minute 0, I'll end it at 25 style of play that is just so entertaining to watch. And the Styx Ferrymen struggling to figure out a solution. And as it stands, there is no solution that's going to come from them. We're waiting for mistakes from the Jade Dragons, and it's going to take a few before the Ferrymen can put themselves in a position to ask questions themselves. Silver lining where it lies. Titan's not in the base, so it can't die. That's one. As well as the fact that they've got Paul on this Thoth. We saw it there. The attempt from Paul with his ultimate just to remove VaporishCoast from the fight. Just please stop hitting my bird. I can't kill you. It's not going to 100-0 you, but drop you to 10%. Maybe all of a sudden we can keep our base alive. Get Paul one more item. Let him upgrade his starter, and that 90% is 100.
That's all he needs. Cyno has to play careful here. Has ult. No blink, no beads. And that is going to be an ult for ult trade. Nika, again, driving him to the sky. No backup either on this side of the map. And that Titan's not going to last long where it is holding out. So Miff now is forced to fall back. Now we're looking alternate timeline for Paul. How much of an opening is that? Is that going to be enough for the defense?
It's a little bit more power, and it makes Paul a bit more survivable, but I don't know that it's the difference maker here. I think the issue is Styx Ferrymen haven't been able to kill any of the Jade Dragons. I mean, it's either a 1-for-1 trade, and the team with Fire Giant wins out there because they're already on your base, knocking on the door. I think the Ferrymen, it's initiation. You need Baskin stopping Dardez from dealing all this damage. Someone's got to stop Coast, but Coast does too much. Who wants to line up in front of him? Literally nobody.
LASBRA takes a lot of damage in mid, though. Bat out of hell force, so he can fall back. Left side Phoenix opened up. The Titan helps out, and they get the bird. Base cracked open for the Ferrymen on both sides here. They fall back. Power play for another 2 minutes, 10 seconds. They can get a Fury, fall back, spend even more gold. I mean, we're talking 6th item, final power spikes for a lot of them. Chin size as well, late game for Nika. So Mifflin feels like, again, the Dragons controlling this. Can they, in the game in this Fire Giant, do they have 2 minutes to work with, or is it going to maybe be a slow roll, kind of test the Ferrymen?
One pick is the end of the game here for the Styx Ferrymen. There's so much damage from the Jade Dragons. They could just get into the Titan room. That might just be it. But I think more likely we see them wait for this right side Phoenix to respawn, knock that one out, slow play it from there. The Ferrymen, so long as they don't trade lives, should be able to keep the Titan alive. And that's their entire goal, is to extend this game. That 27 needs to turn into a 37, and then maybe a 40 before the Ferrymen are going to be comfortable even leaving the base.
Mid Phoenix. That goes down. It's going to make this base a lot smaller for them to hide under, and the damage is already there. You need a couple more autos. It'll be done. Watch LASBRA. Left side. Spotted out by Cyno. Nika. Right side. Forcing the fire minions forward. One's going to meet the other. Jungle v jungle. Solo v solo. Controlling those, but it leaves mid wide open, and the Dragons crack down a third bird. Now to the weakened one on right. Take it down, and the base wide open on the Ferrymen.
Ferrymen going to try and do exactly what the Jade Dragons had attempted in game 1. Hold the Titan room. wait for mistakes. LASBRA begging the Jade Dragons to step forward there with him. Maybe begging the Ferrymen to do the exact same. It's a flank.
Gets the bat out of hell. They're looping around. LASBRA and Cyno both in the sky. One comes crashing down before the other. Knock up onto Coast. You have to play it safe. The Aegis, everything keeps you going. The alternate timeline from Paul. Oh, and they're holding on as best they can right now. Mifflin, right now. This is incredibly important. Low health bars all around. Alternate timeline proc. It is 50-50. Coin flip. This team fight could go either way.
I mean, hold on. I got a screen the fans at home don't have, and I'm looking at it. This doesn't look like 50-50. This might be game-losing moment here for the Styx Ferrymen. True. Paul's surrounded. Aror's there to peel, so maybe some sort of CC can get Nika off of him, but it's a full HP Fire Giant Bologna playing with a massive lead who has kin size. I'm not sure if a bait and punish is up. If it is, you tank out 2 auto attacks. Maybe Paul lives, but I'm not a doctor. That's looking like a cadaver.
Get your eyes up there on LASBRA, standing up, getting the crowd. We know where their energy is, and it is on the Jade Dragons. A lot right now has been going right for them. Early game, their way. Objective, their way. Every single thing they have wanted this game has been going their way, and we are going to be jumping right back into it. This Mifflin is going to be a spicy start to this. Coast low, Paul again respawning from the timeline. Oh, and how it's all going to shake out. The game on the line, a game 5 potentially on the horizon. And the Jade Dragons, the one leading it now. Like you said, Nika tries to lead the way. There's the dash. But immediately, you've got the turnaround. And not only that, Coast is out and Coast is alive. You get a kill onto Baskin. You're chasing down Paul. The Dragons force the Ferrymen back into their base.
Paul barely survives. Is evade and punish still available? LASBRA, with just a screech, would have confirmed the kill. It's a 1-for-0 trade. Jade Dragons have minions in the base of the Ferrymen. Titan down to half. Everybody relatively healthy. You just need someone to tank it up. If Nika can get in there and just have VaporishCoast hit it, that's it.
Open the door for Dardez. Walk on in. Take this Titan and go to game 5. The Dragons win this one.
The Jade Dragons back in prime form in game 5. Early game dominance. The Styx Ferrymen not allowed to play even a moment of that match.
The crowd says it. Maybe better than anything. This is just the first semi. We're going the distance in Mifflin. Game 1, game 2, game 3. Slow and methodical. 20 minutes before we start to see the true action break through. Game 4, Dragons, just a stampede over the Ferrymen.
I see 6 dragons on the stage and 1 invisible one. His name's Mo. Momentum. I mean, that is ridiculous. I was calling end of set after game 2. I thought the Styx Ferrymen had crushed the Jade Dragons' chances. No, simply not the case. This is a team that absolutely plays with the wind in their sails. When they have confidence like this score, this is a very scary Jade Dragons.
And that's the thing. We mentioned their energy. We mentioned what this team could do with the crowd, and we said it's double-sided. Sometimes they'll maybe go a little too far. That time, it was just right. They win game 4. We're going to game 5, but all of that will be right after this.
Seen the light in the dark, but it's been a while. And just remember, it's the heat from a heart beating next to mine. But I surrender, 'cause everything I touch seems to crumble, and everyone I love leaves me broken down. Everybody runs when they see me now. So I put my hands up in the sky, reveling the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize into the deep abyss I'll go. Stay off my radar cause I never miss. Yeah, everybody knows. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. So I put my hands up in the sky, revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. Can it be that I can see excessively? I need to breathe. Lay awake, I can't break the cycle's back. My bad romance, my bad habits. Seems like I'm running around like my son of mace. It's on inside and I can't erase. It builds up, I can't control it. I'm running away, but it feels like I'm falling. Calling a friend or enemy. Where would I be when the sun goes down and you ain't around with me? Where would I be when the lights go out and your love ain't surrounding me? Where would I be when the sky comes alive and you're not holding me? Where would I be if you bother me? Hey. You take me higher when you pull me closer. You'll be there with me when we're going under.
Hello, what's good, and welcome back to the SMITE World Championship, baby. It is day 2. Things are still wild. We have half the people in here have been buying out the merch booth, and the other half look like they need to. What the hell? All right, they at least have body paint. What the hell is going on here?
They said take your shirt off, so we just listened to commands over here. So.
You just don't have a voice anymore.
Not anymore.
All right, let's swap real quick. He sounds like me, season 3. All right, so you, man, now you can actually tell us what's going on over here.
Bro, Nika popped off, so, tits out for Nika. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
This is SMITE World.
Gonna be you three sweating that one gentleman down there might the analyzing he did. Nika diff and then everything after that was some of the best analysis I've heard this weekend. But maybe not far off the truth, an unbelievable Game 4 between the Styx Ferrymen and the Jade Dragons. Welcome back to the analyst desk. Still Trelly, Inbound, Hazer, and Dolson bringing you the breakdown. Inbound crowd diff might come up. Nika diff may come up here. Only one thing I'm certain of, and it's that the Dragons and their fans are feeling energized after a big Game 4.
I mean, you can't blame them. I mean, we go down 2-0 to the Ferrymen, and you're in a position where even in Game 3, it's not firmly in your control, and you're able to take that one away, you're able to wrestle that one away, you're able to go to this Game 4 and kind of reset this entire series. This is now just a best of one. The next game decides the entire winner of this, and we've kind of gotten treated to a really fantastic set so far. Really good smite from both sides, and now Bologna, 10th pick, and Nika does what he does on that 10th pick Bologna. Mind blown. Where are we going to value this Bologna now?
The Steel Series moments of glory from game number 4, I imagine will feature a decent bit of Bologna.
I think so.
Because I'm thinking back, rewind with me if you will, to Nika. Nika's had to qualify to the SPL with different rosters, and conversation always kind of leans back. He is so talented. When is that Nika moment going to arrive? And Trelly, I think it arrived here in Game 4.
Yeah, and I think a big difference maker has been one of LASBRA's ganks, connected, right? He was able to go for that gank early on. Nika gets some pressure over in lane, and then he says, I don't need to stay in my lane anymore. He rotates across the map, solo CycloneSpin, got a massive kill onto Paul, where it was just the alternate timeline, but it forced him back so far. And yeah, this Bologna was an absolute menace, but I think it all stems from LASBRA ganking that lane early on, putting some presence onto Nika and catching Baskin out. That has not happened much, and Baskin does not die to ganks often.
Yeah, another thing I wanted to note about Nika's build here, Acts of Animosity, Executioner, and Kins in the build. The damage that he was pumping out was absolutely crazy, helping out Coast and destroying the front line and the back line. He was just absolutely crushing it, and a big part of the reason why the Jade Dragons are taking this one to 5.
On the flip side, does that speak to some confidence that Nika has in Mike's ability to do the rest of the tanking, in your mind? Whichever one of you two wants to take.
Yeah, I mean, even an Aphrodite, grouped together by herself, not the best solo tank, but there's enough space bot. Yes, not a full tank Bologna. Yes, building a lot of defense, but still able to get out a lot of damage, a lot of kind of more land gained than actual frontlining. And that's like a semblance of frontlining, is giving positional advantage, giving land to your backliners to be able to cast. So yes, maybe not full tank Bologna, but she did what she needed to do to give space to her team.
And to be clear, that build has a fall-off point, right? Bologna can't run the game with 3 different damage items the whole time, right? There is a fall-off, but it never got there. If it did, Cyclone may have been able to build some crit and actually shred through this Bologna, but the Jade Dragon said, we're not sitting back. We're not letting this game go late. We are trying to end this early on.
And he skipped the crit build. He went Kin's 5th item. What is going on? We've seen the crit build win every game so far this set. Both times that the Hunters have gone away from it, we've seen them struggle. We've seen them have less impact. We've seen struggles with objectives, struggles with finishing kills. It just feels like the crit build is the way to go, and I want to see both of them go towards it in this Game 5.
Well, Hazer, can Kins proc for 1400? Because I saw a crit for 1400.
You'd have to have a lot of health. You'd have to have a lot of health.
So I'm just saying, maybe you're right. Maybe you're onto something. That crit build could go crazy.
Someone smarter than me can do the 1400.
I think Flare Boot's here somewhere, right? We'll find them.
Yeah, crunch those numbers really quick. the intangibles now, as you know, the big picture play-by-play guy, is the energy and the momentum that these two teams now have. It's all Styx Ferrymen in game 1 and 2. Now it's all Jade Dragons. Their fans are cheering for totems. Their fans are cheering for buff kills, for individual kills. And it just, there's this big volcano that's just ready to burst. And the Styx Ferrymen are alongside with it. But inbound, I feel like that's a lot of what the Ferrymen are now fighting against, not only on map, but energy in arena. Now their fans are here and they're loud. They'll be behind them as well in game 5. But it's the mental reset, one more game that both teams have to think about.
Yeah, and it's like the reset now is on the Ferrymen. It's no longer on the Dragon side. The Dragon side had their reset and successfully have now flipped it to now be them on the offensive. Now it's up to the Ferrymen to kind of respond. And going into game 5, there's an opportunity here for the Ferrymen with which side they're going on. We've seen them kind of go back and forth. The Dragons preferred that second pick in the early portion, couldn't find a win there, and they take that first side. And we see these auto-ban characters, the Athena, probably not coming through. The Cuckoo is another god that we've seen a lot of bans of. Ferrymen taking that first pick side, that is them choosing it. Now they get to dictate the P's and B's at the beginning. They get to ban away the gods they do not want the Dragons to play against. And with that, I don't expect to see another Ganesh Pryal. That is a god that has counters if it is first pick. It is very good into Sobek, but if Sobek's not there, Sobek doesn't need to get locked in, and Ganesh may struggle a little bit.
One thing I think we could see with the Ferrymen on the first pick side, though, is a Ganesh ban. They could take that Ganesh away as the counter to the Sobek and look to lock that in first for Aror, denying the counter pick to PBM. That has been the pick that he's really enjoyed going to, but they stick to their plan. They've been banning this Kukulkan every single game. They've been banning this Anher most of the games as well. They're taking those comfort picks away. But it seems like the Dragons, they just seem to have deeper god pools. I'm looking at the gods. Nika has played 5. LASBRA has played 5. Dardez 4. PBM 4.
Switch up.
Coast only 2. Merlin is the ban away. And on the other side, Ferrymen, 3 gods each. They have not gone deeper than that. And CycloneSpin and Aror only gone to 2.
And I love the switch up with this first ban slot. That Morrigan, yes, Dardez is phenomenal on this character, but that's 2 wins in a row on this Merlin. It's shown way too much strength. It's time to get rid of it and make Dardez play either that Morrigan or play a different mid laner. And let's get this show back again.
Now, Jade Dragons riding with that momentum. And maybe what has been working, it's another Bologna pick for the Jade Dragons and a Maman to follow that up. I may have caught a slight smirk from Nika there in picks and bans. Why not ride the hot hand here?
He's just thinking about how hard he can wail on that totem with the Bologna. He's going to knock it down. He's been getting it every single time.
That is fast turnaround on that sign. That
was one game.
That was
one game
at some
in
point in the last game. These fans, goodness gracious, this is really just what it's all about. Now remember earlier, we were a bit worried about Paul and the Thoth and what was the answer, because there was no answer. The Jade Dragons seemingly have figured something out. However, maybe not worried about that inbound if the Ferrymen are going to lock this in from mid.
I like the Thoth here, but I want to take away this Hachiman. This is the god I want right here with, I mean, you could pair it with the Thoth. I'm not against the Thoth by any means, but I care more about locking in Hachi. And if they want that Rat, they're not going to be able to go Rat Hachi, or if they go Rat Thoth, they won't be able to get that Hachi also. And I think, from what I saw last game, Coast is doing way too much on this Hachiman. We need to get it out of his hands, put it into CycloneSpin's hands, and let him go to town with it.
And that's the thing, the Hachiman is also so much safer than the Ishtar, right?
For
You can't body block that dash. He doesn't have that escape tool with the mounted archery. I think Hachi is just a night and day difference, and it would really change up how the Ferrymen want to play, but they're going to put Cyclone's pick on the back burner and go back to this set.
That's risky.
What are they going to pair this with? Where is their magical damage going to be coming from? Presumably, this set going into the mid lane, they've got a Sobek for magical damage. Are they going to go a magical hunter here?
Mage solo.
Mage solo?
No, stop that, stop that.
We just got out of that. We just got out of that.
Wait, hold up. I'm remembering a bit of deja vu here. I don't remember if it was Masters, but I remember there was a time when Freya was super slept on, no one was looking toward it, and
That's
Cyclone
true.
pulled it out.
That's true.
And said, I've always had this in the back pocket. Freya's nuts, no one knows. This could be an opportunity depending on if the Jade Dragons catch it out.
And really, there's been no nerfs towards the Freya outside of that Telkine's nerf. And there's potential where she doesn't really need that item, so it's not really a massive nerf for her. She's in a fine spot, and I think Freya kind of fits perfectly with what the Ferrymen want to do. I actually like the idea of the Freya. Gives them a little bit of that magical damage that they may be lacking. And the other opportunities really aren't there. The other opportunities are mage solo, which Hades is a possibility. Have we seen too much Hades from Baskin recently? Kind of.
I'm going to leave the predictions up to my analysts. However, when talking about CycloneSpin and some interesting picks, he has played set ADC in the past. I will remind everyone that has been a thing. I'm not smart enough to tell you.
You still remember, you're a good analyst.
You want to swap seats?
I sure don't. I am comfortable where I am right now. I'm letting you fellas think, and I'm just riding the wave. The Jade Dragons here, Hazer, with one more pick in their top 3. What would you like to see?
I feel like it has to be, I know the Hachiman priority pick, I feel like it has to be the Ganesh. I feel like you've got to get that counter into the Sobek. It's the thing that looks best, but no. They're willing to let the Ganesh drop. Hachiman is the 3rd pick, getting Coast comfortable. They obviously feel like PBM has something else in the back pocket.
And they took a lot of time for that. They were probably going back and forth between that Ganesh and that Hachiman. I do still like the Hachiman because Coast has stuck out with this Hachi. But again, we've seen them in this spot before. Sobek available, they have the opportunity for Ganesh, they don't go for it. Ferrymen still have to ban it. A high possibility they do because that's the first game they lost, but what is Mike going to go to after this? The Yemoja is something we've seen a little bit. I still don't mind the idea of a get because the games have been going late, but a lot of these just get really, really messed up by the Sobek.
Yeah, the Afro was an obvious ban. They don't want Mike going back to that. You don't want a Maman or a Hachiman equipped with that Aphrodite kiss, so I can see why that was a takeaway. But focusing out Baskin is going to be the play. The Odin, the Sun Wukong. And, you know, if we're looking at picks of past, of course, a completely different meta. But remember, there was a time when Baskin was absolutely owning with things like the Hercules, right? Just dominating. Those pulls were consistent. Haven't seen Herc in quite some time. But, hey, it's game number 5. Your World's Finals chances are on the line. And that could definitely be an opportunity. It's not as if the Thor was a poor play. It just, they found an answer to it. The Jade Dragons were able to shut that pick down.
It could be the advanced GG. But is anyone else's heart just pumping a little bit extra?
A little bit.
This is great.
I want to feel like I'm not alone in this right now because the weight of that.
That's what's at stake.
Oh
no.
Wait.
What?
Boo. Wait, it's doing the SpongeBob thing. There you go, J-Mac. But
Nobody let Hindu Man anywhere near that broom.
He was backwards, so that's the reverse sweep. Khepri, I missed it on the way through here for PBM. Cyno takes a deep breath. Hazer.
Oh, there it is.
He called it.
I was hoping it would be the set ADC, but Trelly a lot smarter than me. Hazer, take your pick. Khepri, Freya, ADC, where do you want to start?
It's interesting. Khepri, I love it with the Maman. Maman wants to get in there, blow her whole kit, and get straight into the backline. You use the dash for damage and you go deep. But the Maman will be mid, the Erlang in the jungle as well. Both great targets for the Khepri res. On the other side, Freya, fantastic matchup into Khepri. She has huge AoE autos. He struggles to get away. Once those slows connect onto him, the Freya just wails on him and absolutely crushes him.
And to double down on your Freya-Khepri matchup, Sobek into Khepri is nasty for this Khepri. The positioning is going to have to be perfect. Probably a beads coming out from Mike. Maybe a Magi if he really doesn't want to afford for those beads early game. But a lot of this is on Mike because Khepri's the one that's got to keep his team alive. That's his one job. And when your entire team is doing this sort of dive-style comp, Mike is the one that's going to still have to be frontlining a little bit. He's the one that's going to have to put himself maybe out of position a little bit. And into this Sobek, into this kind of blow-it-up style comp where who's ever getting plucked, that's where they want to focus. It's going to be difficult for Mike to actually live in a lot of these fights, so his positioning is going to be huge for them.
All right, I know that I called out the Freya pick, and I said that it was something Cyclone could go to. I know, but let's not forget that Freya takes a bit to get online, right? She is not going to come out of the gate swinging. She's not going to have that late-game level 20 Freya damage right away. It takes time to build. They have tools. The Styx Ferrymen have tools to bridge that gap. The Sobek is always great early on. Good beads burn. The Rat can sort of match that as well. And of course, Paul and Set usually is going to have that good positioning. But it's going to take a bit to ramp up. And with an Amaterasu, you'd think objective focus, right? Their objective shred is going to take a bit to get online. They can't just go to the first Gold Fury they see. I think they're going to have to play this early game a bit slow.
And on top of that, this Freya's going to struggle when it gets to that late game. Who's going to be peeling for her? Yep. Sobek's going to be diving. Set's going to be diving. Rat's going to be diving. Maybe the Ama's going to be sitting back a little bit and playing to peel, but then that's not really following through with the comp. So, as you said, Freya, she gets to that late game, she'll be doing damage, but can she live long enough to get that damage off?
Yeah, I'm not sure that Freya can deal with a Bellona any better than a physical hunter can. I feel like Nika's going to be right on top of her, running her down and causing her problems non-stop. And the other concern I have about this Ferryman comp is, where do they have pressure? Bellona versus Amma. I've got the Bellona. Mid lane, I've got the Maman and the Erlang. Duo lane is huge pressure for Khepri and Hachiman. They're going to absolutely run this lane. I want to see purple buff invades, leaving Nika to run the solo side of the map, and I want to see Jade Dragons run this down.
One more thought here, fellas. Hazer, Dragons, Ferrymen.
Ferryman.
Inbound.
Give me the reverse sweep. Dragons.
Trelly?
I got, oh, they're both so good. Let's go Dragons.
A wise paper salesman once said, I wish I knew I was in the good old days when I was in them. Let me tell everyone, let me key you in. This moment is the good old days. We are in a clash of Titans of last year against the Dragons of this year. There are forces of history at work. Players who have been reverse swept in semifinals and players who have been to 4 grand finals in a row. This is our first of 2 semifinals here today. And last year I talked before the show a lot about the pillars of worlds. What makes these events and these moments so special? It's the fans, the energy, the playmakers, and moments exactly like this. So let me implore you, if you are here in the stadium, if you are at home watching, take a deep breath and soak in moments like this. It is game 5, it is Dragons, it is Ferrymen, and it's your casters to take us home.
Thanks so much, Dave. And again, it's great to be here for this one. A long, long set, Mifflin. But before I ask you, of course, I want to ask the crowd that's here. I think I know the answer, but I am curious. We're in game 5. Who is rooting for the Styx Ferrymen? Okay.
More than I thought.
Now here's the one that I think we know the answer to, but who all is rooting for the Jade Dragons?
Is that allowed?
It is deafening and favored on one side, a reverse sweep potential here in the semifinals. And Mifflin, it comes down to this. Now, it was interesting, and I want you to dissect this. Hazer, who went over how he liked almost everything the Dragons had, much more than the Ferrymen, still then voted for the Ferrymen. So break that down for me.
I gotta break down Hazer's thought process? I don't know, man. I mean, it really is just the Styx Ferrymen were the favorite coming into this event, a very clear favorite. I mean, I had them against the field.
I think I know who the favorite is right now.
I mean, there's a fan favorite and then the analyst favorite, the bookie favorite. Styx Ferrymen, of course, holding that title. Super team and playing some of their signature picks. Paul, back to the set. CycloneSpin, busting out the Freya. All of it culminating here in a game 5. But the Jade Dragons, I mean, how difficult do you think it is for the Ferrymen to play into a crowd like this when they're on reverse sweep point with worlds on the line? I mean, the Jade Dragons just have so much momentum. I think Hazer's just wrong to vote.
Right now, that momentum needed. It's been doing well. And there's, man, Miff, there's just so much to look at. There's so much. I'm like a kid in a candy store with everything that's out there because the thing that catches my eye right now, it's Aror, who's getting low. You need something to close him, but Coast too low to go in. They force him to play calm. They pull back the reins just enough to keep him there. But that showcases, again, another point from the desk. You've got the Sobek, yes, but the Freya doesn't give you the pressure. That's all Mike and Coast in control.
And I'm not sure if the desk fully broke down just what this Erlang Shen mid's gonna look like in a set. It's been a while since we've seen this matchup. Dardez is gonna have a lot of pressure here. The win condition for Erlang is auto attack the set. The win condition for set is get to level 20. It's pretty difficult. And then you've got another dedicated initiator, LASBRA, on the Maman Brigitte, gonna scale up incredibly quickly through the jungle. I mean, Nika is playing the crowd. The Jade Dragons got a lot going on here.
Well, we'll see. Cyno, okay, gonna be backing up just a little bit here. I'm anxious to watch this. The special replay for the crowd out there.
How does he do it?
What I like is you said playing the crowd. He's just playing his lane, dude. He is doing his job. And right now, that job is to control Baskin. He did it all the last game, and now it's working well. Banish from Cyclone, level 3 for the Freya, but a successful purple buff invade. Now Slow's coming out from the shots, but not a lot of follow-up. So the Ferrymen have to leave that one behind. But you had mentioned it. We know who the fan favorite is. We can talk about this Bologna. What it provided last game, what is going to provide this game?
I mean, it has a better matchup in the ADC this time around than last time. It's not often your opponent Hunter lets you know when they're allowed a ranged auto attack. I'll disarm then. That's what I'm going to aim for it. So Nika, clear target in CycloneSpin. Going to be hunting him down in that back line. Just hunting Baskin now.
Goes in for the ult, gets Baskins in response, ult for ult trade. But it does mean the totem over towards the Dragons. And control of this lane remains over there. Now Coast on left, goes in, does not get the stun, but is looking for the autos to knock up. Might be it from Aror, and then the pluck. You've got the save though, and Mike pulls him out. You've got Cyno chasing him down, but no mana to work with, and the Dragons get out alive.
And Mike perfectly timed there. Cyno not even able to close that gap. The Jade Dragons. This is where the bleed began last game as well, Gore. These early invades, these hyper-aggressive early plays. Already, it's starting to stack up. I didn't even realize goose eggs, but it's the Jade Dragons in control.
It feels like there's been so much already. And the myth, like you said, and very much like last game, 1,200, 1,300 gold, LASBRA. Again, a little presence on left. The Maman, I'll admit, I was wondering if it was going to be Maman jungle, Maman mid, but now Maman for LASBRA, something that we've seen from this team most of the time go towards Dardez. What does he need to do, especially since we've seen Cyno's looking for some aggression, looking to get involved somewhere? Where can LASBRA find his pressure?
I mean, LASBRA is waiting for the 2-item power spike. Could be right here. Cyno should just be fine. No way Dardez can catch him. Blink forced defensively. All the while, Farm continues to go to the Jade Dragons. Make that 4 totems in a row. The Styx Ferrymen can't quite find their footing. Where does LASBRA need to go? I mean, wherever the farm is, it's not his job to establish pace right now. That's completely in Cyno's wheelhouse. LASBRA's scaling.
I thought that sentence was going a very different way when you started farm, but it is still pretty much exactly the same sentiment. So they fall back, and where's the farm? Right now it's on their side of the map, but they could be going for invades. Purple buff was targeted by the Dragons last time. Seems like they're going to be willing to let this go. Seems like blue buff as well going to land on its home for both sides. As the small reset from the Jade Dragons. Myth.
Ward coverage.
6 minutes in, despite the aggression. Yeah, wards, no kills on the board because of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to go for these invades. Seems to me the Styx Ferrymen realize exactly where that loss started to begin in the previous match, and it was that first rotation of blue and purple simultaneous invades matched up immediately again afterward. Man, Nika is actually dominating this lane right now. That's 5 totems in a row. Ridiculous. That's a lot of gold starting to stack up. 1, not a big deal. 2, not that crazy. 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, all of a sudden, that's where the gold lead is establishing in favor of the Jade Dragons. He's doing it all from a solo lane.
Almost 2,000 in their favor. Cyclone forced to use the banish. Shots going, trading back and forth. Doesn't seem like the Dragons want to continue their pursuit. So they'll let Cyclone live for this one. Beads just now come up for the Freya. They haven't been able to put him under too much pressure. Root, though, and maybe some follow. Oh my god, the damage from Coast. He might like this. The dash back, the ult out, has to use his dash just to get away. And he's going to get a little bit of extra damage on the Cyclone, but not quite the kill. Aror does his best zoning. Make sure that it stays 0-0 as we approach 7.
Talk about PBM's trigger discipline there. He's watching his ADC ride a horse into a tower and says, I know he's just fine.
Oh, Cyno knocked up damage. Good. LASBRA, first blood, and they're looking for a second pull. Has to run away. Aegis buys his life. But Dragons already on the board, put one up.
It's so easy for LASBRA to make those rotations mid because his initiator is already there. Dardez has the taunt every single time. Cyno just caught out. Damage output from LASBRA comes too quickly, and Nika notches his 6. It's like LASBRA's taking a play from Cyno's book in the build.
Falls back. He's doing exactly what he needs. Control across the board right now in favor of the Dragons. Experience though, Mifflin, not getting too far out of control. 9-8 for LASBRA. 10-9 for Dardez. Yeah, the gold is getting a little out of hand. 2,000 experience, but 2,700 gold in the pockets for the Jade Dragons.
I mean, that is starting to balloon ridiculously. And the objective-based composition that Jade Dragons have isn't exactly for confirmation, but burn potential is ridiculous. You've got an auto attacker mid, VaporishCoast Heavenly Banner to bolster it, and you're not concerned about the Styx Ferrymen going for steals because they've got an assassin mid. I think the Jade Dragons, should they find an opportunity, group up, force a fight, you know your dive is relatively safe so long as Mike is nearby, and he's always going to be there if you're fighting on the Gold Fury side of the map. Jade Dragons, they just need to buy 2 more minutes, continue to extend the lead the exact same way, and I think we're looking at an early gold.
Mike right now, as well as the rest of Duo, could be something. Solo. Actually, despite how much control has gone over towards Nika, he's the second to hit level 10. So Baskin finding farm wherever he can scrounge for it right now. Just pick it up, but look at Dardez rotating in Aror, stunned out, good damage, pin, forces out the ult, but they've got the shred, oh man! Do they have the shred? The dash creates the distance. How long till pin? How long till backup? Cyno blinks in, the Dragons abruptly pull back, play safe, but Mifflin, they show the amount of pressure, the amount of shred that they have available to them.
Great peel from Cyno there, surprised though to see them back up, considering Scare's Blessing still available. Paul should just be fine. Very mobile on this set. No way LASBRA can chase that one out. So a disengage as the Jade Dragons get to count their winnings throughout the early game. Styx Ferrymen, they gotta be thinking to themselves, this is exactly how it went last time around. We gotta find somewhere to stem that bleeding. We need to find someone we can rally around, play that aggression through. But as of now, they don't have any winning lanes. It's not as if Paul can just box Dardez. Freya needs time to scale, especially considering it's not the OG Freya build that we're used to seeing. It's Griffin Wing first slot, now starting to move in towards some of those rings. It's gonna be a little while until she deals sizable damage or has the lifesteal to box out against VaporishCoast. Jade Dragons, they're just playing through the pressure.
Where they can keep that pressure, it's gonna be a big deal. Baskin and Cyno showing face around Nika. Blue buffs gonna be spawning in here. It looks like they're gonna pull back again just a little bit, pump the brakes, not go for the invade yet. Ward coverage, you had already mentioned it, blue, just straight line across the map a little bit towards the Dragons.
But hear me out, ward coverage is great. Generally it's the team ahead that has more wards on map. That's a lot of gold spent that the Styx Ferrymen don't have. They're already down, and the Jade Dragons, I mean, they're not really concerned with their warding. It's mostly hyper deep wards in the enemy jungle.
That's because the Dragons know where their enemies are. It's right in front of them whenever they need it. It's in their sights when they want them, at least for now. But we have to look at the other side. Styx Ferrymen again, where their pressure is. Right now it's around green buff. Nika's playing with the crowd's hearts. And keeping them for himself, but it's going to be aggression around the oracles where maybe things are making a big difference. Paul, playing it safe. They've secured their own green buff, keeping things alive. But again, Mifflin, the Dragons, and you had kind of alluded to this, we're in game 5. This is a high pressure scenario. Winner, you go straight to the finals, you feel great. Loser, you're done, and everything, the season comes to an end for you. So you have to make these calls. Careful, do you invade on green buffs? Do you invade around these blues? And right now, the Dragons, despite an almost 3,000 gold lead, are still playing control. 1 kill up, just shy of 12 minutes into the game.
Surprise, LASBRA actually elects not to finish his breastplate. Instead, moves in towards the magical focus. A little bit more power, but no CDR to be had just yet. Probably see him finish it up on this next back. That could be what's influencing this lack of gold-free play, or maybe it's the beacon spawning up, distracting them. Nobody exactly in position to contest it. Looks like the Jade Dragon's gonna grab Totem, of course, but also perhaps the beacon.
Looking for a little more. Maybe in left as an entirety. You've got a rotation from Baskin. This could be the numbers advantage you need, but a teleport in from Nika just a little bit late, but it's here in time. Taunt is looking good so far from Dardez, brings the Ferryman into some trouble and gets the damage out there. Beacon swings the other way, Chaos team in control, and the Ferryman know better than to play into this lead. Beacon the way of the Dragons, And again, a little bit further on the lead.
Man, Dardez's ultimate there was just ideal. Creates the space, LASBRA comes through, just does so much damage. No one there would have pepper any damage in towards him. Then LASBRA's going to become a pretty massive threat shortly. It's a different style from the Jade Dragons, whereas previously it's, let's make sure Dardez gets to the late game. Let's make sure Dardez has the farm. This time around, a lot of that weight does reside with LASBRA and VaporishCoast, and you can see it even reflected in the build. Dardez isn't itemizing so he can look for 1v1s later on. He's really just going a pretty standard utility build here, and then maybe a bit of damage towards the tail end. That Toxic Blade, real interesting. Gonna have a lot of anti-heal there. Stop Baskin in his tracks, catch CycloneSpin on his lifesteal. A lot of boxing potential gonna be denied so long as Dardez is nearby.
The control for the Dragons across the board this game. You had already mentioned it, the 6th Dragon on stage. I guess the 7th, right? You've already got Cherio to help you out. It's that momentum that is building for them. And Mifflin, it's one thing to carry it from one game to the next, but just carrying it in game right now is impressive. Pyromancer started up. The Dragons are looking at it as best they can. You have to play carefully. Paul, again, can do a lot of damage. We've seen this set, what its success can be. He's 2 levels down. Pyro getting low. They're looking for it. Ferrymen take that one away, but they're going to lose Aror in the process. 1 for objective trade. The bomb still on the ground, not picked up, and the Dragons can't step up to the Ferrymen as they retreat under their tier 1.
The Jade Dragons, that's perhaps worth. Aurora still off the map. You can just rotate towards the Gold Fury. You know CycloneSpin's nowhere to be seen.
Cyno has ult. The rest of the team looping around, looking for what they can skewer. Maybe a little bit early. Dragons get themselves the Gold Fury. They don't want any more than that. When they draw the line, start to fall back. Might be able to catch Cyno out. Tier 1's going to go down.
Heads up.
You've got Paul. You've got Baskin still playing aggressive. They know better. And instead, 4,000 gold towards the Dragons. The Pyromancer helps a little bit, but it is a drop in the ocean.
Really is. Experience hasn't exactly moved, but gold continues its trajectory towards the Jade Dragons, and this early in the game, so significant. You're hitting massive power spikes now. I've been keeping my eyes on LASBRA's build. Finally, finish up the Divine Ruin. So some anti-heal at play there as Cyno plays spoiler to the soul lane matchup, but no one takes a totem from Nika as he slots his 12th of the game. I mean, he's 50% of the Jade Dragons lead on his own.
He's been controlling. He's been dominating. He did it in game 1. Or I should say game 4. Game 1 is Bologna. Now again in game 5. A lot of pressure. Coast even over on right. And there's no one for them to fight. Instead, most of the Ferrymen are hanging out left side jungle, just outside of mid lane, trying to find where their opportunity is going to be. It's tier 1 tower, knocked down. And again, a favorable map state here for the Dragons.
The only thing I could see the Styx Ferrymen really leaning on here as far as advantages are concerned is that tier 1 mid tower. They've taken away from the Jade Dragons. That's generally where we see teams start to retreat when neutral objectives start to go sour as Nika continues his reign of dominance. This time, back in the duo lane. Starts to march away, but maybe just waiting for LASBRA to catch up. Cyclone's gonna play it real safe, but look at Cyclone's build. He's not got a whole lot of items, an entire item disparity between him and Coast as it stands. And where does he go in this next slot? Do you want penetration? Do you have to pick up the demonic if that's the case? Do you get lifesteal instead so you can bounce out a little bit? I'd be very curious to see it. It's not often we see that Griffin Wing picked up.
And I think this Freya is worth talking about, Mifflin. Because, I mean, you've already talked about the matchup into Bologna. Maybe we'll have to hold on to that for a moment. Cyno ult forced as Dardez drops his own. Just to get that trade out. But when we go back, rewind in time to June this year, this last year, I guess, 2023. Game 5, what do they need to pull out? The Ferrymen pull out the Freya. That's where it finds a lot of success. Granted, it is a different scope. It's a different game. It's different itemization. But that was something they relied on heavily the last time they won a big championship.
Is this a lane swap? We've got the duo in mid, Dardez is on right, Nika's been on left, and Baskin left wondering what's going on. I think this is the Jade Dragons trying to exploit the Nika versus CycloneSpin matchup just a little bit earlier on, especially considering VaporishCoast has already taken out that tier 1 tower. He can't safely farm that lane anymore. So smart decision from the Jade Dragons because CycloneSpin poses very little threat to Nika.
Yeah, you can silence, or right now, just not stress about it. Cyclone has to fall back. Like you said, it's been a whole shift to the right for everybody on the Dragons with a loop around from Nika. Now Dragons controlling this beacon. Cyno's in the neighborhood, but it doesn't look like anyone's intending to fight, at least not immediately. Beacon almost fully capped. And now the Ferrymen are starting to show up. You've got CycloneSpin in the back, and you don't have Nika to shut him down. Mike takes a ton of damage up front, but now they're turning some of that around. Mike falls back, forced out. On the side is Paul. Beacon halfway capped already in favor of the Dragons. And I don't think the Ferrymen step up any more than they have already. In fact, Nika is going to set them up for some success on the right side of the map. Pyromancer started right after the beacon gets capped. Dardez leads the way. Woo brings him into the sky, and again, damage is good, but the beads get him out of there. Pyromancer to the Dragons, and the retreat is solid.
Are you seeing how much damage CycloneSpin's doing in these fights? He's hitting excessively hard right now. Even PBM, what was that, 4 auto attacks, half of his HP. Dardez through the shield, loses half of his own. The Jade Dragons. It's a cheeky play. There's a ward in the pit. There's no way the Ferrymen don't know.
Well, they have to. They're dancing on top of it. The vision's there. Paul teleport in from Baskin, Aror. They're all
this could
here.
Be bad.
It's
Looks
already
like
half. They're jumping in. It's gonna be up
Can't
in the
reset.
air. Who can pick it up? Ferrymen take away this fire giant, but they're gonna lose Paul in the process. Revive. They're ready for Dardez, just waiting it out, chasing him down. Damage. Coast traded out 1-for-1, and fire giant on 4 for the Ferrymen, and the chase is not done. Nika, next one to fall down, and Dardez with nowhere to run, trying to stay alive the best he can. And oh my God, this 1v1!
He got him!
Oh my God, Dardez!
Dardez is a monster in the back. Has to strip Fire Giant off of one more, but don't let it get lost. The Styx Ferrymen take fire from the Jade Dragons when they had nothing left to take team fights. It was what, 3,000-4,000 down, swinging back to the Styx Ferrymen. Fire Giant on the duo lane, your ADC's got it. That is a massive fumble from the Dragons.
Now you have to play careful. What can the Ferrymen do? The good news, Mifflin, while you've got Fire Giant, and like you said, it's on your carry, Freya's not necessarily known for her tower pushing capabilities. Still, better than nothing. You've got it on Cyno. That might be a big threat.
Yeah,
but can they find that opening? Can they really keep that rolling into something?
I don't know that they can continue to push. As you said, it's that structure damage that's going to struggle having a magical hunter, but I think PvP damage tends to follow wherever CycloneSpin's been. His damage output in these last few team fights has just been ridiculous, and now starting to pick up a little bit more lifesteal, potentially even more penetration if he decides to pick up Typhon's Fang in this slot. The tankier targets, the Jade Dragons, are not that if CycloneSpin's the one hitting them. And this Fire Giant has effectively delayed the game. The Styx Ferrymen, they were never exactly trying to end this quickly. They wanted the game to go long. The Jade Dragons, they were on a really good pace themselves, but now they spin their wheels while Fire Giant wears off.
You've got time. I mean, if you're the Dragons, this is exactly what you want. You just want the buff to disappear, and you want to maintain as much of a gold lead as you can in the process. Unfortunately, some of that's going to get stripped away even further. Fury started. It should be a pretty simple pickup right now for CycloneSpin and Baskin. Yeah, Mike, as well as Dardez, fall back. So the Ferrymen not only picking up the Fury, they get a tier 1 on left.
They're
and
back.
Mifflin, they are right back in this game.
I mean, that is perhaps the most catastrophic fall in the charts there. The Jade Dragons had so much control, and then all of a sudden, one fell swoop, one overextension to the Fire Giant. Didn't realize there was a standard ward in the pit. The Styx Ferrymen punish them massively. I don't think they can get too much more done from here. You can maybe hang out for the Pyromancer respawn, but you're not moving in towards structures. Put a Runic Bomb in pocket, especially in Cyno's pocket, and he can leverage that global presence for safety. Start split pushing himself, distract the Jade Dragons. It's not as if there's really any one of the Dragons that can just stop Cyno in his tracks. I like that play from the Ferrymen. Keep your eyes on CycloneSpin. That's generally where the Ferrymen like to play now. If he starts to move over towards right, that's where the aggression's going to be. If he goes left, it's right back to farming. It seems to me Ferrymen happy with the pace, content with bringing it back to even.
I know earlier you had said that it seemed like a pretty standard utility build from Dardez, but right now, I mean, the Shred, when he is in front of insert tank here, it is going to just absolutely melt through them, and it feels like he has been a huge point that has kept the Dragons in this lead and in a controlling position so far in this game.
Massive kin size diff there for our boy Dardez, just dominates Baskin in that fight, but he doesn't have burst damage. It looks really good when he's fighting another tank. Wait till a damage dealer gets near him. That's where he's going to start to struggle a little bit. Wait till CycloneSpin's looking at him, or even to a certain extent Paul at this point, as he's starting to hit some pretty significant power spikes himself. Heartseeker finished up, a little bit more penetration, 1 level off of having that Sundering Axe. It's going to be really difficult as this game goes on for Dardez to apply auto attacks. Generally, Erlong Shen devolves into, I'm going to initiate, and then I'm going to get out.
All right, now he's going to initiate, and he's going to get out. Does exactly what you call for. It's Nika's ult that gets used with CycloneSpin in trade. Now Pyromancer pulled by the Dragons, already half. You have to be careful around these objectives. It's going to be 50-50. They drop it. The Ferrymen are more than happy to just pick that one up. Finally, completely dropped off. I'm going to slowly pick up Dragons, secure themselves the Pyromancer for LASBRA. Oh my god, LASBRA on the side. His health bar low, has to play safe, has the res from Mike, but someone's got a proc it, and he walks right into Aror and gets the pull he needs to stay alive. But Dardez by himself, surrounded by 5 sharks in the water. They smell blood, but he's got the distance. The mink form gets him pretty far out of there. Now he just has to keep on running. And if anything, he's pulling him out of here. I can't believe it, he's still alive, and he's turning some of the fight. Needs something. Myth, Turtle, keeps him going. He's fighting 4. He gets a lot of damage out there for a guy who is low.
Aror doesn't need to fall here. It would have been massive for the Styx Ferrymen just to desync to death, and they do exactly that. Dardez buys a lot of time, Gore. It looks really cool, but he buys time for the Fire Giant to respawn before he dies. This now puts the Styx Ferrymen in a much better position if they want to move into the Fire Giant pit, establish defensive positioning, or even pull it, because there's still 30 seconds on his respawn. Had Dardez just died much sooner, he might have been alive for the respawn.
Now you're in dangerous territory. So 30 seconds. Little shy. Titans, right side of the map. And now 15 seconds, and Dardez will be back on the board. CycloneSpin showing what his damage can do, and can it burn a Fire Giant? Slow rolling for the Ferrymen right now. Nika leading the way. Whoop, at least controls a little bit. But you've got to be cautious. They can jump in. Cyno up to the sky. They want the fight, and they're looking for Coast. They've got him already low. Mike needs to do something, but he can't get it. He doesn't have the ult. He doesn't have the save, and that's the carry for the Dragons. Already gone solo, being chased out. Nika, nothing to work with here. The burn is good. Forced to ult away, and the Dragons have to turn tail and run.
Lazarus beads burnt as well. These desynced deaths for the Jade Dragons gonna make it impossible to defend the Fire Giant. Paul, half HP. Baskin, low but has sustain. Do the Styx Ferrymen pull the objective? No. Instead, it's a reset to neutral. Fortunately for the Jade Dragons, VaporishCoast already fast on the respawn, 20 seconds out. Should be able to get back in towards that pit. Styx Ferrymen, they're finding a lot of success in these team fights, but I think it's that ultimate from Mike that's really preventing him from winning out cleanly. They need maybe 2 picks now if they want to look towards that Fire Giant. DPS is good if Irradiate's up, if CycloneSpin's got his passives fully charged, if his abilities are up, but when they go down, we saw it, the Fire Giant DPS completely stops in its tracks, and that just gives windows to the Jade Dragons to poke their head around the corner and say, all right, well, it's still at around 70%. We don't need to walk in. It's going to be really difficult for the Ferrymen to actually knock down the Fire Giant as a whole.
Right now, the biggest concern has been secure. I mean, neither of these squads are controlling. Cyno
got it.
Maybe he had something he wanted to do. Maybe he was just looking, but he doesn't get very far. And that's an ultimate down. Maybe a small window again for the Dragons to try and work with. They got a couple wards in inventory. They got a Runic Bomb. That might be the best bet right now on securing, at least a little more confidently, a Fire Giant. But it doesn't seem like that's going to be the way they're going instead. Separation. Titan on right. Pyromancer's going to spawn in about a minute 30. Fury's over on left, but you don't want to vacate the premises, give any advantage to the Ferrymen.
Jade Dragons still nursing a small gold lead. That'll give them advantage in vision around the Fire Giant pit, and maybe upgrading a few of those relics. Otherwise, for the most part, largely even in power level so far as PvP is concerned. Really keep my eyes on Paul. We haven't had that absolute breakout team fight from him just yet. Instead, it's been consistent poke, consistent prodding from him. It's really kept the Jade Dragons at bay. Initiation seems to be lacking a bit. Nika's been doing a lot with that Eagles rally. Dardez has been doing a lot with his own ultimate, but hasn't been enough damage behind him from to hit pay dirt on some of these kills. Styx Ferrymen, aren't they just biding their time? They seem so unconcerned with the Fire Giant pit, whereas the Jade Dragons, they're always hovering it all the while. CycloneSpin, Primal Fury, next Fire Giant, a little bit easier.
gonna take him a little while to burn it down. But he's gonna get it done nonetheless for his team. Might have to have the full reset. Or maybe not after he gets the kill. Now, the pressure's gonna be on. Pyromancer started by the Dragons. They know they have a numbers advantage, but they only have it for a little bit. Dragons get themselves the Pyro, scoop up the Runic Bomb, force Aror into his ult. Cyno into the back, onto Coast immediately, and forced into the sky by some great autos. But Dardez, oh man, Dardez is low. Dardez fighting back as best he can, waiting for his heal, and it comes through, keeps him going. They get rid of Cyclone, they get rid of Baskin, and two, like you said, the side laners off the board. The jungle is gonna go ahead and join them.
Styx Ferrymen reeling from that team fight and still on the retreat. Paul, Aror, the only one standing. Jade Dragons forego the Fire Giant instead. Tier 1 tower in mid, Tier 2 as well. Can they knock down a Phoenix? 30 seconds on nearest respawn. Paul can slow him down. I think it's Tier 2 to fire.
Pushing forward. Like you said, there's a defense.
Well, they
Watch
want it.
the Dragons positioning. They move forward. Skewer actually gets a lot done. Watch Paul carefully and what he's going to do, because he might be the person to play spoiler if they can find it. Phoenix needs to be the target. Low health bars. For some of the Dragons, no way are they marching forward. Yes, they fall back. If they pump the brakes. 5 seconds for Cyclone, 7 for Baskin, 10 for Cyno. Fire Giant seems to be on the horizon, but they might not get to it in time because of their health bars.
Jade Dragons learned from their mistakes just earlier on. Don't approach the Titan itself, but still, it's a long stay, and Baskin, he's got ultimate.
Now finds the stun onto Mike. Oh my god, the damage into him. He's plucked back immediately into the waiting arms of Paul, but they don't have the lockdown. They don't have the kill. And the Ferrymen utilize a lot, but don't gain what they need.
Jade Dragons now, advantageous position around the Fire Giant pit itself. Ferrymen. Jade Dragons have to work their way back in. LASBRA, low HP. He's got to be real careful.
Got to be careful. Nika coming around the side, whooped at the perfect time, but is it the perfect time? No, it is not. The Dragons take the Fire Giant, and they're taking the fight after. LASBRA hiding away, does get taken down, but Cyclone Aror, they're incredibly low. Baskin is gonna get killed off. Just one more hit, and the Dragons have that. 9-5, 2 off the board, and the Fire Giant on 4.
40 seconds on respawn. Fire Giant looks good. Mid-Phoenix already removed. Styx Ferrymen, they were the favorite, Gore, and now they're one step away from getting knocked out of the tournament. Watch Cyno, he's got the flank. You gotta stop Coast.
Gotta do a lot here, and the pressure is on for the Ferryman's jungler. No ult to his name, and the Dragons slowly marching towards the Titan room, slowly dealing the damage they need to, and slowly losing this fight. Coast revives right now. Mike
50%.
going massive. They need a little bit more, and they just do not have it. Nika is at least looking for one, and he gets the kill, and the Revitalize, the winds in their sails. They have to fall back, but Mifflin, they got heat checked, and they're gonna get heat checked a little harder here. Nika playing
He's still
with
alive?
fire. Oh my god, they turned that around on the Cyno. They're gonna kill off Paul. They're gonna get him right here. And Mifflin, oh my god, the Jade Dragons have done it. They've done everything they needed, and they're gonna go to the World Finals.
Nika, how have you done it, you absolute madman? Dominance from the solo lane, takes it into the Titan room. 10% HP is all he needs, and he does it all!
The crowd, woo, they're telling you what they wanted.
Crazy. Look at them.
On their feet. And energy, a reverse sweep for the Jade Dragons.
That guy is a monster. You've heard his name chanted this entire set, and he has earned every bit of it. Nika, it's the solo lane. He should be able to do it all on his own, but that's exactly what he brings.
Man, what a hell of a run from the Ferrymen this year. They have not lost a set since October, but here, January 13th, mark it down. It's the day the Dragons got their reverse sweep and move forward to the finals. Myth. I mean, a hell of a run. And those first two games, I mean, we had a 56-minute game one where they lose. You think mental boom after that. I mean, it's hard to have tenacity. After an incredibly successful year, we say goodbye to the Ferrymen, but I am looking forward to what this Dragons team has to offer.
And if you even watch that last team fight back, on paper, it's all good for the Ferryman. Nika shouldn't be able to do what he does. With 5% HP, he lives forever. Scorch heals. It doesn't heal like that.
I think J-Mac's got your broom.
Sweep it up, J-Mac.
Sweep it up. The reverse sweep, man. Insane, insane energy. There it is. Whew. That one's a little sturdier than the last one, huh?
Yeah, keep hitting you off this one.
He's gonna reverse sweep. But that's gonna do it for myself and Miff. That closes out this set. We'll go over to the stage where Kelly's got Nika standing by.
Thank you so much, guys. Give it up for Nika, everyone! Nika, to be down 2 games and then to reverse sweep the first seeded team, how are you feeling right now?
It's emotional because that's a team that's like reverse swept us like a few times and just words can't describe it, honestly. And I think we owe it to you guys. The crowd, they got us back into it, and we just knew that we messed up like game 1 and 2, and we had it, and we just calmed down, so just have fun, go out there and just close the games out. And I'm so proud of all of us, like. And the crowd, like, that is crazy. Keep it up, and we're winning the whole thing.
Guys. Nika, you deserve all the love in the world right now. And I feel like you and I are gonna get a little too emotional if we keep this going. So real quick, any final words that you have for the fans right here?
Just thank you. Like, it's the biggest privilege ever, like playing in front of you guys, and also respect to the Ferrymen. Like, they're the best team. We view them as like the best team and a team we respect a lot. And it's just very special for us to like finally overcome like beating them. Like the whole year they've had our number, and it feels good to like the last opportunity to just get the win, especially a reverse sweep. Like, what the fuck?
Nika, thank you so much for joining me here. Good luck tomorrow in the grand finals. And everyone, one more time for Jade Dragons and Nika. Let's head back to the desk.
If there's ever a time for a one F-bomb of the broadcast, fellas, that might be it right there. Whew. I'm glad we got out of there.
Not a dry eye in the building.
I was going to say, I've cried on broadcast once already this year. It was about to be a second time if we came to us in the middle of that.
Yep.
How can you not love the emotion of esports? That is unbelievable. Where does that happen? A game 5 like this, and you can see how much it means to Nika and overcoming the reverse sweep curse that they have faced in the past. And now we'll move on to the grand finals. Job's not done, they got one more. It was a long road to get there, but in a game 5 victory for the Jade Dragons, there were plenty of Steel Series moments of glory for us to look back upon. Hazer, I'm gonna start with you. How do we get here for the Jade Dragons?
Oh, Nika doing what he did the whole game. Totems of glory. Goes up, goes down, and you heard the crowd going wild every single time. And Nika took that energy and he continued to dominate. He dominated the lane, he dominated the totem, and he dominated Baskin in the final 3 games of this set.
And I do think a little bit it actually comes from the totem. Like, that is momentum, and that is just energy that you build off of as a player. And you can tell that they took the crowd's energy and they used it for themselves. Yes, they were the ones playing, but really the crowd did help them and keep them in this game and in this set.
Can't be understated how important that is.
That kill.
Every single time it cuts to these moments of glory as Nika, it's like, how is he doing this? This entire 30 seconds that's going to happen, how is he not dying? How is he killing? How is he doing all this?
He had 2,500 people chanting his name. That's how he did it. What are you talking about?
He dives Phoenix.
I know
He literally
exactly how he
dives
did
Phoenix
it.
here.
I know exactly how he did it.
Nika deserves every ounce of credit we're heaping upon him.
Oh, of course.
However, this man also stays alive thanks to his front line, thanks to his play on field. Trelly, I think VaporishCoast steps up in a big way at the end of Game 5.
No doubt. I mean, this was a set that we started off kind of criticizing Coast about these builds, about these plays. You know, the first 2 games were Ferryman-centric, and they needed a bounce back. They needed a mindset change. They needed to stay positive. There was a lot that the Jade Dragons needed. just to win one. Let's not gloss over the reverse sweep for a second, just to win one. And then once that one kill happened, once that one game win happened, all the momentum was just sucked out of this arena and funneled into the Jade Dragons.
And when we hit this game 5, we didn't even have a second to talk about where these gods were going to be going. Dardez on this Erlang is something.
Erlang mid.
Erlang mid at Worlds, game 5, something we have not seen since like October or something. And this is a god that he specifically likes into set. No other reason does he play this Erlang. He only likes it into set. And it was a sick pick.
Yeah, I think what it came down to in the end, we talk about best of 5s, we talk about how deep they go, how deep your god pull has to be, and it was depth of strategy. They flexed the Maman into the jungle, put the Erlang in mid, and it looks incredible. And there they are. I bet they're so glad to see that. Jade Dragons awaiting their opponent in the final of the SMITE World Championship.
And you know what? I do have to give credit to Frog. On the pre-desk, not the original desk, the pre-desk segment, he did predict the 3-2 and the Jade Dragons in the finals. He was the only one. Shout out to Frog.
A lot of happy Jade Dragons fans to see that graphic. One more game. The Oni Warriors in the Leviathans will play later on today. It is 5:45 Central Time, and we have another best of 5 semifinal to go.
I had to lose the jacket in that game.
We're going to have cosplay. I mean, we got stuff sandwiching the 2 semifinals here today. The SMITE World Championship is absolutely loaded with awesome stuff. Heart breaks a bit for the Ferrymen. That is a talented team of players. That is a team that rides with their emotion, and I want to give them their love as well. Hell of a season from them. But the Jade Dragons, the ones that stand strong. And congratulations to everyone who just watched that. You've watched one of the best SMITE sets of all time, and don't you forget it. The Jade Dragons in 5 go to the grand finals, our second semifinal of the day. Remember, that's Oni Warriors and Leviathans. That's happening a little bit later. Between the two, coming up next, we're going to have some cosplay. You don't want to miss it. Stick around.